Chapter 2869. Hearing this, Xiaohua hurriedly opened his mouth, and the spiritual fire turned into a fire snake and returned. The black dog, who had lost the restraint of the spiritual fire, was about to bark. However, at this moment the green seal script fell on the black dog's body, and all the black gas was wrapped up by the green seal script, emitting a green light. As the green light flashed, the black dog became smaller and smaller, and the soul-falling lamp was born from the black dog's body. The black gas of the black dog gradually solidified and turned into the shape of the soul-falling lamp. Phew! Seeing that the green seal script had disappeared and the soul-summoning lamp had returned to normal with a flash of black light, Master Qin heaved a sigh of relief. She shook her head and said, "Spiritual Master Xiao, if it weren't for you, this black dog would have escaped. My soul-refining cave couldn't trap it at all." "Ah, I was lucky." Xiaohua smiled and pointed at the lamp again. He asked, "Has the lamp been repaired? Can it be lit?" "Of course not." Master Ma Qin shook her head. "Although the soul-losing lamp has been completely repaired, it still requires the blood of the Hutu great god's descendant to be dripped on it, the incantation of the Hutu great god, and the blessing of the great god to light it up." "Haha, then I'd like to see the appearance and power of the soul-falling lamp after it's lit," Xiaohua said expectantly. "Spiritual Master Xiao, you'll be disappointed. Although Ziming is the descendant of Hutu great god, her blood can still be used." Master Qin slowly walked to the soul-falling lamp. At this moment his hair and beard were all white and he looked like an old man. He reached out his hand and took the soul-falling lamp, saying, "However, the soul-falling lamp can only be lit in the ancestral temple of Hutu village. This is a kind of ancestral rule and a kind of ritual. Without the blessing of the previous generation's Grand Elder and G-Man, Ziming can't light up the soul-falling lamp." "It's so complicated." Xiaohua couldn't understand. "I've already said that the power of blood and the mystery of the soul are the most mysterious things in the world. That's the reason," Master Qin said as she walked away. "Sco. This matter is over. I don't want to stay here any longer." Following which, Master Qin took out the green finger bone and opened the door to the soul-refining cave. It was already sunset and Ziming, Fairy Hongxia and the others were waiting outside the cave. When they saw Xiaohua and Master Qin walking out safely, the two of them couldn't help but walk over quickly. "Grandmaster." Ziming wanted to say something but hesitated as if he was afraid to hear the result. His gaze fell on the soul-losing lamp in Grandmaster Enchanting's hand. "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." Master Qin looked at the sky and her wrinkled face twitched slightly. Then she handed the soul-losing lamp to Ziming and said, "With Taoist Master Zhao's help, it has been completely repaired. Ziming can ask Elder Wu and G-Man to light it up when he returns to the ancestral shrine." "Thank you, Grandmaster." "Thank you, young Master Xiao." Ziming cautiously received them. Not only was his face filled with joy, but his eyes were also filled with tears. Don't mention it," Xiaohua waved his hand. "Thank you, Grandmaster." Looking at Grandmaster's face, "I know how hard it was for Grandmaster." "That's right, Grandmaster. You should quickly consume the rejuvenation pill." Ziming kept the soul-losing lamp and hurriedly said, "Junior will wait in the valley. When Grandmaster regains his youth, Junior will thank Grandmaster again." "No need." Master Qin laughed. "When I was repairing the spirit treasure, I chatted with Taoist Master Xiao for a long time. From him I learned a lot of refining techniques. Now I am going to use the rejuvenation pill to go into seclusion for a while. During this period, it is better not to be disturbed. Ziming, bring Taoist Master Xiao and the others and leave this place now. When you light up the soul-losing lamp, I will bring my disciples to Hutu village and observe the ceremony with Elder Wu and G-Man." "Grandmaster, is there a need to be so anxious?" Xiaohua was puzzled and asked softly. I can't wait to see the effects of the rejuvenation pill." Master Qin laughed. "Furthermore, the people of Hutu village are in deep trouble. Ziming's problem has been solved. Shouldn't you consider your own people? Taoist Master Xiao wants to help Ziming. How can I dare to keep a few people here?" "This is true." Ziming nodded. "Junior's mates have not arrived yet. I don't know what happened on the way here. Young Master Zhao's millet seeds are very important. The earlier we send them back to Hutu village, the more lives we can save. Junior understands." Junior will bring young Master Xiao and the others back to Hutu village. There is no news about Ziming's maids? Is there news about Hitorigami? Xiao Hua was anxious when he heard. Yes, it should be about Hitorigami. Ziming nodded, otherwise they would have come here long ago. All right, Grandmaster Qin Qin. Then I will not stay here any longer. As the matter involved Xiao Mao, Xiao Hua did not dare to be careless. He quickly bowed and said, Grandmaster, I will definitely do what you say. Yes, I believe in Taoist Master. Grandmaster Qin Qin nodded and reached out to hold Xiao Hua's wrist. Xiao Hua hesitated but did not avoid her. Let's go. I will send Taoist Master Xiao and the others out of the valley. Thank you, Grandmaster. Xiao Hua and the others replied respectfully. Xiao Hua and Grandmaster Qin Qin walked at the front. One was extremely tall and the other was extremely short. They looked like an adult holding a child's hand. However, Ziming, Fairy Hongxia and the others as well as a few disciples who came later, looked at them respectfully. No one dared to show any disrespect. Xiao Hua and Grandmaster Qin Qin's figures were elongated in the afterglow. They were reflected on the stone steps leading to the peak, moving bit by bit. By the time they reached the reception stage, the sky was already dark. Everyone said a few words and Li Zongbao took out the flowing cloud airship. The four of them stepped onto the airship and bid farewell to Grandmaster Qin Qin before flying off into the distance. Grandmaster Qin Qin watched as the airship disappeared into the distance. She slowly turned her head with an indescribable expression on her face. She did not say a word. When she reached the top of the stairs, she gritted her teeth and ordered, Qing Ming, I will not go down. Hurry up and inform the disciples of the valley to come to the reception stage immediately. This? Qing Ming was taken aback, but he immediately bowed and said, this disciple understands. This disciple will go down and inform them. Good. Go and come back quickly. Grandmaster Qin Qin looked up at the sky and urged, everyone must come up in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Do not delay for even a moment. Yes, Qing Ming didn't dare to delay. He hurriedly waved his soul armament and flew down the stairs. The other two disciples were strangely accompanying Master Ni Qin. Grandmaster Qin Qin watched as Qing Ming flew down. She looked around and randomly found a place to sit down. Then she put her hand into her bosom and took out the rejuvenation pill given by Ziming. She looked at it carefully, then looked at the pitch-black valley. She opened her mouth and was about to swallow the rejuvenation pill. Xiao Hua and the others boarded the airship and flew for a long time in the night. They watched as the bright moonlight gradually turned into a light red color. Then the light red color darkened and turned into a blood red color. The millions of Meng mountains, which were originally filled with shadows, became even more mysterious under the blood red moonlight. A bloody feeling emerged in everyone's eyes. Xiao Hua sat cross-legged on the airship. He wasn't controlling the airship to fly. Instead, he was comprehending what he had learned over the past few days and thinking about how to repair Li Zongbao's spirit artifact. He wasn't in a hurry to check Grandmaster Qin Qin's pouch. He knew very well that the pouch contained all of Grandmaster Qin Qin's treasures. It was bound to be vast. If he were to check it now, he might be distracted and delay his own cultivation. There were many techniques that he needed to comprehend. These soul cultivation techniques. He would have to wait until he had the time to do so. When the blood-red moon came into being, Xiao Hua felt a slight disturbance from the dark clouds and was pulled out of his comprehension. Xiao Hua raised his head to look at the blood moon, then looked at Ziming who was kneeling on the flying boat. He asked curiously, Ziming, why are you doing this? We have been here for a long time now, but I don't think we've ever seen anything as strange as this. Ziming seemed to have something on his mind. As soon as he boarded the airship, he sat down. Unlike when he was whispering to Fairy Hongxiao when the blood-red moon rose, he immediately knelt on the airship and chanted something in a low voice. At the same time, his hands were constantly moving. It looked somewhat similar to the Dao sect's incantations. Ziming didn't immediately answer Xiao Hua's question. Instead, he closed his eyes and chanted. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the blood-red light of the blood-red moon began to fade. The red light was mixed with a pure white color. Ziming then stood up respectfully from the airship and looked at the blood-red moon in the sky. Chapter 2870. Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Hongxia. Her snow-white face was stained with blood, making her look rather strange. An indescribable wildness flashed from her dark red eyes. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and frowned. He took a closer look and realized that Fairy Hongxia's face was very calm. The expression in her eyes was also very indifferent. It was just that when the blood-red color was reflected in those black eyes of hers, it gave him this illusion. Xiaohua looked at Ziming again and found that he was the same. Other than the sacrificial night of Hutu Great God, what other uses does this moon tear have? Xiaohua asked again. Well, Ziming hesitated for a moment and said, according to the ancient legends, the moon tear is the divine eye of the Hutu god. Under the bloody light, it can investigate the right and wrong of Meng Mountain, and all the evil spirits will be wiped out. Many of the sacrificial ceremonies in Hutu village will be held during this sacrificial night. If I were to light up my soul-falling lamp at this time, it will be easy for me to obtain the blessing of Hutu Great God. Elder Wu won't even need to do anything. After hearing what Sister said, I also thought of my Dao Sect's Ghost Festival. Fairy Hongxia interrupted. On the day of the Ghost Festival, the 9 underworlds door will open. Hundreds of ghosts will roam the mountain and all living things will avoid taboo. Ziming was a little unhappy when he heard that. However, he looked at Xiaohua and did not say anything. After a moment he said, when Hutu Great God opens her divine eye, it is also the time when Hutu Great God opens her arms. If you can enter the arms of Hutu Great God at this time, you will definitely obtain the mercy of Hutu Great God and preserve the consciousness of these descendants of Meng Mountain. On the day of reincarnation you will still retain the memories of this life. Oh? Xiaohua was slightly stunned and asked curiously, Isn't this similar to my Dao Sect's condensed knowledge treasure? What is condensed knowledge treasure? Ziming was puzzled again. After Xiaohua explained, Ziming smiled and said, condensed knowledge treasure is condensed from cultivation techniques and other things. What the people of Meng Mountain leave behind is all the memories of this life. Therefore, some old soul warriors who feel that they don't have much life essence will organize their legacy and wait for the Hutu Great God's sacrificial night so that they can safely and smoothly return to the Hutu Great God's embrace, so that they can retain all their memories and reincarnate into the future. Elder sister, isn't this night of sacrifice something that might not even appear for 100 years? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Fairy Hongxia laughed. You're right. How can it be so easy to find all of them? Ziming also laughed. According to the Magus Codex, only 1 in 10,000 people can actually find one. Of course, as the saying goes, there's no harm in being prepared. If one of them receives the grace of Hutu, then... I understand. Just as Ziming was explaining, Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization and couldn't help but cry out. Young Master Xiao? Ziming looked at Xiaohua with some surprise. Even Fairy Hongxia was stunned. It was very rare for Xiaohua to lose his composure like this. Master Hua Qin. Xiaohua frowned, somewhat at a loss for words. But this still isn't right. Young Master Xiao, what's going on? When Ziming heard that Master Hua Qin was involved, he hurriedly asked, what's wrong with Master Hua Qin? Alas, Master Qin told me something inexplicable when she repaired the soul-losing lamp, which made me very confused. Now that Ziming mentioned the sacrificial night of Hutu Grand God, I feel... Although Master Qin didn't tell Xiaohua about the secret, Xiaohua still explained it vaguely. I'm afraid that Master Qin has already known that it's the sacrificial night of Hutu Grand God tonight. Therefore she has long prepared to return to the arms of Hutu Grand God tonight. Impossible. Ziming immediately said decisively, the night of sacrifice of Hutu doesn't have any pattern. No one can know in advance that the night of sacrifice of Hutu is coming. Moreover, Master Hua Qin has taken the rejuvenation pill. Even if she can't recover her youth, she definitely won't return to the arms of Hutu tonight. But Xiaohua naturally felt that this explanation was a bit strange, but if he wanted to think of other reasons he really couldn't think of any. Forget it. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, let's not talk about it now. No. Ziming suddenly shouted, Young Master Li, please stop the airboat. I feel that something is wrong. What's wrong? Li Zongbao had been driving the airboat all this time. After all, soul cultivation was different from Taoism, so the explanation of the blood moon was different. He wasn't close to Ziming, so it was better not to talk about it. Previously, I asked Master Hua Qin to help me twice, but he didn't agree. Ziming explained, however each time he would let me stay in the valley for a few days. But today something is wrong. Although he is a bit tired, he shouldn't have sent us out immediately. In particular, if he is tired, why did he personally send us to the reception desk? Xiaohua was already puzzled, so when he heard this he nodded. If he hadn't been worried about Xiao Mao and was in a hurry to find Ziming's maidservants, he definitely wouldn't have left the valley so easily. Moreover, I felt that the maidservants didn't come to find me because they encountered Hanba. Ziming continued, but now that I think about it carefully, if they encountered Hanba, they would have sent me a message immediately. Even if they were all killed by Hanba, I would definitely have sensed it. Ah? Xiaohua was shocked. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that it was indeed the case. Therefore, I have to return to the valley and carefully plan with Master Hua Qin. Ziming said again, I also need to borrow Master Hua Qin's soul tool to find the location of my maidservants. Senior brother, quickly return. Xiaohua nodded. He also had a bad feeling in his heart. He didn't know if it was because of Master Hua Qin's strange condition or because of the blood moon, but since Master Hua Qin treated him so well, he would definitely repay her generously. Okay, Li Zongbao obeyed and turned the airship around. Under the blood moon they flew back to where they came from. Several hundred kilometers in front of the airship, there was also a blood moon. In a cave there were a dozen natives dressed in strange clothing. Their faces were all covered, only revealing 2 eyes. In the innermost part of the cave, there were 9 people dressed in black. Their entire bodies were covered in black, making it impossible to see their faces. It was impossible to tell if they were soul warriors or natives. The inside of the cave was shrouded in a black mist. Under the blood moon's light, there was a hazy blood moon that seemed to be on the surface of the water. The blood moon's light was faintly discernible. The blood moon's light was slowly moving, but it suddenly stopped and then faded away again. GGGG, one of the natives facing the mist hurriedly waved a soul tool that looked like a water bottle in his hand. Then he muttered an incantation and a green light fell down, causing the blood moon's light to become clear again. Why did it turn around? A hoarse voice sounded in shock. Reporting to my lord, this subordinate doesn't know either. Maybe it's because this subordinate's soul technique didn't work during the sacrificial night? The native hurriedly argued, or maybe she realized something was wrong. It's fine. Without waiting for the native to finish his words, the hoarse voice waved his hand and ordered, no matter where she goes this time, she'll die without a burial place. If she returns, she'll die even faster. Scope. As the master, who had also concealed himself, walked out of the cave, the other natives hurriedly followed him out. Only after the natives left did the 9 black-robed people move. Strangely, the 9 of them walked together in unison. Although their faces were covered with black cloth, they easily walked out of the cave. The bloody night gradually faded away and the snow-like moonlight slowly came. It was like a late awakening. When the flying boat was still far away from the soul-refining cave, Xiaohua couldn't help but release his Buddhist awareness. When he saw the situation on the reception platform and everything in the valley, he finally understood the meaning of Master Go Qin's words and why Master Go Qin invited him to watch him repair the soul-losing lamp. At the same time, he finally understood the painstaking efforts and helplessness of Master Go Qin to hand over his mantle to him. Master Go Qin, how is it? Ziming might have soul sense, but she clearly knew that her cultivation wasn't as strong as Xiaohua's. She was constantly observing Xiaohua's expression. When she saw Xiaohua raise an eyebrow, she immediately asked. Ziming. Xiaohua didn't know how to explain, so he just sighed and said, Sigh, you should see for yourself. Xiaohua's sigh had said everything that needed to be said. Ziming felt a chill in her heart and she bit her lips with her pearly white teeth. A cold gleam flickered in her eyes. From afar one could see that under the moonlight, a small body was lying on the welcoming platform. Around this body were a few corpses. There were no bloodstains near these corpses, but the pale white moonlight that looked like snow reflected off the welcoming platform and shone on these people of Meng Mountains, who had returned to the embrace of Hutu Great God. The bloodstains on their heads, the cracks on their skulls and the pitch-black holes between the cracks were truly a shocking sight. Li Zongbao stopped the airship in midair. Before the airship could land, Ziming flew out from the airship. With some white mist swirling under her feet, she flew straight to Master Go Qin's side. Master. Ziming let out a sorrowful cry and knelt down. Xiaohua sighed in his heart as he followed behind Ziming and landed on the ground. Master Qinqin's eyes were wide open as if she was unwilling to close her eyes. However, there was neither disbelief nor astonishment in her eyes. Instead, there was an abnormal calmness in her eyes, as if she had seen through everything and understood everything. Looking at Ziming's sorrowful face, Xiaohua glanced around again. The other disciples were not as transcendent as Master Qin. Some of them had ferocious expressions, some were panicking and some were at a loss as if they had never expected their own deaths. Chapter 2871. Xiaohua. Fairy Hongxia flew to Xiaohua's side, shrank her neck and whispered, "I feel a little cold and I'm scared from the bottom of my heart. And don't be afraid." Xiaohua was also a little scared. After all, from the signs on the reception platform, it seemed that not long after they left the reception platform and before Master Enrich returned to the valley, he and his disciple were killed. At that time they were not even dozens of miles away, right? If they had left a little later or if he had used his Buddhist sense, the situation might have been different. However, fate seemed to be playing tricks on people. He was worried about Xiao Mao, and because his divine sense was injured, he did not use his Buddhist sense. Thinking of the Buddhist consciousness, Xiaohua's heart stirred. He patted Fairy Hongxia's hand and pulled her in front of Ziming, saying in a low voice, "Ziming, this Xiao has a secret technique that can be used to find the situation of Grandmaster Enrich's death from his dead soul." Ziming raised his head, his eyes red. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, "Young Master Xiao, I'm afraid you're talking about the Taoist sect's soul-searching technique. Meng Mountain also has this kind of soul-searching technique. But young Master Xiao doesn't know that during the night of sacrifice, all the souls returned to the embrace of Hutu Great God and did not stay in this world. Even if young Master Xiao uses the soul-searching technique now, I'm afraid you won't be able to find anything." "Not necessarily." Xiaohua did not believe it. Ziming said again, "Besides, even if Master Enrichin's soul is still here, we can't disturb him." Although Master Qin had been killed, for Master Qin, meeting the night sacrifice was a blessing in disguise. It was also a blessing that Hutu God had given him for his whole life. If he was reincarnated as a human being, he would certainly be another master of refining who would achieve greater achievements in the future. If we disturb him, we will make Master Enrichin lose the blessing from Hutu Great God. Not only will we be disrespecting Master Enrichin but also Hutu Great God. Alright. Xiaohua nodded. He could only respect Ziming's opinion and hope that Master Enrichin could retain the memories of this life and be reincarnated as a human. By the way, when will Master Enrichin reincarnate? Is it still in Meng Mountain? Xiaohua thought of Enrichin's request. Ziming shook his head slightly. No one knows. Could be tomorrow or 10 years or 100 years or even 1,000 years. Maybe it's Meng Mountain, maybe it's the Sword Domain, or maybe it's the 3 Kingdoms of Cultivation. Hearing Ziming's words, Xiaohua nodded. Then he looked at the dark night sky and the dark valley that gave off a strange atmosphere. He said, "How should we deal with the corpses of Master Enrichin and her disciple? Young Master Xiao, please bring their corpses to this reception table." Ziming said without hesitation, "Your body must be given to Hutu before the sacrificial night, or it will affect their reincarnation. Alright, you wait here." Xiaohua nodded and flew into the valley. Fairy Hongxia hurriedly shouted, "Xiaolang, be careful." "Yes, I know." Xiaohua turned around and smiled. He looked at the reception table and then looked around. After thinking for a moment, he clapped his hand and took out the capital star formation jade talisman. He placed it around everyone and activated the capital star formation. Then he said, "I don't know if the murderer who killed Master Enrichin is still here. You all be careful and don't leave this formation." "Right, I know. You be careful too." Ziming's eyes flashed with relief. He carried Master Enrichin's corpse and was about to place it in the center of the capital star formation when Ziming suddenly exclaimed, "Young Master Xiao, Master Enrichin, did not take your rejuvenation pill. Moreover, the jade box is in her hands. The rejuvenation pill is gone." Master Enrichin's hand that was holding the jade box was pressed under her body. Xiaohua and the others did not see it. Now that Ziming carried the corpse, her hand was exposed. The jade box containing the rejuvenation pill naturally fell out as well. Oh, is that so? Xiaohua was surprised. He looked at the empty jade box and then reached into Master Enchanting's clothes. There was a dark green bamboo joint in her clothes. It was the soul armament used to open the soul refining cave. There were also a few other things, but there was no trace of the rejuvenation pill. Strange, Xiaohua was somewhat baffled. Senior brother, can you see if the other disciples have any rejuvenation pills on them? Xiaohua ordered. Flying out from the capital star formation, he clapped his hand to take out the wishful staff. Looking at the night wind, he flew down the mountain. However, as soon as he flew to the top of the stairs, he saw a corpse lying on the ground about 10 zhang in front of him. That corpse was Qing Ming, who had welcomed Xiaohua earlier. Qing Ming's face was filled with shock and pain. There was also a big hole in his head. His brain had long disappeared and dried blood was stuck to his head. Good. Xiaohua reached out and grabbed Qing Ming's corpse. Just as he was about to return to the reception stage, he heard Zi Ming's shout from the high platform, "Young Master Xiao, come quickly." Xiaohua's heart trembled. He did not have time to use his Buddhist sense to sweep out. His figure immediately used the wind escape technique to fly back. Fortunately, there were still 3 living people in the capital star formation. However, the corpses of Master Enchanting and several other disciples were placed on the reception stage by Zi Ming and the others. Their heads were slightly tilted and one of their feet was slightly raised. It was an extremely strange posture. Young Master Xiao, seeing Xiaohua return, Zi Ming hurriedly pointed to the ground where Master Enchanting had fallen and said, "Look, this was left by Master Enchanting." Xiaohua handed Qing Ming's corpse to Li Zongbao and squatted down to carefully examine it. On the ground, close to where the jade box had fallen, there was a faint and indistinct blood stain left on the mountain rock. The blood stain seemed to be a talisman character, but it also seemed to be a mark. Xiaohua was baffled when he saw it. "Young Master Xiao, this is a simple witchcraft incantation used by the natives of Meng Mountains." Zi Ming explained, "If we use the words of Taoist sect to describe it, it can be interpreted as death or 6. Oh? So, the reason why Master Enchanting left this bloodstain before her death is to tell us who killed her?" Xiaohua frowned and said hesitantly, "Death, 6, what does it mean? Is it the name of the murderer?" Zi Ming was also puzzled. After pondering for a while, Xiaohua could not find the trick. He looked around the valley and said, "I'd better go to the valley and have a look. If Master Enchanting's disciples are not alive, we must hurry before dawn." After saying that, Xiaohua looked at the pile of corpses in a strange posture and said, "Let them return to Hutu God's embrace as soon as possible." "Thank you for your trouble, young Master Xiao," Zi Ming said with relief when he saw Xiaohua was so considerate, ignoring his own safety and going to the dangerous place. Xiaohua jumped down from the reception platform, held the wishful staff in his hand, and released his Buddhist sense. His figure slowly flew down the stairs. He had a hunch that the murderer of Master Enchanting had not left, and was still hiding somewhere in the valley waiting for the next attack. Since it was before dawn, it was even darker. The wind blew in the valley, scraping the dry treetops and stone walls, making a very strange sound. Moreover, there was an inexplicable fluctuation coming from different places in the valley, which made Xiaohua shudder. However, when he heard the movement, Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense, but he could not find anything strange. Everything was like this, which made Xiaohua feel a sense of crisis. This soul cultivator, this million Meng Mountains is really strange. Xiaohua flew carefully and thought to himself, "It's more terrifying than the Ghost Festival or the 100 Ghost Parade." Thinking of this, Xiaohua came to the cave where he met Master Qin for the first time. At this time there were still some lights in the cave, but when Xiaohua scanned it with his Buddhist awareness, he knew that there was no life in the cave. When he carefully walked into the cave, he found that the whole cave was silent, and there was only the flickering of the lights. Why are there less animal skins in the cave? Xiaohua's eyes swept over and found something different. Then his eyes fell on the 2 corpses lying on the animal skins. These 2 corpses were the same as Qing Ming and the others. Their brains were eaten and there were no other wounds on their bodies. However, one of the 2 corpses was holding a slightly bigger brocade bag in his hand, which was similar to the brocade bag that Master Enchanting gave to Xiaohua. Xiaohua put away the corpse and picked up the brocade pouch. He used his divine sense to sweep it out, but he couldn't see what was inside. He understood in his heart that this was probably a soul scholar's storage pouch. He should have used his soul sense to examine it. However, even if Xiaohua could not see anything, he already knew that these two disciples were tidying up the cave. With a sigh, Xiaohua placed everything in the cave into a storage pouch. Then Xiaohua left the cave and cautiously scanned the valley with his Buddhist sense. In front of him was the location of the soul refining cave. The entire valley was still pitch black. Although this darkness couldn't block Xiaohua's vision and his Buddhist awareness could see everything clearly, Xiaohua was also clear in his heart that there were many things in this world that couldn't be seen by Buddhist awareness and the naked eye. And this thing was obvious. Right now it was in this valley where he had just killed someone. With that kind of uneasiness in his bosom, Xiaohua once again flew towards his resting place based on his previous knowledge. The night wind was also a bit weaker at this time, but the sound became increasingly strange. Sometimes it was high, sometimes it was low, sometimes it was light, sometimes it was heavy, and sometimes it was high. It was like the cry of a monster. When Xiaohua arrived, sure enough, he saw 3 corpses lying on the ground, and their state of death was exactly the same as Qing Ming and the others. Their faces were filled with a kind of savageness, as if someone had dug out their brains before they died. This kind of pain was probably the best torture in the world. After putting away the corpses and the items in the cave, Xiaohua muttered to himself, "If Master Enrich was the only one who died in such a miserable state, then it might have been some kind of torture. But if all of the corpses were the same, then maybe..." Xiaohua couldn't help but think back to when he heard Xue Xue talk about how powerful the fire ape was. Chapter 2872. Could it be a demon beast similar to the fire ape? Or a hitorigami? Thinking of the hitorigami, Xiaohua's back immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The hitorigami was a natural spiritual creature, and its divine ability was innate. With Xiaohua's cultivation, he was no match for it. Xiaohua's eyes turned rapidly, looking at the darkness around him. There was no anxiety from the bottom of his heart, and only then did he feel slightly relieved. But then Xiaohua sneered again, maybe this is a deceptive tactic. Someone deliberately set up a maze to harm Master Qin so that no one can guess who did it. But who is it that made things difficult for a master refiner revered by millions of Meng Mountain soul warriors? Thinking of the purpose of Ziming's visit to Master Qin, and some of Ziming's words, Xiaohua gradually had an idea. Who? Just when Xiaohua felt that he had an idea in his heart, a strange feeling arose from the bottom of his heart. He hurriedly raised his head and looked at a stone wall in the distance. This stone wall was dozens of feet in size, and it was somewhat flat. In fact, it was covered with dried vines that made a rustling sound in the night wind. Xiaohua held the wishful steel staff in his hand and flew close to the stone wall. He looked at it with his naked eyes, and his Buddhist awareness also swept through it. He did not see anything strange, but the indescribable feeling just now swept past the front of the stone wall. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua formed a seal and used the earth escape technique to escape into the stone wall. He inspected the stone wall within dozens of feet of it, but still did not find anything. Strange, is this young master being paranoid? Xiaohua flew out of the stone wall. He didn't dare to look back. Soon after, he went to the other caves and collected the corpses of Master Qin's disciples. Only then did he walk to the front of the soul refining cave with grief in his heart. These dozens of disciples had all died miserably. Every one of them had their brains dug out and died. Every disciple seemed to be packing their things before they died. However, there was no exception. Not even half of the things in the valley had been packed. Only the soul refining cave is not checked. Xiaohua looked at the cavern in front of him. The bamboo-shaped soul armament was in his hand, but he didn't know how to activate it. He didn't know how to open the cavern. Right at this moment, a bright light shone from the distant horizon. Then, as if the curtain of light had been pulled open, the surrounding horizon and the valleys at the foot of the mountain were all lit up. The night was about to leave, and a new day was about to arrive in the millions of Meng Mountains. Forget it, Xiaohua remembered Ziming's warning and didn't dare to delay any longer. He activated his magic power and returned to the reception platform without consulting anyone. Young Master Xiao, seeing that Xiaohua is late, Ziming is somewhat anxious and also somewhat worried. He hurriedly says, "Quickly bring Great Master's disciples." Alas, so many disciples. Back to the embrace of Great God Hutu? Seeing Xiaohua actually take out dozens of corpses in succession, Ziming's gaze also revealed shock. Xiaohua didn't say much and placed the corpses on the ground. According to what he saw, he imitated and arranged them into strange postures. Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia didn't dare to delay and hurriedly came to help. But Ziming, on the other hand, was somewhat absent-minded when he saw so many corpses. Alas, Ziming sighed softly. After a long time he faintly says, although I don't know the cause of this matter, but it seems it has something to do with my arrival. Let's send Great Master Enrich back first. Xiaohua looked at the dawn sky. Although he didn't believe Ziming's words, but for the sake of Ziming and for the sake of his own beautiful dream, Xiaohua was willing to follow the ritual of the millions of Meng mountains and properly send Great Master Enrich back to the embrace of Great God Hutu. Yes, I understand. As Ziming spoke, she raised both of her hands and her body began to dance. The slight trembling of her mouth sounded like a song but also like a dance. In Xiaohua's eyes, this dance was more like the dance of one's nascent soul. A faint sense of solemnity emerged from Ziming's dance. In Xiaohua's eyes, Ziming's dance didn't give rise to any feelings. On the contrary, looking at Ziming's movements and her swaying black hair, Xiaohua seemed to be able to see Ziming's confession to heaven and earth, the sorrow in her heart, and the admiration she had for Great Master Enrich. Xiaohua was even surprised to find that he could see Ziming's worship for Great God Hutu from her dance. Xiaohua had a feeling of enlightenment. The earliest things in this world were definitely not words, nor were they words. This dance was probably the most primitive way for people to express their emotions. Using this as an extension, Xiaohua naturally thought of the way of cultivation. The Taoist sect used words to pass down their teachings. The Buddhist sect passed down their teachings by picking flowers. The soul cultivation method used the dance of one's nascent soul. Perhaps it directly pointed to the essence of cultivation. Could it be that soul cultivation is? Xiaohua suddenly had a strange thought. Could it be that the 12 great gods are comparable to my Taoist sects? That's right, who is the founder of my Taoist sect? I've never heard of him before. Great Master Enrich's death was also a kind of trigger for Xiaohua. Ziming's dance was also a kind of trigger. Xiaohua couldn't help but have the impulse to let his imagination run wild. Just as he was thinking of some inexplicable things, Ziming had already stopped. He saw her prostrate on the ground with great sincerity, facing the almost overflowing sunlight in the east and muttering something. Boom. Ziming didn't seem to do anything, but a cluster of jade-green flames appeared out of thin air and enveloped the corpses of Great Master Enrich and the others. In the midst of the flames, the corpses of Great Master Enrich and the others were instantly reduced to dust. At this moment the brilliant sunlight pierced through the sky like a bright sword, and an orange sun appeared in the clear sky in the east. A rather strange feeling arose from the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua couldn't help but open the Dharma eye on his left hand. Ah! Xiaohua couldn't help but cry out. About 90 feet above everyone's head, a crack was closing. Dozens of blurry figures had disappeared in that place. A rather tall figure was looking back. Wasn't that Great Master Enrich's face? Xiaohua, beside him, Fairy Hongxia's face was also solemn. Hearing Xiaohua's cry, she hurriedly asked in a low voice. I'm fine. Although Xiaohua's eyes were filled with astonishment, a smile appeared on his face and he slightly shook his head. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't say anything, Fairy Hongxia didn't ask any more questions. She looked at the jade-green flames again. As the corpses of Great Master Enrich and the others disappeared, the jade-green flames also gradually disappeared as if it had never appeared. Xiaohua used his Dharma eye to look up again. Like the jade-green flames, the crack disappeared without a trace. It seems this situation is very familiar. Xiaohua frowned slightly and thought to himself. It seemed that he had seen this situation before. Master Xiao. Just as Xiaohua was about to recall, Ziming walked in front of Xiaohua and asked in a low voice, "Thank you for your trouble just now. May I know if there's anything unusual in the valley?" After Xiaohua told Ziming what he saw, Ziming was also puzzled. He looked at Xiaohua, then at Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao and said hesitantly, I think. Great Master Enrich seemed to have sensed that something was wrong and was about to leave. It was at this moment that she met with a calamity? Yes, I think so too. Li Zongbao nodded. But Fairy Hongxia disagreed. If Great Master Enrich had sensed that something was wrong, why didn't she leave with us? Instead she waited for us to leave before making this plan? Xiaohua restrained himself for a moment and did not tell her about Great Master Enrich's request. At this time he actually understood that Great Master Enrich must have foreseen something, and even foreseen the death of all the disciples in the valley. That's why he entrusted his legacy to me. However, Xiaohua was also puzzled. Since Great Master Enrich knew something, why didn't she leave with them? What if she left with them? Thinking of this, Xiaohua was shocked again. If Great Master Enrich left with them, perhaps they would all die inexplicably here, right? Perhaps Great Master Enrich knew that if she left with us, we would definitely die. She didn't want to drag us along and ruin our lives? Ziming bit her lips and whispered. Unexpectedly she had the same idea as Xiaohua. The question now is, Li Zongbao narrowed his eyes and said lightly, who killed Great Master Enrich? Was it a demonic beast, or a human? Yes, the thing that ate human brains was definitely a demonic beast. Ordinary soul cultivators and sword cultivators would not have such a hobby. If it was a demonic beast, then what was the meaning of Great Master Enrich's talisman? Fairy Hongxia whispered, maybe it was a trick to set up a maze, to hide the real culprit. I'm also inclined to think so. Xiaohua nodded slightly. Judging from the situation in the valley, it's very likely that many people attacked at the same time to catch Great Master Enrich and the others off guard. But Great Master Enrich has always been famous in Meng Mountains. Ziming whispered in disbelief. Heh, for fame, for profit, what can't she do? Li Zongbao sneered. Perhaps Great Master Enrich blocked someone's path and did something that someone didn't want her to do. Hearing this, Ziming was shocked. He looked up at the rising sun and said, Young Master Xiao, we can't stay here for long. If that person could kill Great Master Enrich so easily, we are no match for him. Besides, Ziming hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything more. Then he pointed in another direction and said, Young Master Li, thank you for your trouble. We'll leave from there. Okay. Li Zongbao wasn't surprised by Ziming's change of direction. He immediately activated the flowing cloud airship that he hadn't put away. When the four of them stepped on the airship, it hurriedly flew in another direction, leaving the empty welcoming platform to welcome the rising sun. Only the valley below the welcoming platform was left crying in the morning breeze, as if mourning the fate of the master of the valley, and also as if retelling the vicissitudes of life. Chapter 2873. After flying far away, Xiaohua retracted the Buddhist sense he had left on the reception desk. He still felt lucky, hoping that he could find traces of the murderer before he left. However, he was still disappointed. The murderer was very careful. Not only did he not leave any traces, but he also left immediately after the attack. How could he let Ziming and the others who had arrived late find traces of him? Looking at Ziming's sorrowful expression, Xiaohua said in a low voice, Ziming, this matter is already like this. It's useless for us to think too much. Although this is the first time this Xiao has met Grandmaster Kuqin, Grandmaster's character has left an indelible impression in Xiao Mao's heart. What we need to do now is to pull ourselves together and find the real culprit as soon as possible to avenge him. Alas, Ziming heard and sighed, who is the murderer? It's really confusing and hard to say. However, I thought about it just now. In fact, Master may not be unable to write down the murderer's name or more clues. Young Master Xiao, look at Master's calm expression as if everything was within his expectations. He didn't even have the thought of asking others to avenge him. Seek, that's right. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart trembled. Isn't that right? That day, Grandmaster Kuqin had entrusted his legacy to him for no reason at all. Obviously he had sensed something, but he had never mentioned anything about wanting this Xiao to take revenge for him. And at that time, he probably didn't know that he had encountered the sacrificial knight, right? In fact, the old man is also thinking of trying to escape from the valley. That was Master's idea. Since we encountered it, we can't just stand by and watch. Otherwise, how can we face Master? Xiaohua thought for a while and shook his head. Alas, Master is merciful. He doesn't want to drag others down because of his own matters. Ziming said with emotion, even he couldn't resist the murderer. young Master Xiao, and I may not be a match for him. If Master Kuqin knew this, he wouldn't have warned us. He didn't even want to board our airship. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart moved and he asked, this Xiao has only seen Grandmaster Kuqin refine tools, but I have never seen him fight. Grandmaster Kuqin only said that he has cultivated to the full reality realm. So, Grandmaster Kuqin should be an expert, right? How do you classify your 1 million soul warriors in Meng Mountains? Is there also the Qi Refinement Foundation Establishment and nascent soul stages of the Dao sect? When Ziming heard this, she bit her lips slightly and did not answer Xiaohua's question. Instead she continued, actually in the end, I still feel that I've implicated Master Go Qin. If it wasn't for this concubine begging him to refine a weapon, he wouldn't have died an unnatural death. It's all my fault. Sighed Ziming, don't blame yourself too much. Xiaohua understood that this was a knot in Ziming's heart and comforted him. Everything in this world is caused by karma. Ziming had already planted this seed when he first visited Master Enai Qin. Master Enai Qin's death has already been decided. At that time I thought that Great Master Hua Qin still had 2 more chances to refine spirit treasures. This time I came with the shaman token to meet you. Moreover, the soulfall lamp is not only useful for me to take over the Back Earth stronghold, it is also related to my greatest wish in this life. Ziming couldn't help but become excited when she mentioned her greatest wish. That's true. Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao who was steering the boat and Fairy Hongxia who was nodding at him, indicating for him to comfort Ziming. He then said, Master Kuqin did not agree to your request previously, and it was because he had 2 chances to refine spirit treasures. However, during this period of time, there must have been a second chance to refine spirit treasures. He agreed to wait for you to come back for the 3rd time. He obviously only had 1 last chance left. He obviously knew that as long as he helped you repair the soulfall lamp, his life essence would be exhausted. However, he still agreed to it. Obviously, he had already made preparations to return to the embrace of great god Ho Tu. But I still brought young master's spring returning pill. Ziming said again. Yes, this is the real cause and effect. Xiaohua nodded. Although you obtained the spring returning pill from Ziyi, and Ziyi also went to Sky Patrol City to meet me, but all of this can't prevent the karma of Master Kuqin's death. Didn't you see? Before Master Kuqin died, he had already seen all of this clearly in his heart. He didn't even have the slightest bit of resentment in his heart, so why do you feel so conflicted? Young Master Xiao, where did the spring returning pill go? Ziming hit the nail on the head. If there were demon beasts coming for the spring returning pill, then, if I gave the spring returning pill to Master Kuqin, wouldn't I be sending Master Kuqin to his death? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Obviously, this was also a kind of cause and effect. However, before Xiaohua could say anything, Fairy Hongxia who was next to him chimed in. Elder sister, all the causes and effects are intertwined, it's hard to understand. However, elder sister, think about it again. Master Kuqin's entire life was devoted to others. For you and the millions of spirit warriors of Meng Mountain, he was never stingy with his life essence. This is a good cause. It's because of this good cause that he passed away during the sacrificial night of Great God Ho Tuesday. This is a rare opportunity for a spirit warrior. Isn't this the good cause that Master Kuqin pursued his entire life? All of this is because Great God Ho Tu remembered Master Kuqin's kindness. Chapter 2874. Have we been surrounded by them all this time? Xiaohua asked faintly as he narrowed his eyes and stared at the white fog in front of them that didn't dissipate under the sunlight. Indeed. Ziming nodded. Although I can't see some places, I can still detect them with my soul sense. These soul warriors should be here for me. Those maidservants of yours. I'm afraid we can't find them either. Li Zongbao said from the side. I hope I won't see 1 or 2 of them again. Ziming's expression slowly calmed down as she said faintly. Let's go, senior brother. Let's go and see what's so powerful about these millions of soul cultivators of Meng Mountain. Xiaohua exhaled a long breath and said coldly as he pointed at the direction of the human figure. It didn't take long for them to arrive at a place that was barren and dry. There wasn't even the slightest bit of greenery, and yellow sand could be seen in many places. Ziming looked around curiously and said in a low voice, Strange, why would the land of Meng Mountain have such a landscape? However, she only muttered a few words before her eyes were attracted by the human figure. Sure enough, this human figure was different from what she could see with her Buddhist sense. It was a big man about 10 feet tall. This big man was wearing very little animal skin, and his limbs were exposed under the sunlight. This big man's skin was abnormally dark, and strange runes were engraved on his skin. These runes looked like bone grains, and each bone grain had a ghost head the size of a grain of rice attached to it. When the sunlight shone on it, it didn't reflect the usual 7 colors, but only a layer of green light slowly overflowed. This green light not only blocked everyone's vision, but there were also wisps of black energy lingering around it. Looking behind this big man about 1,000 feet away, there were a few more human figures wrapped in black clothes flying in the air. These black figures were scattered widely, and as far as the eyes could see, they surrounded the airship. Ziming took out her bone staff from her brocade pouch and flew into the air. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly flew into the air as well, staying several feet away from Ziming. Ziming looked around and scolded sternly, "Who are you? How dare you block the way here? Do you know who I am?" As he spoke, Ziming waved his hand and took out a fist-sized object. This object was crystal clear and abnormally white. It was like a crystal, but it was still in the shape of a skeleton. Ziming pointed his finger and the crystal skeleton flew into the air. As Ziming waved his bone staff, he chanted the same shaman language as Xiao Mao. Ting, with a muffled sound, black smoke flew out from the crystal skull. The black smoke rushed into the sky and a loud sound resounded. Then the black smoke gradually transformed and a strange person appeared. This humanoid figure had a human body and a snake tail. What was strange was that it had 7 arms on its back. These 7 arms were holding something strange, but its specific shape could not be seen clearly. Moreover, this humanoid figure also had 2 arms in front. These 2 arms were holding 2 flying snakes. The flying snakes seemed to have a pair of wings. They looked like they were flying, and their ferocious snake heads were very eye-catching. Hiss! Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. This humanoid figure looked a little similar to the god statue of Shanghua Ming. Moreover, from the strangeness of this humanoid figure, it looked a little similar to the great god Shuabai that Xiao Mao activated. Needless to say, this must be the great god Hutu that Ziming spoke of. This is the great shaman token of the Hotian stronghold. You are all soul cultivators of Meng Mountain. How dare you not salute the great shaman token? Ziming shouted sternly again. Ziming's great shaman token was indeed useful. Among the black figures on the left, several of them bowed slightly. Even the soul warrior at the front bowed. You still have me, the great god Hutu, in your eyes. At least you have a bottom line. Ziming sneered, if that's the case, you should know who I am. Do you know that you have committed a great crime of disrespect by stopping me here? Haha, while Ziming was speaking, a soul warrior also dressed in black flew over from afar. After saluting the great shaman token, he laughed and said, we naturally respect the great god Hutu and the great god Shuabai. As for those below the great god, they are all the children and people of the great god. You are neither G-man of Hutu stronghold nor G-man of Shuabai stronghold. What harm is there in blocking your path? Who are you? Ziming heard this person's hoarse voice and sneered, we the people of Meng Mountain have never hidden our faces. By doing this, are you still the descendant of the 2 great gods? You don't need to know who I am. That person did not say much. As for whether or not I am the descendant of the great gods, only the great gods will know. You don't need to know either. Take out the soul-extinguishing lamp. For the sake of the great god Hutu, I won't make things difficult for you too much. I was ordered to do this by someone else. Don't force me to do it. Soul-falling lamp? You really came for the soul-falling lamp. Ziming sneered, looks like my maidservants won't be able to see it for the rest of their lives, right? That's right. Since you already know, why do you have to say it so bluntly? That person laughed. Besides, the soul-falling lamp has been in your hands for decades. Don't you think it's time to change the person? You can't light it up yourself, so why do you keep blocking others from trying? I can't light it up and there's still midnight. Who has the right to speak? Ziming said indifferently, even if that person wants to try, he has to line up and wait for decades. Besides, if you take away the soul-falling lamp from me, will that person be able to light it up? If that person lights it up, will Elder Wu and G-Man agree? Ah. That person laughed. If you are honest, it will be difficult for me. If you are so stubborn, it will be easy for me to do this. Now that the village lacks candidates for G-Man and Elder Wu, do you think that if someone holds the soul-falling lamp, G-Man will ask? In addition, midnight. Ziming, how long do you think you will keep this secret from others? After that person finished speaking, he paused for a moment and laughed coldly. With this secret, even if that person lights up the soul-falling lamp, how will you explain it in front of G-Man? Who are you? Ziming turned pale with fright. He first looked back at Xiaohua and said loudly, how do you know all this? Ziming, Midnight has already been dead for 20 years, right? That person said indifferently. Looking at Ziming's panicked expression, he was very proud. Or, it's even longer? Do you think that the two of you have done it perfectly? Even if the two of you are twin brother and sister, who wouldn't find something fishy after a long time? Hearing that, Xiaohua was shocked. He hurriedly looked at Ziming with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Ziming seemed to have eyes behind his back. At this moment, he hurriedly turned his head and said apologetically, fellow Taoist Xiao, I have let you see a joke. Originally, I wanted to wait until we reached the back Earth village to tell you about it. But there is no other way. To actually encounter such a sudden change here, I am also helpless. Sigh. Xiaohua heard those extremely familiar words. If not for Ziming's female disguise, this would really be Ziyi who was admiring the snow with Xiaohua in Sky Patrol City. Ziming. Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao also kept the flying boat at this moment. They came behind Ziming and whispered, what you said earlier, your biggest wish in this life, is to revive Ziyi? That's right. Ziming nodded slightly and gritted his teeth. That's why I want two people to hold the soul-losing lamp in my hands. It's not for the position of G-Man in the back Earth village, but for the hope of reviving Ziyi. Seeing that Ziming was ignoring him, the man was not in a hurry. He waited for Ziming to finish his words, then continued with a smile. Besides, Ziming, you've colluded with the cultivators of Taoist sect and infiltrated Meng Mountains. You've even instigated a dispute between Patriarch Wu of Shebi village. All for the sake of seizing the position of G-Man. Don't you think that even if I kill you and send you back to the embrace of Hutu great god, G-Man and Patriarch Wu will not blame me? Little Six. It's really you. Ziming's face showed that he was enlightened and even a little excited. As early as when Master Kuchin was killed, I thought that it might be you. But thinking about it, you also owe Master Kuchin a favor. How could you kill him so ruthlessly? What I really didn't expect was that you were so ambitious. You actually took advantage of the time when Master Kuchin repaired the soul-losing lamp to kill him. It's also because he saw an acquaintance like you that he did not have his guard up. Master Kuchin? That person was stunned. Then he stretched out his hand and pulled down the black cloth covering his face from his head. He said coldly, what does Master Kuchin's life have to do with me? If I didn't want you to know, how could you know it was me? Ho Yen. Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao were stunned. Even Xiaohua was surprised. Although they thought that this Ho Yen must be the son of Hutu village and had some relationship with Ziming, they did not expect that the two of them would have such a conflict of interest that it had reached the point of life and death. Young Master Li has seen Ziyen before? Ziming immediately understood. That's right. This guy called himself Ho Yen. He and you killed my people. Li Zongbao said coldly, I didn't expect. Enemies really don't meet. We meet again here. A person who changed his name and hid his head and tail when he got there. Xiaohua sneered. He felt a little apologetic. He did not believe Ziming that day. Otherwise, so many things would not have happened. Ziming is Ho Ming, Ziyen is also Ho Yen. My Hutu village has always used Ho as our surname. The Ziming can also be called Ho Ming. Ziyen smiled faintly. You Dao sect cultivators have always been self-righteous, pouring dirty water on others. This seat does not care anymore. As for Master Kuchin, this seat wants to kill him. But this seat will not take the risk of being punished by G-Man to find trouble with him. Moreover, he has already repaired the soul-losing lamp. This seat can't thank him enough. Chapter 2875. If it wasn't you, then why did Grandmaster Kuchin leave behind the word 6? Ziming said coldly, isn't the word 6 meant to remind me to be careful of you, little 6? Whatever you say. Ziyan didn't care at all. After today there will be no more Ziming in this world and there will be no more Ziyi. I will report to G-Man that Grandmaster Kuchin was ambushed by Dao Sex cultivators in order to repair your soulfall lamp, and you, Ziming, because you fought against Dao Sex cultivators, you returned to Hutu Great God's embrace during the sacrificial night. Let them wait for a few decades before finding another descendant with your memories. Hee little six, do you think you are the only smart one? Ziming sneered. Don't you think that without G-Man and Elder Wu, I would have been able to pretend to be Ziyi for so many years? Is that important? Ziyan didn't care at all. Since they agreed to let you pretend to be Ziyi, they must be afraid that someone would shake the foundation of Hutu's stronghold because of G-Man or Elder Wu's position. After all, if I lit up the soulfall lamp in front of G-Man, Elder Wu and the other elders of Hutu's stronghold, would they not let me take the position of Elder Wu's substitute? Besides, why don't you think about it? How would I know that the soulfall lamp is broken? Sai, it's a little complicated. Listening to Ziming and Ziyan's conversation, Xiaohua could tell that the fight for Elder Wu and G-Man's position in Hutu's stronghold was complicated. Hearing this, Ziming's expression changed again, but she still looked around in disbelief. Little six, even if you and I can fight for G-Man and Elder Wu's position, but you and I have the same bloodline. You actually set up such a formation here. Are you trying to take my life? Ziming, you still don't understand. Ziyan said indifferently, the Meng Mountains of today is no longer the Meng Mountains of the past. Not only do we have to leave Meng Mountains and step foot into the Sword region and the 3 dynasties of cultivators, many sword cultivators and cultivators are also mingling among the descendants of Meng Mountains. That Yiyu from Shibi was originally a swordsman from the Sword region, and now he has become the servant of Shibi village. The one who just appeared with the bloodline of the great god Zabi is a cultivator who grew up in the country of Shi. Look, there are also cultivators from the 3 countries behind you. Don't you think there's no difference between me wanting your life and others wanting yours? I want to see how you're going to take my life. Ziming said coldly, I'd like to see which one of the people of Hutu village dares to attack me. Ziming, you think too highly of yourself. If you become the G-Man of the Hutu stronghold, it won't take long. My Hutu stronghold will be swallowed up by Shibai stronghold. Ziyan laughed loudly. Ziming feels good, but I feel even better. Xiaohua sneered, if you become the elder shaman of Hutu village, my 3 dynasties of cultivators will definitely suffer. Let me choke you to death today. After saying that, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and was about to use the nascent soul's hand. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around Xiaohua abruptly converged, but the shocking might had only just risen when it instantly transformed into smoke and clouds. Xiaohua. Ziyan, who was not far away, said with a smile, the pain of having your divine sense burned by Hitorigami must be very uncomfortable, right? Now that you don't have your divine sense, you're like the soul beasts of Meng Mountains without wings. I'd like to see what other divine abilities you have. Xiaohua's expression was also unsightly. Indeed, using the nascent soul's hand not only required magic power, but also divine sense and pressure. He had just sent out his divine sense when an uncontrollable pain came from his divine sense that had yet to recover, forcing him to withdraw his divine sense. Needless to say, since the nascent soul's hand couldn't be used, then other magical techniques couldn't be used. Just as Ziyan said, Xiaohua was like a strong man with his hands tied. He had strength but couldn't move. There's still me. Li Zongbao said coldly as he slapped his hand and took out the immortal slaughtering whip. Don't forget Fairy Hongxia also stretched out her hand and took out the phoenix token. Seeing Fairy Hongxia's phoenix token again, Ziyan's eyes flashed with a strange light. It seemed to be a kind of eagerness but also a kind of greed. Don't worry. I've already prepared everything for you. Not a single one will be left behind. Ziyan clapped his hands and a crisp sound of clapping rang out. Around everyone, about 30 meters away, 9 soul warriors dressed in pitch-black robes flew out, their bodies emitting black smoke. They surrounded Xiaohua and the others. At this moment, the spirit warrior near Ziyan waved his hand and a foot-long bone staff appeared in his hand. A gust of strong wind was generated and flew towards Xiaohua and the others. There were 2 forces in this gust of wind. One was as hot as fire and the other was as cold as snow. You're the spirit warrior of Shebi village. Ziming sensed the gust of wind and his expression changed slightly. Since you know, then don't make things difficult for me. The face of the big man was covered by the black fog, making it impossible to see clearly. When he heard Ziming's reprimand, he coldly said, I respect you as a descendant of Hutu village, so I won't make things difficult for you. My opponent today is this cultivator from Dao sect. Xiaohua is the benefactor of Hutu village and the benefactor of Meng Mountains. With me here, don't you dare touch a single hair of his. Ziming couldn't say anything about Xiaohua, so he could only reprimand the spirit warrior. The spirit warrior indifferently looked at the image of Hutu god on the shaman token and said, You have the shaman token, so you're a descendant of Meng Mountains. I won't make things difficult for you. I'll ask Xiaohua, are you going to come out on your own? Or do you want me to kill these cultivators? The gust of wind was circling above Xiaohua and the others. It was as sharp as a pair of scissors as it alternated between hot and cold. It was as if it could destroy everything in between the hot and cold wind. Xiaohua had already sensed that even if his divine sense was intact, it wouldn't be easy to deal with these wind blades, let alone now that his divine sense was injured. Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia were only foundation establishment cultivators. Even if they had the immortal slaughtering whip and the phoenix token, they wouldn't be a match for this spirit warrior. It seemed that he could only lure this spirit warrior away first. Just as Xiaohua's thoughts were stirred, a crisp phoenix cry rang out. Fairy Hongxia released her phoenix celestial body, and a towering aura pressed down on the spirit warrior. Humph, with such power, you can't even compare to my family's soul beast, and you still dare to show off in front of me. The spirit warrior sneered. With a wave of his hand, dozens of wind blades appeared on the phoenix celestial body. With a humming sound, they all cut towards the phoenix celestial body. Wang, the phoenix celestial body flapped its wings, and dozens of thin streams of primordial water appeared. They were like chains that were linked together, blocking the wind blades. Oh? Nether primordial water? The spirit warrior was slightly surprised. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. So you have such a rare item. However, the spirit warrior's cold wind blades didn't stop. They cut into the primordial water at an extremely fast speed. Pa pa pa, many tiny sounds rang out like firecrackers exploding. All the cold and hot wind blades rushed into the primordial water. Then, without waiting for the phoenix celestial body to make any other moves, peng peng peng, a series of sounds rang out. It was similar to the sound just now, but it was much louder. Xiaohua's gaze swept over. All the primordial water released by Fairy Hongxia had been shattered by the wind blades, turning into droplets of water that scattered in the air. This method is too strange. Xiaohua was somewhat shocked. This primordial water was extremely strange. Even he didn't have any way to deal with it. He didn't expect this spirit warrior to break it so easily. But Xiaohua's shock was just beginning. The phoenix celestial body flapped its wings again, and a watery light appeared in the surrounding dozens of feet. The droplets that had been shattered by the wind blades earlier also turned into water threads. Those water threads were like sharp flying swords, sealing off the surrounding dozens of feet of space. The spirit warrior's actions made him even more shocked. The soul warrior was clearly taken aback. But then he saw the water silk surrounding him, and the wings of the phoenix celestial body spread out. The wings were releasing a strong restrictive force, as if they were trying to squeeze the space within a few dozen meters under the wings. You're quite strong. No wonder you dare to come to Meng Mountains. The spirit warrior's voice rang out. Boom. A strong hurricane was born from the spirit warrior's body. It was as if several dragons were madly rushing towards the phoenix celestial body. This hurricane was both hot and cold. As it spun, it easily tore apart the primordial water threads. Moreover, the restrictive force of the primordial water was also torn apart. Seeing the hurricane attack the phoenix celestial body, Xiaohua knew that Fairy Hongxia wouldn't be able to easily block it. He quickly slapped his hand and took out a mace. His body turned into a shadow as he used the wind escape technique to smash towards the spirit warrior. He shouted, "You want this daddy to come over? Then eat this daddy's mace first." Xiaohua's wind escape technique was extremely fast within the hurricane. As he spoke, he was already in front of the spirit warrior. The huge mace whistled through the air and smashed into the spirit warrior's forehead. Hee hee, you finally came out. The soul warrior sneered and waved his bone staff again. A green brilliance emerged from the bone staff. Accompanying this green brilliance was a powerful force that blocked the spiked club. Furthermore, the several hurricanes that had been blown out earlier suddenly turned around. It was as if the soul warrior had already anticipated Xiaohua's attack. These hurricanes were nothing more than a feint, that's all. These tornadoes were like a giant hand, pressing down on Xiaohua's body from all sides. That powerful force was like a fist blocking the front of the mace. Boom! A loud sound rang out as the mace hit the green brilliance. That powerful force was defeated by Xiaohua's attack. The green brilliance scattered in the air like a pile of tattered green seal characters floating in the air. The spirit warrior's body was lifted up by Xiaohua's mace in an instant. The spirit warrior was barely able to stabilize himself after the black aura around his body rapidly curled up. The spirit warrior looked at Xiaohua in surprise. Chapter 2876. Hiss, the soul warrior didn't expect Xiaohua's strength to be so great. But what the soul warrior didn't expect was that this wasn't the end of it. He watched as a large hand and scissor-like hurricane blew towards him from behind. Although the sharpness of the wind couldn't be seen, the feeling of it being able to split apart a boulder had already attracted Xiaohua's attention. Xiaohua's figure moved slightly, his feet seemed to be using some kind of strange footwork. The wind that sealed off all the angles behind him and the wind that imprisoned his body unexpectedly flashed past him one by one. Although Xiaohua's clothes were a bit scattered, and although the light protecting Xiaohua's body was somewhat extinguished, Xiaohua was still completely unscathed. Evasion technique? The soul warrior was slightly astonished. The black aura on his face somewhat receded, revealing an old man with a somewhat blurred face. Of course, this old man didn't want Ziming to see his true face, so he still couldn't let anyone see it clearly. How about it? Old bastard. Xiaohua coldly said, eat this daddy's club. As he spoke, Xiaohua urged his body to move forward again. Once again, the wolf-tooth club struck towards the soul warrior's forehead. The soul warrior didn't dare to be negligent. Still waving his bone staff, several large hand-like forces were generated and blocked in front of Xiaohua. Haha, your soul force seems to be a bit weak. Xiaohua sneered. His arm once again increased the strength of his bone staff by 30%. In an instant, the force released by the bone staff was defeated. His body actually managed to close into the soul warrior by a zhang. Immediately after, Xiaohua opened his mouth and the dream executor and mountain splitter flew out. Haha, don't think that you're the only smart people in this world. At this moment, a strange smile appeared on the soul warrior's face. Not good. Seeing this, Xiaohua immediately knew that the situation wasn't good. As the flying sword in his mouth rushed out, his body suddenly retreated. However, he was still too late. Just as he was about to fly away, a powerful force was born from his heart. As if his heart was about to explode, it rushed through his blood vessels. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. As he spoke, he couldn't retract his mace in time. His left hand immediately clutched his chest, doing his utmost to suppress it. It was as if he was trying to resist the explosion that was about to jump out of his chest. Moreover, the feeling of his blood vessels exploding instantly filled his entire body. A kind of numbness and uncontrollable swelling came from his hands and feet. What kind of soul technique is this? Xiaohua hastily released his soul strands again. Only when all the soul strands protected Xiaohua did this uncontrollable explosion show signs of decreasing. Strange, the soul warrior's body was glowing with a green light. Although the expression on his face couldn't be seen, one could tell from his tone that he was surprised. He didn't understand why his soul technique didn't work. An intense sword hum suddenly rang out. Xiaohua no longer dared to hide his strength. The sword elemental energy around his body was activated. In a flash of sword light, a giant sword appeared around Xiaohua. With a flash of sword light, the giant sword slashed towards the soul warrior. Haha, interesting. It's actually comparable to a sword transformation swordsman. The soul warrior laughed. The bone staff in his hand waved again. The same heat as the giant sword soared into the sky and hit Xiaohua's giant sword. Boom! With a loud sound, the sword's gleam overflowed and the heat wave dispersed. The soul warrior's body was once again sent flying by Xiaohua's great sword. If it was hit by the cold hurricane, the phoenix celestial body would be seriously injured. However, seeing the hurricane counterattack Xiaohua, Red Dawn Fairy was anxious. She wanted to help Xiaohua. However, before she could make another move, an indescribable killing intent and an unfathomable deathly stillness came from all around her. The 9 black-robed soul warriors that surrounded the group lifted their legs in unison, separating Fairy Hong Xiao and the rest from Xiaohua. That kind of silence came from the 9 people. Ziyan, you actually called out the 9 divine guards. Seeing the 9 people's actions, Ziming panicked and said angrily, "Do you really want to force me into a corner? Haha, if it weren't for the divine guards, which soul warrior from Hutu stronghold and Shibai stronghold would dare to join hands with me?" Ziyan said coldly, "You think you can scare them with just your shaman token?" Then Ziyan looked at the image of Hutu god in the sky and said, "You better keep your shaman token. Don't make a fool of yourself here." Ziming coldly groaned and said, "Ziyan, since you have summoned your divine guards, you must have decided to kill me as well when you killed Master and I Qin, right?" "That's right." Ziyan did not deny it. "The shaman elder's position is very important to me. Since you're standing in front of me, don't blame me for being impolite." Ziming frowned and looked at Ziyan from head to toe. "When did you learn to call yourself this seat? When did you throw our blood ties to the back of your mind?" "When I knew that Ziyi was dead. You hid this secret and wanted to take G-Man's position for yourself." Ziyan said without hesitation, "Since you didn't even give me a chance, why should I care about our family ties? Is power really more important than family ties?" Ziming looked at the black smoke on the shaman token and waved the bone staff in his hand. The black smoke withdrew into the crystal skull. Ziming looked at the crystal skull and murmured, If I didn't want Ziyi to come back to life, if I didn't promise Ziyi that day, I would have given you this soul lamp." Ha! Ziyan laughed. "When the soul lamp is used, the soul will fall. When did you hear that the soul lamp can bring someone back to life? You killed Ziyi with the soul lamp, didn't you? You even took the soul lamp and said that you want to bring Ziyi back to life. This is just an excuse for you to miss G-Man's position. It's just a tool for you to control Hutu's stronghold." Ziming's face turned pale and he shook his head. "You're not me. How do you know what I'm thinking? If you swear a soul oath right now after you obtain the soul lamp, if you have the chance to learn its secret, you will definitely bring Ziyi back to life. Even if you want my life, I'll agree to it, not to mention giving you the soul-falling lamp. Do you think I'm stupid?" Ziyan pointed to the left. "Open your eyes and take a look. Xiaohua, who you rely on, has already been blocked. The shaman token you rely on is also useless. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve against the divine guards? Even if these 2 are Foundation establishment cultivators, how can they be a match for the divine guards? With this kind of opportunity, what kind of deal would I want to make with you?" "Aren't little 6? Ziming said word by word. "Little 6 wouldn't be so inhumane." "Ah, you've really lost your mind." Ziyan laughed again. "You killed Ziyi and slandered me for not being Ziyan. Then who else can control Hutu's stronghold? I'm afraid you're the only one, right? Ziming, you and I are no longer the children we used to be. If it's a memory from the past, I can talk about it. Besides, I've said so much to you, isn't it so that you can go in peace? People can change." Even a 3rd-grade illusory sword could not withstand it. He did not believe that the flesh of these divine guards could be comparable to an illusory sword. However, he still underestimated by Xiaoshan's soul arts. These iron corpses tempered by the netherworld I could really surpass an illusory sword. Swoosh! Ziming saw Li Zongbao make a move. He knew that Li Zongbao's cultivation was at the late Foundation establishment stage. This kind of attack was extremely powerful. Although Ziming did not have any suitable soul arts, he had no choice but to make a move. As Ziming waved the bone staff in his hand, a pitch-black crack appeared in midair. A cold wind as strong as a flying sword blew out from within. Then another 100 or so ghost heads rushed out from the crack. Together with the cold wind, they pounced on the iron corpse closest to Ziming. Moreover, Ziming's other hand didn't stop. He touched the brocade pouch at his waist and took out a pure white finger bone that was over an inch long. He opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of blood essence on it. The finger bone was instantly covered in blood veins. Ziming didn't dare to be careless. He muttered an incantation and threads of green light fell on the finger bone. Woo! The cold wind blew on the divine guard in front of Ziming. Layers of black light were produced from the top of the divine guard's head. The black light enveloped the cold wind. Under the pressure of the black light, the cold wind turned into a whirlwind that revolved around the divine guard. Looking at the divine guard's natural movements, it was obvious that the divine guard was very familiar with this action. There was no sluggishness in his movements. The 100 or so ghostly heads aggressively charged at the divine guard like a torrential flood. The divine guard stretched out his arms and slowly clenched them with his stiff hands. As the black light flickered, the dozen or so ghostly heads in front of his arms immediately exploded. Popping sounds could be heard as the ghostly heads turned into black gas. They let out ear-piercing screams. Roar! The divine guard finally opened his mouth. Under his pitch-black robe, he opened his mouth and swallowed all the black gas into his stomach. The remaining ghostly heads were thrown into disarray. They fled in all directions in panic. However, the divine guard beside them extended his hand and in just a few moments, the 100 or so ghostly heads were all swallowed up by a few divine guards. They were of no use at all. Seeing this and sensing that there was no more spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the vicinity, Fairy Hongxia waved her hand. The phoenix insignia streaked across the sky with a brilliant radiance. A cluster of 5 colors emerged from the phoenix insignia and enveloped Li Zongbao and the others in a brilliant radiance. When the 9 divine guards saw the multicolored brilliance of the phoenix token, it seemed as though they were afraid of the multicolored brilliance. They came to a halt and extended their hands. Black smoke emerged from their hands and shielded their bodies. The black radiance on their bodies flickered as though they were trying their best to resist the multicolored brilliance of the phoenix token. Ziming was a little surprised to see this. He sized up the phoenix insignia in Fairy Hongxia's hand with an odd expression. At this moment, the finger bone in her hand was already surrounded by a green radiance. Ziming concentrated again and tossed the finger bone in his hand. The finger bone flew into the air and instantly turned into a dark green flying sword that pierced towards one of the divine guards. Roar! That divine guard was blocking Fairy Hongxia's phoenix insignia. When he saw the flying sword piercing towards him, he grabbed with his hand. A black stream of air appeared and blocked the flying sword. Then the flying sword flew towards the divine guard's hand. Gu! Ziming's face was very calm. Suddenly he spat out a green light from his mouth. It was a green light that looked like a green seal character. The green light flew forward faster than the flying sword and landed on the flying sword. With a boom, a green light that was slightly thicker than a thumb flew out from the flying sword and headed straight for the divine guard's head. With a muffled sound, the green light hit the divine guard's head. The black radiance and black aura around the divine guard's head dissipated into nothingness. A skull that looked like a skull was revealed from the black aura. Traces of green light tore at the skull and left large cracks on it. Roar! The divine guard that revealed his face let out a furious roar. He bared his white teeth. Faint traces of black aura flowed out from his mouth and his lips turned scarlet. Following the divine guard's furious roar, traces of black aura flowed out from his face and rushed towards the wounds on his head. In just a few moments the wounds were healed. The green light was also driven away by the black aura and disappeared without a trace. Ziming's green soul tool fell into the divine guard's hand. The divine guard's eyeless eyes looked at the soul tool in his hand. He pushed it into his mouth. With a crunching sound, the soul tool was chewed into pieces by the divine guard. Ziming narrowed her eyes and looked on expressionlessly. This was what she had expected. As expected of the descendant of Divine Mother Peafowl. This 5-colored radiance is really difficult to deal with. Ziyan's voice sounded from behind the divine guards. Divine Mother Peafowl? Ziming frowned as though she had thought of something. Fairy Hongxia was completely confused. However, do you think it's possible to escape from my hands with just this 5-colored radiance? Ziming smiled coldly. With a clap of his hand, a small wine cup flew into the air. Immediately, a foul stench of filth mixed with crimson-red light sprinkled onto the 5-colored brilliance of the phoenix token. Squeak, squeak, a series of noises came from the filth. The five-colored radiance immediately melted and rapidly shrank back into the phoenix token. This is the method of the demonic realm? Li Zongbao was stunned. Although there wasn't any demonic energy in the wine cup, the method of using filth to destroy a Dao sex treasure had always been the work of a demonic cultivator. Li Zongbao's suspicions had only just risen when the filth started to wail like ghosts and howl like wolves. The bloody stench turned into tentacles and grabbed at the group. Moreover, without the five-colored radiance blocking them, the 9 divine guards flew towards Fairy Hong Xiao and the others again. The cold aura of death firmly locked onto the 3 of them. It seemed as though the 3 of them were doomed. Xiaohua's soul slayer Yuan light was forcefully shot out and took the soul warrior's head by surprise. But before Xiaohua could rejoice, a sense of foreboding rose up from the bottom of his heart. That was because the head of the soul warrior wasn't bleeding from the neck. Instead, it was bleeding from the neck. Following that, the headless body of the soul warrior started to shrink. Like a bubble that had no air, it deflated in an instant. Not good. Xiaohua knew that he had been tricked. He hurriedly pointed at the sword gourd and was about to shoot out the soul slayer Yuan light again when he heard a sneer coming from the headless neck. As the body shrunk, a dwarf with a head half a size smaller than an ordinary person's and a body smaller than an ordinary person's appeared in the air. This dwarf's face was very wretched and his 2 small eyes stared straight at Green Bean. Was the one that Hamba had kidnapped Xiao Mao. Oh my god, Hamba's voice was very hoarse, even a bit rough. But this voice sounded very similar to what Xiao Mao had said. Immediately after, Hamba stretched out its large hand and grabbed at the soul warrior who was about to flee. A black aura surged around the soul warrior's body. The black light was also chaotic. The soul warrior hurriedly waved the black flag in his hand. The flag emitted a green light in an attempt to protect the soul warrior's body. But as soon as the green light entered the soul warrior's body began to violently swell. With a pot sound, the soul warrior's body exploded from the inside out into a fine powder of flesh and blood. Then Hitorigami waved its hand and the black flag fell into its hand. GGGG, Hamba seemed to be asking Xiao Mao something. Xiao Mao looked worriedly at the dumbstruck Xiaohua and then at the panicked Ziyan. Impatiently he said a few words. Hamba's appearance was very sudden. Killing the soul warrior was also very easy. Everything happened in the span of a few breaths. Ziyan seemed to have yet to recover from his shock. Or perhaps, Ziyan was really unwilling to let go of such a good opportunity to kill Ziming. He was somewhat hesitant in his heart as he pondered how to deal with it. As the saying goes, enemies meet on a narrow path. Hoyan, we meet again. Xiao Mao flew up from Hamba's body. His body was also suffused with an indescribable hot aura. As he spoke, he waved his hand. What seemed like a flame but also like a blood-red light. In short, a rapid splendor sprinkled down. It fell right below the wine goblet where there was a lot of filth. Ting! All the filth in the splendor actually flashed into threads of fire. These threads of fire strangely wrapped around the filth and in the blink of an eye, all the filth was burned away. Without the corrosion of the filth, the 5-colored splendor of the phoenix token shone brightly again. When Hanber appeared, the 9 divine guards were already somewhat alarmed and stopped in their tracks. However, under Ziyan's command they did not retreat. At this moment the 5-colored splendor was so bright that the iron corpses could not help but retreat. They appeared to be scattered. Woo! At this moment Hanba's figure flew up. The black flag in her hand suddenly exploded. Waves of black gas were emitted from within. Hanba breathed on the flag and all the black gas disappeared. All that was left in the black gas was a soul essence that looked like a bird. This bird was very strange. It actually had 3 legs. Following the appearance of the bird's soul essence, the dumbstruck Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes. It was as if he had woken up from a dream. The dream executor and mountain splitter that were protecting him let out 2 joyful sword cries. Xiaohua looked around. When he saw Hamba and Xiao Mao, a trace of astonishment flashed across his eyes. When he saw the 9 divine guards surrounding Fairy Hong Xiao and the others, his gaze fell on the alarmed Ziyan. Naturally, the smell of blood that entered his nose made him extremely fearful. He looked at Hanba, who had already thrown away the 3-legged bird's soul essence and flew towards Xiao Mao. Ziyan was filled with regret. In the blink of an eye, the entire situation had been reversed. He really should have left the moment Hanbar appeared. Big brother, Xiao Mao gave up on Ziyan and turned his head to shout with concern. No worries, Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. Good. Xiao Mao's eyes flashed with ferocity. He coldly looked at Ziyan and said, Hoyan, hand over your life. As he spoke, Xiao Mao once again stretched out his hand and chanted in a low voice. His arm was like Hanba's grabbing hand. An indescribable palpitation and an uncontrollable explosion erupted from his blood. Damn it. How could Ziyan not know that this was the power of the blood lineage of the great god Shibai's descendant? He hurriedly tapped the bone staff in his hand and a thick layer of darkness appeared around his body, firmly enveloping him. He then clapped his hands and the 9 divine guards howled and pounced towards Xiao Mao. Ziyan then turned into a cloud of black smoke and fled into the distance. Roar! Hanba let out a furious roar. A torrential heat once again swept across the space of several dozen feet. In an instant the death aura of the 9 iron corpses was swept away. The 9 iron corpses immediately panicked and fled in all directions like headless flies. You want to leave? How is this possible? Xiao Mao waved his hand and wanted to use the power of his blood lineage again. However, his face flashed with a green light and there was no movement. Clearly he was not proficient in using the power of his blood lineage. Kaji, Xiao Mao saw that Ziyan had already flown several dozen feet away and hurriedly gave out a few orders. Hanba actually laughed. The ferocious expression on her face seemed to have turned pure and honest. She stretched out her hand that still had some red hair and a strange aura rushed out. Young Master Xiao, have mercy. Ziming shouted. She was still unwilling to part with her family. Unfortunately, Xiao Mao did not know Ziming and did not even acknowledge her. Xiao Mao. Xiao Hua knew what Ziming was thinking and hurriedly called out. Unfortunately, it was already too late to send a message through words. With a muffled bang, a bloody light appeared again. The thick black aura around Ziyan's body was unable to block Hanba's attack. After a few surges, it still exploded from the inside. However, Ziyan was not that dwarf spirit warrior. He had the blood lineage of the great god Hutu and was somewhat resistant to Hanba's attack. The right half of Ziyan's body had exploded, but the left half of his body was still intact. GGGG. Just in time, Xiao Mao also gave the order. Chapter 2879. I have a use for this. Xiao Hua indifferently said, Ziyi, can you capture this demon? Ever since he found out that Ziming was Ziyi, this was the first time Xiao Hua had called him Ziyi. Although it was a faint Ziyi, Ziming's heart immediately burned with passion. The familial love that Ziyan had emptied earlier immediately overflowed again. No problem, fellow Xiao. Ziming faintly smiled. With a pat of his hand he took out a round bone particle from the brocade pouch. This bone particle was sparkling and translucent. Go, Ziming lightly ordered. The bone particle flew into the black gas. With a wave of the bone staff in Ziming's hand, all the black gas surrounded the demon and fell into the bone particle like a whale swallowing water. The bone particle instantly turned black. Within the silky black gas, one could occasionally see a malevolent demon wandering within. I'll give this to fellow Xiao. Ziming pointed his hand and the bone particle flew in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua looked and shook his head. This Ziyan must have been possessed by the demon. This involves the secrets of the Back Earth stronghold. It seems to be more useful to Ziyi, right? Who knew that Ziming actually laughed and said, I already know what I want to know. What I don't know, I also don't want to know. If fellow Xiao discovers something and feels that you can tell me, then it won't be too late to tell me. I'm afraid that if I listen to this demon's words, I'll treat everyone in the Back Earth stronghold as enemies. Rather than that, it's better not to investigate. Good. Xiao Hua laughed. Ziyi is indeed wise. AI, there's no other reason. Ziming sighed. I'm afraid of losing my family. Then Ziming flew to the place where Ziyan's corpse fell and collected it. He then took the brocade pouch and found the sole weapon that controlled the 9 divine guards. He gathered the 9 divine guards around him. As for the soul warriors that Ziyan brought, they had already fled in panic. Ziming was too lazy to pay attention to them. On the other hand, Xiao Hua first looked around. With a glance, he saw the blood-stained ground, the brocade pouch and the faint three-legged bird's soul floating in the air. Big brother wants this. Xiaohua waved his hand and the brocade pouch fell into his hand. The three-legged bird's soul was also stored into the space. All right. Xiao Mao looked at Xiaohua with a smile. Being able to help Xiaohua and save him, Xiao Mao finally had some confidence in his heart. Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao kept their magical treasures and flew over as well. They looked at Xiao Mao and Hamba curiously. They were curious about Xiao Mao's situation. Xiao Mao looked at everyone's gazes and could only explain the ins and outs of the matter. In fact, it was more or less the same as Xiaohua and the others' guesses. This Hitorigami was the bloodline of great god Shibai. Due to the drought, it had inherited some of great god Shibai's divine abilities. However, it was born with red hair. In order to return to the appearance of an ordinary person, it still needed the pure bloodline of great god Shibai. And Xiao Mao was precisely what Hamba coveted. How could he not kidnap Xiao Mao when he saw him? However, although the drought demon was a ferocious creature, it still respected the bloodline of the great god, Shibai. In particular, Xiao Mao's bloodline was exceptionally pure. It was extremely useful to Hamba. After Hamba used its innate divine ability to absorb Xiao Mao's blood essence, not only did its red hair disappear, even its speech and actions had undergone a fundamental change. This made Hamba view Xiao Mao as a celestial being. Furthermore, after dozens of days of simple guidance, Xiao Mao had already gained a rough understanding of the power of bloodline. He was able to use his own bloodline to execute the blood-soul explosion technique. This made Hamba admire him even more. Xiao Mao naturally knew that his disappearance would cause Xiaohua to search for him. The moment Hitorigami achieved some success in refining the blood essence, he urged Hitorigami to bring him out to search for Xiaohua and the others. Coincidentally, the direction that Ziming escaped in was exactly where Hitorigami was hiding. Just as Xiaohua was being restrained by the soul warrior using a mysterious black aura, Fairy Hong Xia and the others were being trapped by the 9 divine guards. Xiao Mao brought Hitorigami out in the nick of time and reversed the situation in one fell swoop. After Xiao Mao finished his simple explanation, everyone felt relieved. In this mysterious Million Meng Mountains, even Xiaohua himself would find it difficult to protect himself. Now Hamba had appeared beside Xiao Mao. This was a ferocious creature that even the 9 divine guards were afraid of. The soul warrior who easily defeated Xiaohua was killed by Hamba's claw. This was even more powerful than a nascent soul cultivator. However, Xiao Mao smiled bitterly and said, "It's a pity that Hamba has just refined some of my blood essence. Can't stay outside for too long. When it completely refines the blood essence and comes out from underground, there won't be such a big commotion. After all, it's inconvenient for it to follow us." Xiaohua and the rest nodded slightly. What Xiao Mao said was extremely correct. Although the dried-up aura of the drought demon had been restrained a lot when it came out, this kind of aura still had an effect on the weather and the grains. If it could be retracted freely, that would be great. But big brother, you don't have to worry. Hamba's flying speed is very fast. Although the Million Meng Mountains are big, if little brother is in danger it can still rush over. Xiao Mao continued to explain. Moreover, according to Hitorigami, it should be able to travel underground and follow us from afar. Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands and looked at the unusually hot weather. He said, "Then let it go and cultivate. When it succeeds, I'll come and help you." Yes. Xiao Mao nodded and gave a few orders. Hanba responded with a stutter and jumped into the yellow sand, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Big brother, where are we going now?" Xiao Mao looked at Ziming and asked, "Who is this lady?" "Greetings, Mr. Xiao Mao." Ziming already knew Xiao Mao's identity. He knew that in the future he might be the nobleman of Shebi village or even the elder Wu. Therefore he quickly came over and greeted him. Xiaohua hurriedly introduced them to each other and roughly explained the situation of the two people. Xiao Mao also came to a realization and greeted Ziming again. The two of them already understood the importance of each other. One was Xiaohua's little brother, the other was Xiaohua's best friend, so the two of them weren't too distant. "Xiao Mao Zi." Xiaohua looked at both of them and said solemnly, "One of you might be the elder Wu of Shebi village and the other might be Ji-man of Hutu village. Both of you are people with great power. How you govern your people I don't care. Even if you attack Huan country, Shi country, Meng country or Shi country for the benefit of your two villages, and for the benefit of millions of Meng Mountains natives, I don't care. After all, in the future you won't be alone. You will represent all kinds of benefits. If you don't do it, the tens of thousands of people under your command won't agree. But I hope that before you succeed you must work together and trust each other. After you succeed, you must prioritize the livelihood of the people under the heavens. Don't do too many things that go against the harmony of the heavens. Fellow Taoist Shao is indeed a Taoist. Ziming said with a smile. My Hutu village and Shebi village have always been on good terms. We even have good relations with the other shaman villages in Meng Mountains. Although there would usually be some conflicts between them, it would never escalate to the point where they would fight each other. As for Huan country, Meng country, Shi country and Lian country, to be honest, we soul warriors don't care about them. The conflict between Shuiyu Mountain and the sword cultivators was previously due to the greed of the elder Wu of some shaman villages for the sword cultivators' swords. Now it's because of the astronomical phenomenon. If Taoist Shao can solve the problem of the millet seed, all of these won't be a problem. Miss Ziming's words are the thoughts of millions of Meng Mountains natives. Xiao Mao said with a smile, it's not like Big Brother doesn't know what kind of person I am. Other than hating some cultivators to the bone, I still have a lot of feelings for the three countries of cultivation. It's unlikely that I will lead soul warriors to attack the three countries' territories, right? People in Jianghu have no choice. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and said softly, there's no need to make any promises, just accept the kindness in your heart. Jianghu? Ziming was slightly stunned. Xiao Mao asked curiously, Big Brother, why do you call Miss Ming Ziyi? It's a long story. Ziming looked at Xiao Mao and then looked into the distance and sighed, fellow Taoist Xiao, can we go to Hutu village now? What I have promised you and what I have to do cannot be delayed any longer. As for Xiao Mao's matter, it will probably take at least half a year. There won't be any results. Hutu village. Xiao Mao thought for a moment and nodded slightly. He looked at Xiao Hua and said, I can also go and pay a visit to the seniors of Hutu village. Maybe I can gain something. Let's go. Xiao Hua waved his hand and smiled. Senior Brother Li, I'll have to trouble you. No problem. Although Li Zongbao's face was calm, ripples were forming in his heart. As his state of mind left the treasured mirror of separation, a touch of red flashed in his eyes. Xiao Hua was facing Li Zongbao and saw it immediately. He hurriedly transmitted his voice. Senior Brother, when you used the immortal slaughtering whip just now, how did it feel? No problem, Li Zongbao still replied indifferently. Xiao Hua was a little apologetic and said, previously in the soul refining cave, Master Qin Qin already told me that there were some problems with Senior Brother's immortal slaughtering whip. It's all because Junior Brother just learned the refining method and wanted to show off a little. I originally wanted to give Senior Brother a defensive weapon, but I overreached myself and caused Senior Brother such a big trouble. Now that Junior Brother has a way to remedy it, Senior Brother shouldn't use the immortal slaughtering whip before I can remedy it. Although Li Zongbao wasn't too clear about the consequences of this matter, how could he not know when he was deeply hurt? However, he still replied, no problem, it's better to be alive than to die. You can slowly think of a way. Oh, do you want to take the immortal slaughtering whip first? That's not necessary. Xiao Hua only thought that this spiritual weapon needed to be nourished, especially since Li Zongbao's cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage. Once he cultivated to the nascent soul stage and spent enough time with the immortal slaughtering whip, the power of the spiritual weapon would definitely be greater. Okay, Li Zongbao didn't waste any more time. He clapped his hand and took out the flowing cloud-flying boat. As before, he activated it and took everyone into the sky, flying towards the northwest. Chapter 2880. The flying boat had only flown for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, and Ziming had already finished dealing with his matters. He straightened his clothes, walked in front of Xiao Hua and bowed. Fellow Taoist Xiao, I concealed my identity from fellow Taoist. Please forgive me. Xiao Hua wanted to comprehend the things left by Master Qin Qin, but he couldn't open the brocade pouch. He knew that Ziming must have the soul awareness technique, so he waited for her to speak. Now that Ziming was serious about this matter, he hurriedly got up and helped Ziming up. "See, you and I are two people in the same world. We're like birds of a feather and we're close friends. You didn't ask me where I'm from and I don't want to know your background. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. I only know that you're the Ziyi who walked in the snow with me in Sky Patrol City." When Fairy Hongxia heard these words, her lips curled into a faint smile. "Good. I like fellow Taoists' magnanimity and sincerity." Joy appeared on Ziming's face as he said with a smile, "I was originally prepared to return to the Hutu village this time. From then on I would no longer need the identity of Zai. However, since there is Taoist Master Shao in this world, why can't there be Zai in this world? Ziyi will only appear in front of Master Shao in the future." Good. Xiaohua nodded. "Nothingness will always be nothingness. There will always be a time when it will be exposed. It is better to let the truth return to the truth and let the falsehood go with the wind. Alas, although I know it is false, I still care about it." As Ziming spoke, he clapped his hands and took out the repaired soul-losing lamp. "What I told fellow cultivator Shao and the others in front of Master Qin Qin is the truth. This lowly one doesn't dare to hide anything from everyone. It's just that these things happened decades ago." Then Ziming looked up into the distance. In front of the northwest, the sky was blue and white clouds were faintly discernible. It was as if the worry in her heart could not be dispelled. This concubine remembers it very clearly. Ever since we obtained the soul-fall lamp and discovered that it was damaged, this concubine and Zai tried our best to find a way to light it up. At that time the two of us were extremely naive. We thought that the reason the soul-fall lamp was damaged for thousands of years without anyone noticing was because it could be lit up. As long as we lit up the lamp, there would be no fight for the heir of the Hutu stockade. And Ziyi did as I said. He swore that he would not compete with me for the position of G-man. Unfortunately, the soul-losing lamp is the inherited soul treasure of the Hutu stockade. We racked our brains. Not only did we read the Magus code of the Hutu stockade, but we also read all the Magus code of our people. We used all kinds of soul techniques, but we still couldn't light up the lamp. Later we had no other choice but to visit Master Qin Qin Qin. Of course, the first time Master we returned. But on the way back, Z got a broken Magus code by chance. It was the Magus code of an ancient Magus stockade that had fallen. Z read it and found that there was a secret method to light up the soul-losing lamp with souls. Z was overjoyed. He immediately gave the code to me. I was also overjoyed. I thought that the great Hutu stockade had opened his eyes and saw our hardships, so he gave us the method. So before we returned to the Hutu stockade, I started to cultivate it. That mystic art is very difficult to understand, and it is also very strange. Although I have been comprehending and cultivating it all the way, it took me another 2 years to master it after I returned to the shaman village. So I called Ziyi. The two of us stayed in the ancestral hall and tried to light up the soul-losing lamp. I remember clearly that it was a night of 1.5 months. The ancestral hall was very quiet, and only the faint moonlight covered the ground. Just as this concubine's heart was filled with apprehension and confidence, she used a secret technique to light up the soul-falling lamp with her soul flame. However, the soul-falling lamp suddenly changed. The lamp's flame flickered and then went out. Seeing the soul-losing lamp go out, my heart turned cold. The soul-losing lamp lights the soul. When the lamp goes out, the soul will fall to the ground. I didn't use the soul-losing lamp to kill other people's souls. So what the soul-losing lamp fell to was naturally my own soul. But right at that moment, Zai suddenly waved his bone staff, and in that critical moment he used the peach zombie replacement technique to place his soul in front of mine. His soul was extinguished by the soul-falling lamp, and I managed to escape with my life. Later I found out that the peach zombie replacement technique was also a secret method in the Magus code. However, I didn't pay much attention to it. Ziyi, on the other hand, had been paying attention to it. He had been cultivating it when I was learning it. No wonder he disappeared when I returned to the Hutu stockade to learn the secret method. I was careless. I didn't expect Ziyi to care so much about me. Although it was decades ago, Ziming still had tears in her eyes when she talked about it. Everything seemed to have happened just yesterday. Sigh. Xiaohua heard this and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He knew that the brother and sister were twins. Their hearts were connected. The brother gave up his life for the sister, and the sister was willing to use her life to redeem her brother's life. It happened too suddenly. I didn't have time to react. Ziye's soul had already fallen into the soul-losing lamp. I could still see a smile and a hint of encouragement on Ziye's face when he fell. Xiao Mao is very clear about this. Seeing Ziming take the bone, Xiao Hua was relieved. He smiled and said, Zi, I heard that the soul sense of your Million Meng Mountain soul cultivator is very good. Can you let me see how you temper it? Soul sense. Ziming was stunned. That's what I can temper after cultivating for 9 days. Fellow Taoist Xiao, is it useful? He, Xiao Hua laughed with deep meaning. I'm curious about everything. If there's nothing special about this tempering method, can you let me take a look? Naturally, there's nothing to hide. Ziming reached out and took out a white bone-like item from the brocade bag. He said with some confusion, this is the bone used in my Meng Mountains records. But, it seems like this item can only be inspected with soul sense. Then I'll have to trouble you, Ziyi. Xiao Hua blinked his eyes. Alright. Ziming understood Xiao Hua's meaning. He spent several days to write down the tempering method on a jade slip and gave it to Xiao Hua. While he was at it, Ziming also gave Xiao Hua some records of other soul techniques. He even gave the bone that recorded the Million Meng Mountains characters to Xiao Hua. Of course, these soul techniques were all extremely simple. Ziming didn't dare to overstep Grand Shaman's authority on high-level soul techniques. As long as I could make friends with people regardless of whether they were soul warriors, swordsmen or cultivators, I would treat them all equally, never discriminating against them. But why did the great divinity treat me so cruelly? After thinking for half a night, I suddenly realized that unless a person's divine ability reached great success, his spiritual source could reach the heavens, and his soul could become a god, he would eventually return to the embrace of the great divinity. The great divinity, cared for me so much that she sent Reverend Xiao from tens of thousands of miles away to the soul-refining cave to remind me and enlighten me. What else can I complain about? I've devoted my life to the art of artifact crafting, and my heart is for the people of Meng Mountains. My life's work is to be passed on. However, since none of my disciples survived, Taoist Master Xiao must be the only one who passed on this useless legacy of mine to others. Therefore, I've entrusted everything to Reverend Xiao, hoping that Reverend Xiao can find one person in this world. I don't need to say much about this person's potential, but I have one request, which is to treat people with kindness, even if they are soul beasts and spirit birds. Besides, my master is from Meng Mountains. Although I can pass on my legacy to Meng Mountains, my bones. I've said too much again. How could Reverend Xiao bring my bones with him? How about this? I've left a keepsake which was given to me by my master. That place is in Meng Mountains and I can't go back in this life. If Reverend Xiao wants to pass on your legacy to someone else, then let that person bring my keepsake to my master. I've always been thinking, where should I go? But now that I know, my heart is in a mess. Even if I don't understand the meaning of the great divinity, could she be giving me some pointers? Anyway, I'll leave my words here. At this point, the jade slip stopped abruptly, as if Master Enchanting's heart was in a mess and she couldn't write any more words. Strange. Xiao Hua withdrew his divine sense and frowned. He really couldn't understand why he had become Master Enchanting's disciple. But when he thought about Master Enchanting, Qingming and the others, weren't they all recorded in the jade slip? Fairy Hongxia's favorable impression of Master Qingqing was obviously much worse than Xiao Hua's. She didn't seem to understand Master Qingqing's realm at all. However, this couldn't be blamed on her. When Xiao Hua first met Master Qingqing, he didn't have a good expression on his face and even spoke some strange words. If not for Master Qingqing's request, if not for knowing some secrets, how could Xiao Hua be convinced by Master Qingqing? Nothing to say now, right? Fairy Hongxia smiled. That friend of yours, Sai, is quite assured of you and didn't ask a single question. Really? You should keep the goodies within the family. Xiao Hua could only smile bitterly. You should never guess the heart of a female cultivator. By the way, my wife, why did that demon say you're the descendant of Divine Mother Peacock? What's going on? Xiaohua frowned and suddenly asked. Che Fairy Hongxia snorted through her nose. How would I know that? I'm just a descendant of a branch of the Kai clan. I came to the ancestral shrine of millions of Meng mountains with the help of my master. How would I know about this so-called descendant of Divine Mother Peacock? Chapter 2882. But you are now the successor of the Phoenix token, the successor of the ancient Phoenix. Xiaohua saw that he had successfully changed the topic, so he said earnestly, you have to know. Think about it, isn't it strange that your Kai clan's ancestral temple is in the millions of Meng mountains? Sigh, there must be a path in front of the mountain. Fairy Hongxia sighed, there are too many secrets in this world, I don't want to know too much. To be able to protect my husband and accompany my husband to roam the Xiaoyu continent is enough for me to live a happy life. Xiaohua smiled, his heart was filled with sweetness. This small wish he would be able to satisfy Fairy Hongxia. Husband. Fairy Hongxia's head tilted in front of Xiaohua's chest. Although her figure was slender, standing beside Xiaohua, she could only touch his chest. What's wrong? Xiaohua replied in a low voice. Under the flying boat there are hundreds of starving natives. Fairy Hongxia hesitated for a moment, then said, along the way, I have seen at least 10,000 people. I saw that you were repairing your spiritual sense, so I did not dare to disturb you, but there are too many dead people. I have not seen cannibalism before, but I have also seen it. That seed of yours, is it useful? 10,000 people? Xiaohua's heart trembled. Yes, 10,000 people, although these lives belonged to the natives and had nothing to do with Xiaohua, but Xiaohua could not help but feel heartache. As for Fairy Hongxia, she could ignore the death of Grandmaster Qing Ming and dozens of others. However, when she saw tens of thousands of people starving to death, Fairy Hongxia could not help but remind Xiaohua of this. Senior Brother Li, stop the flying boat. Xiaohua ordered without hesitation. Poor Li Zongbao. He was a famous cultivator in the Sword Dao battle. He was also known as the #1 late Foundation establishment cultivator under the Golden Core stage. Now he was only reduced to being in charge of the flowing cloud flying ship. Moreover, after hearing Xiaohua's orders, Li Zongbao naturally stopped. The flying ship slowly descended and stopped on a gentle slope. Big brother. Xiao Mao left Ziming and ran over. Is there anything strange? No. Xiaohua jumped down from the flying boat and jumped in front of the few starving natives. Using his weak soul sense, Xiaohua already understood that these natives were really starving to death. They were not like Qiechio who fainted from hunger. These natives, are they the people of Hotu village or the people of Shibai village? Xiaohua asked in a deep voice. Look here. Ziming pointed at the Aborigines' chest and said, if you have the soul pattern of great god Shibai or the sacred beast of Shibai village, then you are a citizen of Shibai village. Ziming was pointing at two curved green snakes with frightening mouths and long tongues. Needless to say, they were the two snakes on god Shibai's ears. They should be the people of Shibai village. Xiao Mao bit his lips and said, I've been watching for dozens of days. What do you think? Xiaohua ignored Xiao Mao's explanation. However, Xiao Mao smiled bitterly. Big brother, what can I do? Although I have just grasped the power of the bloodline, I am still very far away from mastering it. Even Hamba is still far away from being able to control the weather. At this point, Xiao Mao's eyes suddenly lit up and he said happily, could it be? Big brother still has a lot of millet seeds? Naturally not a lot. Xiaohua sighed. However, if I see these natives starve to death one by one, I can't bear it. If you don't have a lot of millet seeds, then you can only bear the pain. Ziming said from the side, in order to save more people, the millet seeds must not be wasted. During this period of time, Xiaohua had been harvesting the millet seeds in his space. His primordial spirit was already very nimble and was no different from an ordinary person. However, because he had been working all along, Xiaohua did not try to use his primordial spirit to cast any spells. Since he already had enough millet seeds, Xiaohua decided to use them to solve his urgent need. Let's do some things along the way. Xiaohua took out a storage pouch and said, Big brother has a plan in mind and will keep some. Alright. Xiao Mao took it and looked at Ziming. Miss Ziming, let's go together. Together. Ziming did not understand. There is no need to deliberately sow seeds. Xiao Hua believed in the survival ability of these millet seeds. He chuckled and threw 100 millet seeds on the dry land. Fellow Taoist Xiao, isn't it too wasteful? Ziming looked at the millet seeds with some heartache. We can only do this. Xiao Hua sighed. Even if someone comes and picks up these millet seeds, they can still live. All right, I understand. Ziming understood Xiao Hua's painstaking efforts. However, Xiao Mao was a bit hesitant. Such actions, I'm afraid no one will know that it is Taoist Zhao's doing. The heavens are watching what people do. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. Human life is the most important. In this situation, this Xiao still thinks of false reputation. How would I dare to call myself Taoist Xiao? Xiao Mao Ziming, I'm afraid it is not suitable for you to say that these millet seeds were obtained from Taoist Xiao. Fairy Hong Xia said with a light laugh. That's right. Ziming nodded. If the people of Hutu Stronghold know that these are the millet seeds of a cultivator, I'm afraid there will be great waves. But the people of Bailu Stronghold probably already know by now, right? Xiao Mao immediately understood. Bailu Stronghold's elder Wu won't be so rash. Ziming smiled. Young Master Xiao, please rest assured. At this moment Xiao Hua also understood. Even if he sent these millet seeds to Hutu Stronghold and Shi Bai Stronghold's elder Wu and Ji-man, they would probably have to consider it. The impact of this would be too far-reaching. Using a cultivator's millet seeds to save the people of the 12 great gods, this plan would definitely become one of the countless secrets in Meng Mountains. People always think too much and think too much for themselves. Xiao Hua was helpless. He didn't want to be the Fortune Gate's gate master because of this reason. A person's heart was big enough to accommodate the world. Instead of scheming against others, it was better to take a step back and wander freely in the sky. I can only wrong Big Brother. Xiao Mao smiled bitterly. What's wrong with me? Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and said, both of them were picked up. This merit was also given to me by Hutu Great God and Shi Bai Great God, so why can't I give it to them? Actually, Big Brother can also help? Xiao Mao said with a smile. Those talismans that can make rain are excellent. They even have the ability to restrain the power of this little brother's bloodline. Big Brother can refine more of them and make the people of Meng Mountains see you as a god. Oh, not bad. Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and suddenly understood. During this period of time he had been thinking about tempering his soul sense, Li Zongbao's injuries and his own divine sense. He had forgotten his original intention when he first met Grandmaster Qin Qin. Using soul power to enunciate the Green Seal characters, that was the true art of moving clouds and summoning rain. But that's using life essence, which is the life essence of the body, and the lifespan as the price. Xiao Hua was a little hesitant. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua raised his head and asked, Zai, I remember giving you 4 rejuvenation pills that day. Do you still have any on you? Yes. Zai did not hesitate to clap his hands and took out a jade box. I gave one to Elder Wu, one for myself and one for Grandmaster Qin Qin. I still have one left. Oh? Is this for Ji-man? Xiao Hua was a little surprised, if it's related to Zai's future. At this point Fairy Hong Xia touched Xiao Hua with her hand, as if to remind Xiao Hua of something. Seeing this, Ziming said generously, if Ji-man takes the rejuvenation pill, how can I covet Ji-man's position? This one is for Zai. Xiao Hua immediately understood, but he was a little confused and asked, Zai, Ji-man isn't your, this Ji-man is not the Ji-man from before. At this point, Ziming didn't explain any further. Oh, so it's like that. Xiao Hua immediately understood why Hutu Stronghold had a fight for the air. However, at this point everyone's eyes flashed with a kind of understanding, and Fairy Hong Xia almost shouted, Sister. That Grandmaster Qin Qin's rejuvenation pill, that's right. Ziming's eyes flashed with resentment. Grandmaster Qin Qin must have been harmed by Ziyan. This concubine presented the rejuvenation pill in front of Elder Wu and Ji-man, stating that there was only one of it and that Ji-man could not obtain it. Naturally she would have some complaints. Although she did not say anything on the surface and even praised this concubine does not know what she ordered Ziyan to do. Grandmaster Qin Qin's rejuvenation pill must have been sent back to Hutu Stronghold immediately after Ziyan obtained it. Forget it. Xiaohua heard this and waved his hand. This item is size, you can keep it for now. If I need it before refining it, I will borrow it first, otherwise I will not ask for it again. Ziming and Xiaohua did not hesitate, and with a flip of their hands, they kept the rejuvenation pill in their soul nest. Next, the flying boat rose into the sky again, but the flying speed was slowed down. In addition to Li Zongbao driving the flying boat, Xiao Mao, Ziming, and Fairy Hongxia all released their spirit sense, and whenever they saw natives or shaman strongholds, the three of them would send out the seeds. Naturally, if it was the people of Shibai stronghold, Xiao Mao would appear, and if it was the people of Hutu stronghold, Ziming would appear. As for Xiaohua, he just sat cross-legged in a corner of the flying boat, and released his spirit sense, looking for soul power in Grandmaster Qinqin's soul nest. In the space, the human-shaped primordial spirit had stopped farming, and began to sit cross-legged like Xiaohua outside the space, and began to try to cast spells. Naturally, the primordial spirit's first attempt was the fireball spell that Xiaohua was most familiar with. Xiaohua did not dare to let the primordial spirit cause trouble near the spiritual herbs and seeds, so he threw it far away in a barren place in the space and let it cause trouble. Chapter 2883. Xiaohua watched as the primordial spirit waved the familiar hand signs, but there was no movement. He understood that this must be another difficult exploration, and it was fundamentally different from planting spirit herbs. Thus he pulled his mind out of the space and began his own comprehension. However, just before his mind left, he saw the soul of the three-legged bird again. This thing was the soul essence of the spirit treasure in the short spirit warrior's hand, and it almost killed Xiaohua. Its power and mystery were self-evident. However, when Xiaohua was comprehending the pronunciation of the green seal text, he still didn't think of the use of this soul essence. In the following days, the flowing cloud airship flew deeper into the Meng Mountains, and the number of spirit warriors and spirit beasts they encountered gradually increased. However, with Ziming's face and her shaman token, they didn't encounter any trouble. However, Ziming was finally annoyed. After all, she had to explain every time and stop every time. Wasn't it a waste of time? Thus, under Ziming's request, everyone had no choice but to change to a spirit beast. Looking at the incomparably large spirit beast, Xiao Mao couldn't help but think of the deceased Xie Qi and the two green shaman feathers, and hatred arose in his heart. He thought of Ziyan, who was killed by his drought demon. That night rain was supposed to kill him with Ziyan, and he didn't know why night rain didn't continue to pursue him that day. Otherwise he could have killed him with drought demon's power. Perhaps it's just ahead. This Xiao can't avoid facing him directly, and this Xiao can't avoid facing the things that have already happened. Xiao Mao's eyes flashed with determination. After all, this Xiao Mao is not the Xiao Mao of the past. With Big Brother Drought Demon and the support of Great God Shibai's people, I am the Emperor. No one dares to disobey my orders. The body of the spirit beast Ziming got from the unknown shaman stronghold was probably dozens of feet in size, and with its wings, it was hundreds of feet in size. This was something Xiaohua had never seen before. Sitting on the back of this soul beast, it seemed to be even steadier than the flowing cloud flying ship. However, compared to the flying ship, this soul beast didn't have any arrays on its back. The whistling heavenly wind that rushed into his mouth and nose made him very uncomfortable. Of course, everyone's protective yellow talismans and Ziming's protective soul technique were all activated, so these hardships were not a problem. Dozens of days later, a continuous mountain range appeared in the distant horizon. Ziming's face showed a trace of joy. He pointed his finger and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, the Hutu village is in front of us. I haven't been back for several years." Oh. Could it be that Zai didn't go directly from Hutu stronghold to Grandmaster Enchanting's place? Xiaohua suddenly understood. Of course not. Ziming covered his mouth and laughed. Otherwise, how could I not know about the drought demon? How could you not know that Ziyan had invited the 9 divine guards? At this point, Ziming's smile gradually faded. He looked into the distance and said, "However, I don't know what's going on in the Hutu stronghold. How did that damnable Ziyan know my whereabouts and even arrange such a meticulous sneak attack?" "We'll know when we get back." Xiaohua smiled. "That's true." Ziming looked back at Xiao Mao and said to Xiaohua, Fellow Taoist Xiao, I've already discussed with young Master Xiao. Today when we go to the Hutu stronghold, we won't reveal your identities for the time being. Arrange a quiet room and report to Senior Wu first. I will take them to the guest hall to greet Senior Wu. Yes, miss. The soul warrior respectfully replied, but then he immediately smiled and said, however, Senior Wu is not in Ho-Tu village right now. Only Senior Ji-Man is in the village. Ziming was a little surprised. She stopped and asked curiously, where did Senior Wu go? He hasn't left Wu village for dozens of years. Why did he suddenly? Yes, Miss knows. The soul warrior still smiled and replied, Senior Wu left Ho-Tu village half a year ago. As for where he went, this little one doesn't know. Is there anything else going on in the village? Ziming stared at the soul warrior and asked. The soul warrior was stunned and looked at Ziming in confusion. After a while he said, besides sending soul warriors to Drifting Cloud Lake and other places, there is nothing special. In addition, the drought is too serious. Many Senior Wu and Ji-Man of Wu village have gone to Ho-Tu village to discuss countermeasures with Ji-Man. And? Ziming frowned and asked, is there anything else about the drought? Oh, and young Master Ziyan brought his subordinates to the vicinity of Shiwen Mountain. It is said that there is a monster that caused the drought there. The soul warrior seemed to have thought of something and quickly answered. Not necessarily. Ziming had already entered the vermilion door. Looking at the huge square behind the vermilion door, he said, yes, I've stepped over, but who knows if I'll be facing a calm sea. Or an ocean with monstrous waves. Xiaohua listened from behind and sighed. Wasn't that right? Previously, Ziming only wanted to light up the soul-falling lamp and fight for his position as Ji-Man, and find a chance to resurrect Sai. But now, Ziyan's move tore apart their familial relationship. Only now did Ziming see that the peaceful Hutu stronghold not only had to face the upheaval of millions of Meng mountains, but also had to face the test of familial love and the cruelty of power. Perhaps Ziyan was no longer the Ziyan of the past, but what about familial love? Was it still the same familial love as before? Walking through the square and passing through several palaces, Xiaohua felt as if he had returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Even the elegance and splendor of the palaces and pavilions were far from comparable to the 8 great thunder palaces of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Looking at Li Zongbao, he also had a look of astonishment on his face. Yes, this was only the Hutu stronghold. Just the aura of this palace alone was enough to suppress the utmost happiness faction and the Imperial Thunder Sect. These millions of Meng mountains, TSK, they're really uncivilized. There was a magnificent palace in front of them, and there were some spirit warriors patrolling in front of the gate. Ziming pointed her finger and said, in front of us is the welcoming hall of our Hutu stronghold. Whenever a distinguished guest arrives, Elder Wu and Ji-Man will receive them in this hall. Young Master Xiao is the descendant of the great god Shibai, and even Hamba is loyal to you. In the future you'll be the famous Elder Wu of Meng Mountains. You're worthy of our Hutu stronghold's welcoming hall. Thank you, Ziming. Xiao Mao's face showed a smile. However, when Ziming brought Xiao Mao to the front of the welcoming hall, the vermilion gate didn't open. Instead, the spirit warrior who sent the message earlier stood there awkwardly. He bowed and said, reporting to Miss, Ji-Man invites young Master Xiao to the Huaixin Pavilion. She's there to receive young Master Xiao. Huaixin Pavilion? Ziming stared blankly and a trace of displeasure appeared on her face. Miss, if there's nothing else, I'll go out to patrol. The spirit warrior hurriedly excused himself. Go, Ziming waved her hand and ordered indifferently. After the spirit warrior left, Ziming smiled apologetically and said, young Master Xiao, I was too full of myself. It doesn't matter. Anywhere is fine. Right now I'm not a legitimate person. Meeting Ji-Man is the same as meeting an elder. I don't have any objections. Xiao Mao hurriedly comforted. Alright. Ziming bit her lips and said, the Huaixin Pavilion is the place where Ji-Man receives Ji-Man from the Hutu stronghold. G-Man's actions seemed to be, "We'll know when we get there." Xiao Mao was a bit displeased, but he couldn't say anything. Sure enough, the Huai-Xin pavilion was much smaller than the welcoming hall. It was only a 2-story pavilion by the side of the mountain. Moreover, there were thick trees under the pavilion and there wasn't a stream of water. It looked a bit simple and crude. Walking along the winding corridor in front of Huai-Xin pavilion to the front of the small building, several servant girls with slightly dark skin bowed in greeting. Ziming and the others tidied up their clothes and went downstairs under the guidance of the servant girls. It was an exquisite room about 100 feet in size. There were some animal skins on the walls, some strange decorations and some calligraphy and paintings. Following Li Zongbao into the pavilion, Xiao Mao's eyes swept across the room and landed on the calligraphy and paintings. He couldn't help but gasp. The animal skins and decorations were fine, as they all carried the aura of millions of Meng mountains. But these calligraphy and paintings were all inscriptions, and not a single one was Green Seal script. Confucian cultivators? Thinking of the strange scenery of the Hutu stronghold, Xiaohua suddenly understood that there were not only soul cultivators in the Hutu stronghold, but also Confucian cultivators. It's a mess. Xiaohua sighed and retracted his gaze. He was about to raise his head and look at the ceiling of the room. Ziming, you're back? How's the harvest? A kind voice came from above, and Xiaohua's gaze also fell on that direction. Sitting at the ceiling of the room was an old woman with snow-white hair. This old woman was quite tall. Although she was sitting cross-legged on the floor, she looked as tall as an ordinary person. The old woman's face didn't have many wrinkles and there was a layer of faint luster. She looked similar to a middle-aged woman, but this luster was somewhat dark. Together with the old woman's skin that was not white, it was somewhat similar to the old woman's black clothes. However, the old woman's face was very kind, and together with her kind voice, it gave people a feeling of amiability. Xiaohua's gaze swept across G-Man and his heart thumped. Immediately he felt a sense of vigilance. Yes, although Xiaohua didn't use his divine sense to investigate, he knew that his magic might not be able to see the depth of this G-Man's cultivation base. This G-Man just sat there quietly, no different from an ordinary old woman. She didn't have the ethereal figure of the experts of the Tao sect, and also didn't have the feeling that her aura couldn't be measured. However, it was this kind of real existence that made Xiaohua feel like he was looking up at a tall mountain. This was just a feeling, a reason that couldn't be explained. This was the first expert that Xiaohua met since he entered Million Meng Mountains, whose cultivation base he couldn't measure. Xiaohua felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart, as if even if he wanted to fight with this G-Man, he didn't know how to do it. Xiaohua only took a glance and immediately lowered his head. After all, today's main character was Xiao Mao. Reporting to G-Man, Ziming didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly stepped forward and bowed. Boy has a great harvest this time. The old woman raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, could it be that you have the confidence to ignite the soul-setting lamp? That's right. Ziming said with a smile. Boy has obtained a secret technique, and now he has the confidence to ignite the soul-setting lamp. Oh, there's such a secret technique in this world. It can actually ignite the soul-setting lamp? The old woman said with a smile. This is really an eye-opener for this old woman. Ziming bit his lips, thought for a moment, then bowed and said, reporting to G-Man boy. Previously he hid something from G-Man. That soul-setting lamp is actually damaged. This time, boy went to the soul-refining cave and asked Grandmaster Huaqin to repair the soul-setting lamp. The old woman's expression didn't change at all. She still smiled and said, Huaqin finally made a move? Unfortunately, this is the third time he repaired a soul treasure. I'm afraid he has already returned to the embrace of great god Ho-Tu? Ziming's eyes flashed and said word by word, Grandmaster Huaqin has returned to the embrace of great god Ho-Tu's. But he was touched by great god Ho-Tu's compassion for the people of Meng Mountains. So, during great god Ho-Tu's sacrificial night, she took him into her embrace. The old woman raised her eyebrows. She actually put her palms together and said to the sky, thank you great god Ho-Tu's. As expected, great god has opened her eyes and allowed Huaqin to have a good ending. Chapter 2885. Ziming opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say anything. After the old woman finished speaking, she looked at Xiao Mao and smiled. This is the child with the bloodline of the great god Shibai? Junior Xiao Mao greets Ji-man. Xiao Mao quickly bowed. Li Zongbao and the others who had been waiting for an opportunity also quickly bowed. Yes, Ji-man. Ziming was a little impatient when he saw Ji-man and actually forgot his etiquette. Only now did he come to his senses and hurriedly introduced. This is Xiao Mao. These are his senior brothers and sisters from the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Then Ziming told her the names of the 3 people. Obviously, Ji-man was only interested in Xiao Mao. His gaze swept past Li Zongbao and the others before landing on Xiao Mao alone. He seemed to be scrutinizing him, and after a while he suddenly opened his mouth and said something strange. Naturally, Xiao Mao responded calmly. The 2 of them talked for a while, then Ji-man frowned and stopped. She looked away as if she was thinking about something. Ji-man. Ziming knew that Xiao Hua and the others couldn't understand, so she whispered, after asking for so long, can you confirm that Xiao Mao is the descendant of Ji-man? Ji-man glanced at Ziming and said coldly, he doesn't have any impression of his mother, and according to him, ever since he was born his mother and father were by his side. According to what I know, for the last 100 years, no patriarch Wu and Ji-man from Shibai village had ever left Meng Mountains. Also, according to Xiao Mao's age, he might be related to the current Ji-man of Shibai village, but Ji-man doesn't have any children. Ziming was a little stunned. She thought that even if she didn't know the secret of Shibai village, her Ji-man would know. Who knew that Ji-man also didn't know about Xiao Mao's background? Looking again, Xiao Mao was also at a loss. It was as if he had fallen into a fog. But Xiao Mao's shaman? Ziming asked. Ji-man also said curiously, yes, this is also what I don't understand. Xiao Mao's bloodline is extremely pure. From the looks of it, it is even purer than the current Ji-man of Shibai village. His mother or father? Who exactly is it? Upon hearing this, Ziming seized the opportunity to ask, Ji-man, isn't the nether passage mirror in my Hutu stronghold able to see the state of the netherworld? Boy, I remember that treasure hasn't been used for many years, right? Yes, that's true. If I can see Xiao Mao's mother or father's face, perhaps I can think of something. Ji-man nodded his head slightly. But he gave Ziming a glance and said with a deep voice, Ziming, even though Xiao Mao is the descendant of the great god Shibai, he doesn't have anyone to rely on in Meng Mountains. With just his 3 senior martial brothers and senior martial sister, I'm afraid it's harder for him to earn a place for himself in Shibai village. Let alone wanting to be like you. However, at this point he hurriedly smiled and said, of course, even if Xiao Mao can't obtain the position of Elder Wu in Shibai village, there is still a suitable place for him in Tian village. Upon hearing this, Ziming's face turned awkward, while Xiao Mao's lips curled into a wry smile. Ji-man, Ziming rolled his eyes and said, boy, it took a lot of effort to repair the soul-setting lamp, and I wish to light it up as soon as possible. Ji-man, please make the decision and see when we can start the ceremony. Lighting up the soul-setting lamp is an important matter for our Hutu stronghold. We can't be reckless. Unexpectedly, Ji-man waved her hand and said, Elder Wu is not in Hutu stronghold now, and even Ziyan has gone out to kill the ferocious beasts. If I start the ceremony in a hurry, not only will it be unjustified, it will also be unfair to Ziyan, right? Then where did Elder Wu go? When will he be back? Ziming asked. Elder Wu received the Witch King's order and went to Witch God Ridge. Although he didn't say anything, I guess it's because of the change of the weather in Meng Mountains. Ji-man didn't hide anything from Ziming and explained, all the elders are helpless about the change of the weather. I'm afraid it's hard for them to come up with a solution. As for when Elder Wu will be back, it's hard to say. If Elder Wu was here, Ziming would definitely tell him about the millet seed, but facing Ji-man, Ziming couldn't help but keep her guard up. Moreover, she also knew that Ziyan would never be able to come back. This soul-loss lamp lighting ceremony couldn't be started in Ji-man's hands, so she could only wait for Elder Wu to come back. Boy, are you going to bring Xiao Mao to the ancestral shrine now? Ziming asked tentatively. After Xiao Mao uses the Netherlink mirror, Boy will bring the troops to Xiaowen Mountain? Xiao Mao is the descendant of great god Shibai. It's not appropriate for him to meet the sacred beast of Hutu's stronghold. Ji-man waved her hand and said, if he offends the sacred beast, we can't bear the responsibility. As for Xiaowen Mountain, it's up to you. It's good that you can help little six. Yes, boy understands. Boy, take out the Netherlink mirror. Ziming nodded. Ji-man hesitated for a moment, then said, since your soul-setting lamp has been fixed, Z's matter should be made public. There have been a lot of rumors over the years. Yes, boy understands. Ziming replied. Also, Ji-man continued, this is your last chance to light up the soul-setting lamp. If you can't light it up, the chance will be given to Ziyan. Otherwise, it will be too unfair to him. Yes, boy understands. Ziming's expression didn't change. If there's nothing else, boy will take his leave. You can all go now. Ji-man nodded. However, this old woman has to remind you. Then when he gained the approval of Patriarch Wu and Ji-man, he began to think about how to gain the approval of more people in Shibai Stockade. And now he was actually thinking about how to push Patriarch Wu and Ji-man down, and become the Patriarch of Wu himself. Thinking about it carefully, it really felt like a man who was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Big brother is right. Xiao Mao nodded, I'm thinking too much. My goal this time is to find out my origins and see if I can avenge my parents. The possibility of revenge is not high. Xiao Hua shook his head. Your enemy is a nascent soul cultivator. Now Hamba might be able to help you, but you can't bring Hamba to the cultivation world, right? I understand. Xiao Mao nodded slightly. As long as I have the bloodline power of great god Shibai, I can avenge them sooner or later. Young Master Xiao, I've asked someone to arrange a quiet room for me. I'll take a bath and cleanse my body in the next few days. After entering the ancestral hall and meeting the sacred beast, I'll invite the netherbound mirror out and meet you. Ziming was also a little distracted, as if he was thinking about how to deal with Ji-man. He accompanied Xiao Mao and the others to a side hall and cupped his hands as he spoke. It's okay, Xiao Mao looked at the maidservant standing on the left and smiled. I'm already very grateful to be able to borrow the netherbound mirror of Hutu's stronghold. Chapter 2886. Immediately Ziming looked at Xiao Hua, nodded slightly, turned around and left. Xiao Hua and the others, under the guidance of the maid, found a quiet room in the palace. After the maid left, Xiao Hua looked at the huge quiet room and couldn't help but smile. Damn, I'm afraid this is the biggest quiet room I've ever seen in my life. Yes, this quiet room was actually 100 feet in size. The four walls were engraved with strange characters. Some were similar to the inscriptions on armor, some were similar to the green seal text, and some were even similar to the golden seal text. It looked neither fish nor fowl. Moreover, among these characters there were still many fist-sized patterns and there were many stories and situations inside. Xiao Hua leaned in front of a stone wall with interest. Just as he was about to take a closer look at the pattern, his heart suddenly moved. He looked around and hesitated for a moment. Without setting up any array, he sat down cross-legged and his mind entered the space. Everything in the space was normal. Since Goldie swallowed Qing Xian's avatar, it had been sleeping. Obviously, this avatar was more nutritious than the previous golden core. Jiang Luer was also sitting at the edge of the space, showing no signs of waking up. Compared to Jiang Luer's silence, Xiao Hua's human form primordial spirit was extremely noisy. This primordial spirit was in a barren place. Its hands were waving tirelessly, and a series of seals were cast at an extremely fast speed. These seals didn't have any ripples of magic power at all. Alas, this is not the way. Xiao Hua looked at this primordial spirit and his heart was quite distressed. Do I really have to let this primordial spirit cultivate? Besides, this primordial spirit has no meridians in its body, how can it cultivate? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's mind lit up again. Yes, don't I have meridians all over my body? Can I build meridians all over the body in this primordial spirit? This thought just flashed through his mind. What a big movement that was. Xiao Hua didn't have any ability to do this at all. Besides, even if there are meridians, the spiritual energy in this space. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua suddenly laughed. Damn it, why am I so stupid? The spiritual energy in this space is released by reverse light. It's light, not the real spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Or maybe it's different from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the Dawn Rain continent. What's the use of the Dawn Rain continent's incantations? Firstly, I can't activate the magic power in my body. Secondly, I can't mobilize the spiritual energy in the air. Naturally, I can't create a fireball. But how do I mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this space? Xiaohua unconsciously sank into deep thought. The primordial spirit in the space also sat down cross-legged, just like Xiaohua in the quiet room in the main hall. After an unknown period of time, the hand of the primordial spirit suddenly moved. Seemed to be a move. Then the primordial spirit jumped up from the ground. Its hands and feet moved as well. The Big Dipper magical fist was actually in the hands of the primordial spirit. Waves of heaven and earth spirit chi danced along with the Big Dipper god fist, surging within the primordial spirit's hands. Then it penetrated into the primordial spirit's hands, and a trace of brilliance began to surge. The primordial spirit didn't know how many times it had performed the Big Dipper magical fist. The brilliance between its hands became more and more brilliant. Then the primordial spirit stopped. Its hands inexplicably danced and the brilliance immediately dimmed. When the brilliance disappeared, the primordial spirit once again danced with the Big Dipper magical fist, and the brilliance surged again. This cycle repeated several times. Oh Zai, tell me about it. Xiaohua was interested. Actually, it's nothing much. Ziming explained, in the past few decades, the weather in Meng Mountain has changed greatly. The soul wood that I use for soul cultivation has become less and less. Even if I use the village's secret technique to cultivate it, it's still hard for it to grow. In another 10 days the Netherworld Eye will open. G-Man said that whoever can get the soul wood from the Netherworld Eye first will be the winner. Soul wood? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. The spirit tea that this young master gave fellow Taoist Xiao last time, it's so fragrant. Ziming pursed his lips and said, that thing in Meng Mountain has a name called Daybreak Moon. It's used for cultivation. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart was greatly relieved. He said with a smile, Zai, you're really extravagant. You actually use soul wood to make tea. How can poor people like us endure this? Hehe, fellow Taoist Xiao, although Daybreak Moon can be used for cultivation, the Daybreak Moon can still be drunk as spirit tea. Ziming said with a smile, you don't think that this young master will drink it directly with Daybreak Moon, do you? Hehe, Xiaohua laughed mischievously. He really did think so. However, what Ziming said was normal. After the Daybreak Moon was extracted with the soul thread, it still looked like a spirit tea. Xiaohua casually threw it away, but he didn't expect that the spirit tea that Ziming drank was this. Seeing Xiaohua's silly smile, Ziming curled his lips in annoyance. Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out some Daybreak Moon. He said with a smile, what a coincidence. Last time Zai gave me some Daybreak Moon. Later I came across some at the secret auction in Sky Patrol City, so I exchanged some spirit stones for it. I thought that after the war I would return to Shi country to find Zai to enjoy it together. I didn't expect that it would come in handy today. With these Daybreak Moon, victory is in our hands. Chapter 2887. Ah? You actually have so many Dawnlight Moons? Seeing the Dawnlight Moon in Xiaohua's hand, Ziming was shocked and regretful at the same time. If I had known earlier, I should have gone to look for the Dawnlight Moon. Oh, what does Zai mean? Xiaohua was shocked when he saw Ziming's regretful expression. Bless. Ziming slapped his forehead and smiled bitterly. Fellow Taoist Xiao, there are many types of soul wood. This Dawnlight Moon is only one of them. There are also Netherworld orchids, Netherworld bamboo and so on. I know that the Dawnlight Moon in the Netherworld Eye has already been found by my Hutu village. How could it be easy to find? I vaguely remembered that there was a Netherworld orchid somewhere, so I rushed to find it and pushed the problem of the Dawnlight Moon to the Jingapple village. If I had known that fellow Taoist Xiao had the Dawnlight Moon, I would have rushed to find it. Netherworld orchid? When Xiaohua heard this, he immediately thought of the netherworld lotus he saw in the netherworld land. That thing disappeared when it was stored in his space. Even if he wanted to take it out now, he couldn't. Fine. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. This is fate playing tricks on people. Since Sai knows where the netherworld orchid is, we can just go and get it. Yes, that's right. Ziming put away his regret and smiled. I also had the same idea. Although I can't tell the direction in the netherworld, I have been there before. Moreover, I have a way to find that place. Although I don't have full confidence in winning with the Dawnlight Moon, I have a 70% chance of finding the netherworld orchid. Okay, I will tell Xiao Mao and the others. 10 days later we will go to the netherworld eye. Xiao Hua nodded and said without asking about the situation in the netherworld eye. However, Ziming pulled Xiao Hua back and said with a bitter smile, fellow Taoist Xiao, that's the netherworld eye. It's not a place that's easy to get along with. Even if I go in, it's still somewhat dangerous. How about you all don't go? How can that be done? When Xiao Hua heard that Ziming wanted him to go in, he shook his head and said, Xiao Mao and the others don't have to go, but I must accompany you. Otherwise, it's fine if we don't use the Netherlink mirror. A smile appeared on Ziming's face as he shook his head and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, I knew you would definitely go. Then the two of us will head to the Nether Eye. Young Master Xiao and the others don't have to go. With their cultivation, they might not be able to come out after going in. All right, we'll do as you say. Xiao Hua nodded. In addition, Ziyi and Ziming. Perhaps after 10 days there will be an end to this. Ziming muttered to himself for a moment, sighed and said a few words to Xiao Hua via sound transmission. And this Xiao understands. I will listen to Zai's instructions. Xiao Hua heard Ziming's words and nodded slightly. Then I'll go back and make some preparations. I'll come look for fellow Taoist Xiao in 10 days. Seeing that Xiao Hua agreed, Ziming smiled and left. After Xiao Hua sent Ziming off, he immediately explained to Xiao Mao and the others. When Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao heard that there was a change in the situation, they were also surprised. When they heard that Xiao Hua and Ziming were going to the Nether Eye together, they knew that this was the best plan. No one said anything and only nodded at Xiao Hua, telling him to be careful. Fairy Hong Xia's reaction was similar to the two of them. However, she curled her lips and her gaze seemed to have some other meaning. Immediately after, the three of them cultivated in silence. Fairy Hong Xia hurriedly comprehended the Phoenix Order, Xiao Mao familiarized himself with the power of his bloodline, and Li Zongbao similarly nurtured the immortal slaughtering whip. As for Xiao Hua, of course, his mind entered the space again. At this time his human primordial spirit could already release a simple fireball. Of course, whether it was the fireball technique or the fireball, it was very different from Xiao Hua's own. Not to mention that the fireball technique had changed a lot. Even the fireball was several times bigger than the outside. It seems that the strength of this technique has a lot to do with the density of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Xiao Hua looked at the fireball technique that was comparable to a talisman and curled his lips. In the next few days, Xiao Hua let his human primordial spirit familiarize himself with how to use the fireball technique. In the last few days since he could use the fireball technique, Xiao Hua no longer let his primordial spirit try other techniques. Instead, he directly sent the three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace and the Samadhi true fire into the space and let his human primordial spirit try to control the alchemy technique. He also took some spiritual herbs and let him try it. Feeling that it was almost time, Xiao Hua's mind was about to leave the space again. However, the moment he left, his heart suddenly moved. He looked at the karma hand in the air and made a plan in his heart. When he left the space, he immediately waved his hand and took out the other jade pendant that Jiuxia gave him. This was also a jade pendant with a faint 5-colored brilliance. It was the same as the jade pendant that recorded the sun shrouding art. However, when Xiao Hua immersed his unrestored divine sense into the jade pendant, he saw the 4 simple characters. Before he could carefully examine them, the 4 characters quickly swayed. The instant they swayed, 4 vortexes appeared from the 4 characters. A feeling of the world spinning came from Xiao Hua's divine sense. His divine sense was immediately torn into 4 parts. Without any resistance, it was thrown towards the 4 vortexes. The difficulty level far exceeded all the techniques Xiaohua had seen before. If I can comprehend it simply, how can I control the heavens and earth and predict the future? Xiaohua smiled. Since I can comprehend it, then it's good. Thinking about this, Xiaohua came out from the space with a smile on his face and walked toward the door of the hall. This was because there was already some noise coming from outside the palace. Xiaohua opened the door and saw Ziyi, who was escorted by dozens of serving girls, walking towards him with a smile on her face. When she saw Xiaohua, she cupped her fist and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I've heard from Ziming that you've traveled thousands of miles to Meng Mountains to visit me. I'm really flattered." Hehe. Looking at Ziming, who had changed into men's clothing and looked exactly the same as when he was in Sky Patrol City, Xiaohua cupped his fists and smiled. When we parted at Sky Patrol City, this Xiaohua missed Ziyi very much. Who would have thought that I would meet Ziming again in Meng Mountains? Only then did I know that Ziyi was actually a soul warrior from Hutu's stronghold. Ziyi, you really hid it from this Xiaohua. This little one also has some difficulties that I can't say. I've really wronged fellow Taoist Xiao. Ziyi stepped forward and took Xiaohua's hand. He smiled and said, "Moreover, this little one has been serving the sacred beast in the ancestral hall these days and didn't have time to come and visit fellow Taoist. I hope fellow Taoist can forgive me." Previously, Xiaohua didn't know that Ziyi was Ziming, so he didn't feel anything when he held Ziyi's hand. Now that he knew Ziyi was Ziming, this soft little hand felt strange. "Let's go, fellow Taoist Xiao." Ziyi didn't care. He grabbed Xiaohua's hand and turned around to walk out of the hall. As he walked, he said with a smile, "This little one heard that Sister Ziming wanted to enter the netherworld eye with you." Chapter 2888. Then I'll have to trouble you, Ziyi. Xiaohua snickered in his heart as he accompanied Ziyi out of the hall. Fairy Hongxia and the others also came out of the seclusion room. Fairy Hongxia and the others naturally received Xiaohua's message and pretended to greet Ziyi. However, when she saw Ziyi holding Xiaohua's hand, Fairy Hongxia's gaze fell on their hands and she unhappily curled her lips. Under Ziyi's lead and the escort of a group of servant girls, the group passed through dozens of palaces and dozens of plazas before finally arriving in front of a palace. This palace was built on the side of a mountain and its style was different from the ones they saw before. The palace's color was mainly black with occasional blood-red embellishments. Within the black, there were uneven lines that looked like bones and skeletons that covered the entire palace's outer walls. As for the palace's entrance, there were many beast heads. These beast heads were big and small and each of them looked extremely ferocious. Even their facial features were different. Xiaohua looked on with admiration in his heart. He really couldn't imagine where the craftsmen who built this palace got so many strange beast heads. At this time, there were many spirit warriors lined up on both sides of the palace. These spirit warriors were uniform in size and wore black armor. This armor was somewhat similar to the sword armor of a sword cultivator, but there were also some beast heads on it and some strange bone patterns on it. Looked very mysterious. The spirit warriors lined up from the entrance of the palace for dozens of zhang until they reached the stairs and the large plazas. There were many palaces and plazas in the back earth stronghold. It seemed that there was a plazas in front of each palace. And the size of the plazas was related to the importance of the palace. Looking at the larger plazas, Xiaohua knew that this was a very important palace in the back earth stronghold. Looking at the plazas again, there were black banners all around. There were also some green patterns on the banners. The banners at the four corners of the plazas depicted 4 different types of soul beasts. Some had wings on their backs, some stood on clouds. The banners in the middle of these banners had some bone patterns and beast heads. Every banner swayed with the wind, and as they swayed, faint traces of black clouds appeared. On the contrary, the 4 huge banners at the 4 corners of the square were only slightly unfurled and did not flutter. It looked very strange. Under each banner stood a tall and sturdy spirit warrior. These spirit warriors were different from the spirit warriors who stood at the entrance of the hall. Not only were they tall and sturdy, but their muscles were also sturdy. Each and every one of them stood proudly and looked straight ahead. There were a few people standing in the plaza beneath the banner. These people were dressed differently and all of them were rather old. In front of these people, near the stairs, there was a square stone table about 3 meters in size. The stone table was the color of bamboo and faintly glowed with light. Lying on top of it was a soul beast that was about 3 meters in size. The soul beast was even weirder. Its slender body was like a giant thumb, and there was a 1-foot-long beast head on its body. This beast head looked like a dog's head, but its eyes were slender and its nose was huge. Its mouth was slightly open and a faint red tongue was sticking out. Wisps of white gas were coming out of the beast's mouth. The soul beast had 4 legs. The front 2 were slightly longer and were resting on the stone table. The back 2 were slightly shorter and were separated by the edge of the stone table. A pitch-black tail was swinging from time to time. Oh! Seeing the tail of the soul beast, Xiaohua's gaze followed the tail to the back of the soul beast. Chapter 2889. Greetings, G-Man. When the bugle horn sounded, everyone shouted in unison. Most of the soul warriors prostrated themselves on the ground in reverence. Xiaohua was a little stunned, but Xiao Mao, who was standing next to him, bowed elegantly. Although he had a respectful expression, he didn't seem to be panicking. Xiaohua, Fairy Hongxia, and the rest looked at each other and followed Xiao Mao's example, bowing respectfully. Ziming naturally bowed. She originally wanted to pull Xiaohua back, but when she saw Xiaohua bow and smile, she didn't say anything else. It was as though Xiao Mao's etiquette conformed to the rules of Back Earth Stronghold. Everyone please rise. G-Man walked to the stairs, lowered his head and looked down. He waved his hand and said in a soft voice, his tone filled with dignity. Thank you, G-Man. After everyone responded, they slowly stood up. Everyone, Meng Mountains is now facing a crisis that has never happened in the past million years. The weather is dry and not a single grain is growing. The trillions of people in Meng Mountains are facing a life and death crisis. At this critical moment, the people of Meng Mountains, the descendants of the 12 great gods, must work together to overcome this crisis. Our unity is much more important than before. Unity is the foundation of an impregnable fortress. G-Man continued. No matter it is my Hutu stronghold, Shibai stronghold, Jing Apple stronghold, King Ji stronghold, or even the tens of thousands of Magus strongholds scattered all over Meng Mountains, we have to work together and get rid of all grudges and grudges. Only when we kneel down at the feet of the 12 great gods with a devout heart, and beg for the mercy of the 12 great gods, will we have a way to survive. We may be in charge of the shaman stronghold or the power of souls or even the bloodline of the 12 great gods, but we are just insignificant beings in this world and cannot compare to the power of the 12 great gods. I believe that the 12 great gods will not forget us, and will not abandon their pitiful people. Besides, I also believe that the 12 great gods have heard our prayers, and have delivered the miracle that can solve the crisis in Meng Mountains. Today is the day that the netherworld eye of Hutu village is opened. At this moment in this place when we are about to confess to you, God Hutu, we should thank you and implore you to open the netherworld eye, open the eye of miracles and open our faith. Let us see the traces of the great God Hutu. Let us see the Meng Mountains from the ancient age to the primordial age and then from the primordial age to the present day. It is the great God's residence, and it is because of the great God's mercy that millions of my people can live in peace. As he spoke, G-Man also knelt on the ground and shouted loudly, begging the Hutu great God to open her eyes. Seeing G-Man kneeling down, everyone panicked and hurriedly knelt down. Xiaohua was a little surprised, and when he looked at Xiao Mao again, he saw that Xiao Mao's eyes were also filled with sincerity. Obviously, the 12 great gods that G-Man mentioned were the source of Xiao Mao's bloodline. Xiao Mao was no exception, and he also knelt down respectfully. Damn it! Xiaohua was in a difficult position. He was a cultivator of the Taoist sect, and had nothing to do with the 12 great gods of soul cultivation. Even if the great gods wanted to protect them, they would protect the millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains, and would not extend their hands to the Taoist sect. Why should he kneel down for no reason? But right at this moment, roar! A loud roar came from the front of the square. Xiaohua looked up and saw that it was Mingyu who was lying on the stone table. At this moment Mingyu's body was twisting rapidly, and a roar came from his mouth. However, although there were no ripples of energy and no soul sense, Mingyu's body could not break free from the stone table no matter how hard he struggled. On Mingyu's snow-white abdomen strange runes appeared. These runes appeared slowly, stroke by stroke, as if someone dipped a brush in Mingyu's blood and drew them on his abdomen. Seek Green Seal script. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time he saw Green Seal script being written stroke by stroke. And these Green Seal runes were blood red. Is this the work of G-Man from the Hutu village? Xiaohua's eyes were filled with shock, and he immediately looked at G-Man who was kneeling on the ground. But G-Man was very respectful and did not move an inch. Of course Xiaohua had cultivated in soul techniques as well, and he knew that soul techniques didn't require the Tao sect to form seals and control the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth. However, even though he didn't dare release his soul sense, he didn't sense the existence of any soul energy at all. At this moment the first Green Seal rune was completed. Wu, a strange wind blew and the Green Seal rune flew out from Mingyu's body. Under the Green Seal rune, there was another wave of blood light. Long, 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 long. Although it was not the sound of thunder, it was louder than thunder. The Green Seal rune formed by the blood light suddenly turned into blood-red threads and scattered in the air. Everyone, including Xiaohua, felt their souls shake. This is the sound of the Green Seal rune, Xiaohua suddenly realized. He looked at Mingyu again and saw that his entire body was trembling violently, as if a large hand was violently strangling his huge body. Woo woo woo. After the thunderous roar, a huge gust of wind blew out from the Green Seal text. The wisps of blood also fused with the wind, and a gust of wind filled with a faint green light shot into the sky. Before the pillar of wind could disappear, pitch-black clouds gathered from all directions of the Hutu stockade, and covered the entire sky. The art of clouds and rain. Xiaohua's mind raced. But before he could look at the dark clouds, the second Green Seal rune appeared on Mingyu's snow-white abdomen, and a large amount of blood shot into the sky. Woo woo woo. This time the sound was very muffled, as if it came from the mouth and nose of a giant. After this sound, countless hurricanes rushed into the sky, and whistled in all directions. Looking at the changes in the sky, Xiaohua slightly narrowed his eyes as if he was thinking of something. If there was a third Green Seal character, perhaps there should be lightning and thunder, perhaps there should be rain falling, right? Unfortunately, in just a moment the third Green Seal rune shot into the sky, and a dazzling green light flashed, and a huge light ball covered the entire stone table. The poor Mingyu had no strength to struggle. Now in the light ball he only moved a little and a shadow visible to the naked eye flew out from his body. Crack crack crack, a small green lightning bolt came out from the light ball, and hit the panicked soul of Mingyu. Then a small crack appeared in the middle of the light ball. Jig. After a small chirp, a black shadow flashed out from the crack. The black shadow was like a big mouth, rushing towards Mingyu's soul and swallowing it in an instant. Then the black shadow suddenly expanded, and a strange human figure with a human body and a snake tail was revealed. And this human figure had 7 arms on its back. Hiss. Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was truly a bit unimaginable. Greetings, Huda great god. A loud voice came from all around the square. It was the worship of all the people of Meng Mountain. What should we do? Xiaohua didn't know what to do. However, before he could think of anything else, an extremely cold and emotionless fluctuation swept through the entire plaza. An extremely powerful deterrence spread out from the black shadow to the entire plaza. Xiaohua, Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia were bowing slightly, but now they couldn't resist at all. Plop, plop, plop. Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia fell to the ground, their faces pale. Obviously they couldn't resist this indescribable deterrence. As for Xiaohua, he also felt like a huge mountain was pressing down on his shoulder, and that unparalleled force pushed him to the ground. But the moment he knelt on the ground in the Buddha fire of the Buddha Saraira, the faint, almost inaudible golden thread slowly emitted a gentle wave. Although the wave was small, it was like the grass under the cliff, tenacious and persistent. A faint force of support came from Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua gritted his teeth and used all his strength to push one knee to the ground, and the other leg trembled, but didn't fall. Xiaohua raised his head slightly, staring at the black shadow and persisted. Woo-woo, the shadow of Hutu great god in the black shadow suddenly moved, but it didn't rush toward Xiaohua. That unparalleled deterrence, and the wave retreated from the square like a tide, rushing toward the door behind the stone table. Boom! The beast heads above the door opened up, and under the impact of the wave a 10-feet-wide whirlpool was formed. After the black shadow and the green ball of light rushed into the whirlpool, they immediately disappeared, and the whirlpool also slowly disappeared. Then a ray of sunlight fell from the sky, and the dark clouds gradually dissipated. The raging wind in the sky also disappeared. Farewell, Hutu great god. Another respectful voice sounded. After half a cup of tea's time, G-Man of Hutu stronghold stood up from the ground. After she stood up, the first thing she looked at was Xiaohua. At this moment, Xiaohua didn't have the time to pay attention to this. He frowned slightly as he looked at the still closed door. Because when everyone was kneeling on the ground, he clearly saw that right after the shadow of Hutu great god appeared, the crack in the sky disappeared, and then the shadow directly rushed toward the door. Everyone, G-Man glanced at Xiaohua, then looked at Ziming, who just stood up, and an indescribable expression appeared in her eyes. Then she turned to the square and waved her hand. The netherworld eye has been opened. Hutu great god might not come to Hutu stronghold to hear our sincere prayers, but her clone has already come. She hasn't forgotten about us. Opening the netherworld eye is the same as opening the source of the inheritance of the Hutu great god. As he spoke, G-Man waved his hand, and a palm-sized bone staff appeared in his hand. A strand of light green radiance flashed, and it struck the tightly shut door. Bang! The two doors above the door vanished abruptly, and it revealed a pitch-black expanse behind it. Chapter 2890. Oh, it's not the usual hall? Xiaohua's eyes never left the hall door. The moment the door disappeared, he could see everything behind the darkness. There was a huge passage behind the door, and a cold wind was blowing out from it. This cold wind was different from the usual night wind. When it blew onto Xiaohua's body, an indescribable chill was born from Xiaohua's heart. It was as if the cold wind could blow through his body. The netherworld wind? Xiaohua felt the familiar cold wind and frowned. There seems to be a difference. Woo woo woo, as the cold wind blew, all of the motionless banners on the square immediately began to flutter. Even the banners at the four corners of the square began to move. It was as if only the cold wind could make all the banners move. All the soul warriors raised the bugle horn in their hands at the same time and blew it. The sound of the bugle horn immediately echoed throughout the plaza and even spread out to the entire Hutu stronghold. Roar roar roar, a burst of cheers came from the plaza, causing Xiaohua to look away from the passage. When he saw the situation in the plaza, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone in the plaza, regardless of gender, was dancing with the cold wind and the bugle horn. Their postures were exactly the same as what he saw in the Bayan stronghold. Around Xiaohua, even Ziming had a smile on his face as he jumped up and down happily. Fairy Hongxia's face was still pale. She sneaked to Xiaohua's side and whispered, "Just now, the Hutu god's avatar was really powerful. This netherworld, I'm afraid it's not easy to deal with. You must be careful." And Xiaohua nodded. He knew that Fairy Hongxia didn't want him to go, but because of Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao he had to go. This was why she was so eager to warn him. The plaza was filled with cheers and laughter. Only Li Zongbao, Xiaohua and Fairy Hongxia seemed to be out of place. However, everyone's face was filled with sweet smiles. It seemed that with the protection of the Hutu god, all the difficulties in front of them were just passing clouds. The celebration went on for the time it took to finish a meal, and only then did the crowd slowly come to a stop. G-Man from Hutu Stockade came before the door, glanced around and said, "Most of the soul wood and soul beasts in Meng Mountains are taken from the netherworldly eyes, and according to the Magus Codex of Hutu Stockade, even the millet seeds are produced from the netherworldly eyes. But for many years we've been focusing on the soul wood and soul beasts, we've never paid attention to millet seed. Now that Meng Mountains is facing a great calamity, it is the great deity Hutu who is admonishing us, telling us not to forget our roots, and not to treat the words of the great deity Hutu as a passing wind. Therefore, when the netherworld eye opened this time, in addition to looking for ordinary soul wood, many warriors also wanted to look for millet seeds. May the great deity Hutu help you. Warriors of Hutu stronghold, the heavy burden of saving Meng Mountains has fallen on your shoulders. Woo woo woo, the horn sounded again. Ah? The millet seed is in the netherworld eye? Xiaohua's eyes turned and whispered to Ziming. Also, aren't we the only ones entering the netherworld eye? Unexpectedly, Ziming frowned as well. He pondered for a while, then said, "This? I don't know the origin of millet seed, and according to what I know, the origin of millet seed has never been recorded in the Magus Code. Today, G-Man sent soul warriors to the netherworld eye to look for the millet seed. As for whether there are others entering the netherworld eye, it doesn't matter to us. Hehe, there are even benefits." And Xiaohua nodded. Alright, after the sound of the bugle horn faded, G-Man waved her hand and said, "However, before the brave warriors enter the netherworld's eye, this old one has an interesting matter that I would like to explain to you." After that, G-Man from Jingapple village told them about how he had requested to use the Netherlink mirror from Hutu village, as well as how Xiao Mao and the others had requested to use the Netherlink mirror at the same time. In the end he said, "Young Mistress Ziming's old friend and young Master Zai's best friend are all here. Regardless of their identity, they are all Taoist cultivators of Meng Mountains. If it wasn't for the fact that this old woman had some difficulties, she definitely wouldn't have made things difficult for G-Man, young Lady Ziming and young Master Ziyi. Thus, under G-Man's suggestion, we all sent people to the netherworld eye. If my Jingqiang village returns with the twilight moon seed first, then this old woman has the authority to use the netherworld mirror twice. If young Master Xiao and the others from the Dao sect obtain the netherworld orchid seed first, then this old woman can only use the netherworld mirror once. This old woman will say this in front of G-Man and all of you. I hope that all of you can bear witness to this. The people of Meng Mountains are definitely not people who bully distant guests." Oh, hearing this, many soul warriors finally understood the reason why Xiaohua and the other Taoist cultivators had appeared here. Of course, some kind and vicious gazes and soul senses swept over again. Everyone. Seeing this, Ziming took a step forward and held Xiaohua's hand. She said, "Xiaohua, young Master Xiao is Zai's best friend. Furthermore, they are all Taoist cultivators and are not aware of the dangers within the netherworld eye. If they were to enter alone, they would definitely not be able to escape unscathed. This kind of situation should not happen to the hospitable people of Meng Mountains like us. Thus, Zai is willing to accompany young Master Xiao into the netherworld eye." Of course, when choosing the twilight moon and the netherworld orchid, Zai chose the netherworld orchid, which is rarely seen in the netherworld eye. To my Hutu village, the Jingapple village is also an important guest. Zai does not dare to treat them poorly. Ah? Everyone was a little surprised. However, they soon came to a realization. Some admired Zai's loyalty and some knew the reason why G-Man from Hutu village sent out so many soul warriors. Either way, it's an interesting matter. Hutu village's G-Man saw that the matter was clear. He laughed and said, "If my Hutu village's netherworld mirror could be used 4 times, then this situation would not have happened. This is also the reason why the great god Hutu wants us to enter the netherworld eye. I believe that all of the brave warriors here will return with a full load." Woo woo, all of the bugles sounded again. Roar roar, some of the soul warriors also let out sounds. Clearly it was time to enter the netherworld eye. "Young Master Xiao, let us enter first." Ziming held Xiaohua's hand and did not let go as he said with a smile. "Alright Zai, please." Xiaohua turned to look at Fairy Hongxia. At this moment, Fairy Hongxia's eyes were not on Ziming's hand. Instead she was looking at Xiaohua worriedly. When she saw Xiaohua nodding at her, she smiled as well. However, her heart was already in her throat. If she was only slightly worried a few days ago, now that she saw how powerful the great god Hutu's soul clone was, she was very worried about Xiaohua entering the netherworld eye. It was as if she had a premonition that this trip would not be simple. Zai and Xiaohua walked up the stairs hand in hand. The two of them bowed to G-Man. G-Man looked at Xiaohua from head to toe a few times before looking at Ziming. His eyes were filled with warmth. Zai, although the Netherworld Eye is not very dangerous, that was decades ago. Now that Ming Mountains has changed, the Netherworld Eye might have changed as well. You must be careful in there. G-Man said gently, if you can't get the Netherworld Orchid, don't force it. The Netherworld Mirror can only be used once. If the second time is not urgent, it won't be too late to use it after 10 years. Yes, the boy understands. When Ziming heard this, he seemed to be a little sad. He knew that from now on, Zai would not be able to appear in front of everyone. With tears in his eyes, he bowed and said, "Thank you, G-Man." Then he clenched his teeth and held back his tears. He pulled Xiaohua and quickly walked into the hall. Looking at the disappearing figures of Xiaohua and Ziming, G-Man's eyes were indifferent. There was nothing special about it. Then the two elders of Jing Apple Village, Ji Lan and Lin Ming, also entered. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the spirit warriors who were waiting in the square lined up and entered the dark passage. Fairy Hong Xia and the others followed Ziming to the square at dawn. It was already late in the morning. And with the passing of time, the sun slowly hung above their heads. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the sun was scorching hot. But everyone's eyes were looking at the silent hall door and the dark passage. They didn't seem to feel the scorching heat of the sun. Unfortunately, their eager gazes were not the hands of the Hutu great god. They couldn't pull the people they were waiting for out of the Netherworld Eye. Even when the sky was no longer scorching hot and the evening mist was everywhere, no one appeared in the passage. Because of this, even G-Man of Hutu village, who had always been indifferent, showed a hint of anxiety in his eyes. At this moment, everyone knew that this trip to the Netherworld Eye, something might have happened. The other spirit warriors didn't dare to say anything, but the elders were whispering to each other. After all, the Netherworld Eye opened at dawn and closed at midnight. Under normal circumstances, a spirit warrior should have appeared as early as noon. Fairy Hong Xia had an extremely bad premonition in her heart. She seemed to recall the time when she was cultivating alone in the Valley of Ice. Xiaohua had appeared with extreme surprise. According to Xiaohua, he had been blown to the Valley of Ice by the wind of the Netherworld when he was cultivating in the Netherworld. How far was the Valley of Ice from Mingxi? Xiaohua was actually blown to her side. What about the Netherworld Eye? It was probably several times more powerful than Mingxi, right? As long as my darling Xiao is alive, it's fine. No matter where he goes. Fairy Hong Xia prayed in her heart. As long as he's alive, I'll have hope. I'll definitely be able to accompany him in this world. I don't ask for anything like everlasting. I only ask for him to be in my heart and me to be in his heart. Time flew by quickly and the moonlight had already scattered down. Everyone was anxious and uneasy. At this moment, within the passageway, the entire palace and the entire square, there was an abnormally loud sound. The ground shook violently and strange changes suddenly occurred. Chapter 2891. Xiaohua followed Ziming into the palace. Inside the pitch-black passage, a strange cold wind blew. This cold wind was extremely bone-piercing, and there was even a thick smell of blood. Xiaohua was extremely familiar with this smell. It was the netherworld wind that he encountered in the netherworld. Looks like this netherworld is really big. Xiaohua very naturally began to guess what the netherworld was, and estimated what he might encounter in a while. Suddenly, Xiaohua felt a slight sweet fragrance pounce into his mouth and nose. His left arm also touched a soft and warm body. Even the soft hand that had been holding his hand suddenly became hot, and within the heat, there was a trace of moisture. That sweet fragrance was very strange. Not only was it not blown away by the wind of the netherworld, it was even denser. When Xiaohua breathed it in, he actually felt an extremely comfortable feeling in his heart. His hand could not help but clench that hand tightly. That hand seemed to feel Xiaohua's strength and at the same time, increased its strength and even intertwined its 5 fingers, clenching Xiaohua's hand tightly. The moment the 5 fingers intertwined, Xiaohua hesitated. Looking at the pitch-black surroundings, he sighed in his heart. It was said that the dark night could make a person brave, and it was indeed so. Although Ziming did not have any chance to express the feelings in his heart, once there was a chance for the feelings to ferment, he immediately became uncontrollable like a wild horse. In the instant Xiaohua hesitated, Ziming successfully grasped Xiaohua's hand, and even grabbed it twice, making it even more comfortable. Then that warm body snuggled closer. Cough cough, Xiaohua coughed twice and whispered, Ziyi. Hearing the name Ziyi, that warm body immediately stiffened and slightly moved away from Xiaohua. However, that hand was still holding on and did not relax in the slightest. Young Master Xiao, Ziming's voice recovered and said somewhat timidly, this concubine. This concubine is a woman and not Ziyi. If it was someone else, this concubine was purely trying to cover it up. But this concubine could not deceive herself when facing young master. But Xiaohua hesitated as if he was afraid of hurting Ziming, and said in a low voice, ever since this Xiao saw you, I have always thought of you as Ziyi. In fact, when he saw you earlier he even thought that you were Ziming and had a lot of hostility towards you. He, Ziming chuckled and clenched her fists even tighter. That's because this concubine's disguise was too good. Even young master didn't notice. Xiaohua tried to pull his hand away but it didn't move. Instead it made Ziming grip his hand even tighter. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Actually, Ziming sighed and said, actually for so many years, it's been hard for me to disguise myself as Midnight. Although I can't bear to part with Midnight, I really want to revive him and let him be the real Midnight in my Hutu stronghold. However, I never thought that this path would be so difficult. In front of others, this concubine has to act out the two of us perfectly. In the beginning, this concubine was really scared and treading on thin ice, afraid that others would see through any flaws. In this concubine's heart, it's also hard. Not only is it hard to change my identity, but it's also hard to bear this burden in my heart. Just like what this concubine said earlier, this concubine's only wish in this life is to revive Midnight. This is also the biggest motivation for this concubine to repair the soul-falling lamp and seize the position of G-Man. This burden has been crushing this concubine's heart for so many years. This concubine doesn't dare to think too much, for fear of disturbing the guilt this concubine feels towards Midnight. Do you know? Perhaps this concubine didn't feel it in Sky Patrol City. Xiaohua couldn't help but mutter a few times in the dark. Ziming seemed to have heard him and said again, unfortunately, these are all legends. Even if this concubine can cultivate the ordinary ninth heaven of spirit origin, and her soul can soar through the 9 heavens, this concubine can never reach the 3 heavens beyond the heavens, and stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient Almighty. Or perhaps, this concubine is willing to learn all 365 Green Seal scripts, and use my life in exchange for Midnight's resurrection. Xiaohua originally wanted to ask more, but after hearing Ziming's sad and tearful narration, how could he still have such thoughts? His hand tightened a little and he said with a smile, no matter what Ziming does, this Xiao will do his best to help. This Xiao believes that as long as Ziming has the heavens in your heart, even the 3 heavens beyond the heavens can be broken through. You called me Ziming? Ziming's voice was actually stuttering as if she was wild with joy. Silly child. You are Ziming and you don't want to deceive yourself anymore. Why would this Xiao repeat the same mistake? Xiaohua said with a smile as if Ziming was an ignorant child. So, Xiaolang. Ziming leaned her body closer to Xiaohua, and Xiaohua could feel Ziming's burning hot face on his arm. This tunnel is indeed pitch black. But aren't we still deceiving ourselves now? Xiaohua smiled bitterly and was about to say something. But Ziming had already spoken first. Xiaolang, this concubine knows that I am an uncivilized girl from Meng Mountain, and I don't deserve to call you Xiaolang. But, please allow this concubine to be presumptuous for once, and I will only call you young Master Xiaolang in this netherworld After leaving this place, this concubine will never. Xiaohua quickly stretched out his hand and his right index finger accurately pressed on Ziming's cherry lips, and said with a smile, there are some words that can't be said. Although Xiaohua didn't lower his head to look at Ziming, but when he suddenly felt a warm and wet sensation on his finger, he was so scared that he immediately retracted his finger. Hehe. Ziming laughed. This concubine has never been so happy in her entire life. Xiaohua laughed. Walking in the snow in Sky Patrol City is also not bad. That's right. Ziming said happily. Because of Zai's matter, Ziming has always regarded herself as a man. But I didn't expect to meet such a strange person like Xiao Lang in Sky Patrol City. To be honest, this concubine still doesn't understand, is there really love at first sight in this world? When this concubine thought about how bold we were that day and how this concubine gave you the soul-falling lamp without the slightest hint of disappointment, this concubine felt extremely strange. This. Xiaohua immediately thought of Jiuxia and was a little tongue-tied. This should be called familiarity at first sight, and not love at first sight. What do you think? This concubine feels that, whether it is love at first sight or familiarity at first sight, it is love at first sight. Ziming laughed. Isn't this concubine in you? This Xiaohua liked this kind of ambiguity in his heart, but he still didn't want to hide it from her and wanted to speak again. But Ziming promptly interrupted him and laughed. Xiao Lang, this concubine will be G-Man of Hutu village in the future. My future children will definitely be G-Man and Wu Lao, and Fu Man must spend her life in Hutu village. After thinking for a moment, she explained, actually, according to the records of my Meng Mountains shaman canon, the Hutu great deity transformed into the netherworld and became an independent reincarnation, which is not connected to any other world. Only the dead souls can enter through a way that no one knows. As for this netherworld sea, the Yellow Springs Road and so on, they seem to be places where malicious spirits, vengeful spirits and other existences that are different from us humans live. Moreover, if the netherworld is really the world of undead, Ziyi would have been resurrected long ago. Can I worry about it for the rest of my life? Seeing that Xiaohua wanted to ask something again, Ziming smiled and said, Xiaohua, there are a lot of secrets in my Meng Mountains and even the Wheel of Heavenly Tao. If you are interested, you might as well come to my Hutu stockade. In the future, the stockade's accumulation will definitely satisfy your curiosity. Xiaohua smiled and did not answer. He continued to ask, in other words, a soul warrior like Ziming who can control malicious spirits also does not know the difference between the Netherworld Sea and the Netherworld Sea? It's not just me. Ziming pursed her lips and said, even the Grand Shaman, and even the Shaman King of Meng Mountains, I'm afraid they don't know. Shaman King? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. After hearing about the Grand Shaman and G-Man, he once again heard the title of Shaman King. Let's go. Xiaohua, we are going in. Ziming naturally turned her head and took a glance. She patted her hand and took out the bone staff from the soul nest. She pulled her hand out of Xiaohua's hand, looked at Xiaohua with a smile and began to chant. Following Ziming's witchcraft incantation, the bone staff began to emit a dark green brilliance. This brilliance became more and more dazzling in the Yellow Spring Palace. However, as time passed, the bone staff became heavy again. Moreover, a trace of dark red appeared on Ziming's face as if it was quite strenuous. Go. Just when Xiaohua was a little worried, Ziming pointed the bone staff in her hand. The dark green brilliance rushed out of the bone staff and landed on a layer of skeletons. Swoosh. Like a great wave washing away sand, the green color dyed the white color, and the yellow spring instantly disappeared. At the same time, an oval burning with green flames suddenly appeared in the green color. Immediately after, the oval strangely stood upright, and actually became a fire circle like a moon gate. Xiaohua, Ziming's face was clearly pale. She stretched out her hand to grab Xiaohua's hand and said with a forced smile, the yellow spring gate has already opened. Are you willing to accompany this concubine to the 9 underworlds? Xiaohua originally wanted to withdraw his hand, but looking at Ziming's slightly pale face, this face could not be compared to Fairy Hongxia, and even more so, it could not be compared to Jiuxia. However, the eyes on this face were extremely hot, and did not lose out to anyone in the slightest. Forget it, it's just this trip anyway. Xiaohua's hand paused for a moment, but in the end he did not avoid it. Ziming held Xiaohua's hand, and the corner of her mouth revealed a sweet smile. Xiaohua could clearly see that there was actually an extremely deep dimple on Ziming's right cheek. and her smile was very sweet. Holding Xiaohua's hand, Ziming stretched out her left hand and pushed it forward. The fire circle suddenly rushed out a strong gust of netherworld wind, blowing towards the two of them. In an instant, Ziming's long hair was blown up, and a few strands of black hair also landed on Xiaohua's face. Whooshed in just a moment, a dark green light barrier appeared in Ziming's hand, blocking all of the netherworld wind. Then Ziming took a step forward and walked towards the yellow spring door. A strange scene appeared. As Ziming and Xiaohua held hands and disappeared from the fire circle that was as flat as a piece of paper, the fire circle suddenly exploded, and all of the jade flames scattered in all directions, igniting the entire yellow spring hall. When the two elders of the Jing Apple Village arrived, they looked at the jade flames all over the ground, and a helpless smile appeared on their faces. Xiaohua followed Ziming into the yellow spring door, and he only felt a flash of brilliance in front of his eyes. He did not feel any pressure of being teleported, and his entire surroundings were filled with a layer of dark green. Xiaohua, close your eyes for a moment. Ziming said considerately, the netherworld eye here is blocked by the green seal text talisman, and the brilliance of the green seal text can easily cause the naked eye to be unable to adapt. Moreover, it's best for cultivators not to release their divine sense, or it will be corroded by the netherworld wind. Xiaohua obediently closed his eyes, and after a moment he opened them. Sure enough, when he opened his eyes again, the green brilliance was no longer glaring. Seeing Xiaohua being so obedient, Ziming suddenly felt a kind of warmth in his heart. These 6 are all the netherworld eye? Xiaohua looked around and saw that he was standing on a stone step, and below the stone step in a huge space, there were 6 circular deep holes that were enveloped by a dark green brilliance. These deep holes were arranged neatly, with 2 in a group and 3 in a triangular shape. The entire space was filled with the netherworld wind, and the dark green brilliance in the deep holes was like an eye that was being blown up. Above the eye, a brilliance overflowed, and it was indeed similar to a real eye. As expected of the name Netherworld Eye, Xiaohua saw this and could not help but praise. Hehe Xiaohua, this is nothing, Ziming said with a smile. If you see the existence inside the netherworld eye, you will definitely be flabbergasted and your eyeballs will fall out. Really? Xiaohua was surprised. I don't really believe it. Hehe, just you wait. Ziming clapped his hand and took out a shuttle-shaped soul tool from the soul nest. He chanted another incantation and the soul tool slowly expanded. Isn't this my Dao Sect's flying magic tool? Seeing a flying boat similar to a boat being born, Xiaohua was indeed somewhat surprised. Who said that only your Dao Sect has flying magic tools and my Meng Mountain doesn't? Ziming's eyes contained a smile and he glanced at Xiaohua and said, my Meng Mountain has many, and they are not inferior to your Dao Sect's methods. You will slowly come to know in the future. Speaking up to here, the corners of Ziming's mouth were secretly bitter. When the flying boat that could accommodate 2 people took shape, Ziming jumped in first and stretched out his hand. Come Xiaohua, I will let you see the magic of my Meng Mountain's flying boat, and the mystery of my Hutu stronghold's netherworld eye. Good, I want to ask for advice. Xiaohua had already experienced life and death in Mingxi's netherworld wind. Although he did not have the phoenix celestial body now, he was not unfamiliar with the netherworld wind. He said with a smile and also jumped in. However, before he could stand firm, Ziming's hand had already stretched out, as if he wanted to cherish every moment in the Yellow Springs Palace. Xiaohua saw that Ziming was already slightly shy, but he seemed to be used to it and he sighed in his heart. After all, he had only treated Ziming as Sai before, and it was not easy for him to get used to it. Chapter 2893. Xiaolang, sit tight. Ziming reminded Xiaoyu. She chanted a soul incantation and pointed the bone staff. The airboat slowly flew up and flew toward one of the netherworld eyes. When it was above the netherworld eye, the airboat emitted a dark green brilliance. This brilliance formed a soul incantation in the air and fell into the netherworld eye like snowflakes. Goo-goo, a sound like spring water gushing was heard. The netherworld eye's brilliance also flourished, as if it had opened its eyes. A green beam of light shot out and covered the airboat. The airboat tilted slightly and immediately fell into the netherworld eye. Xiaohua stood on the airboat and saw layers of green light overflowing on the airboat. It was similar to the protective brilliance of the flowing cloud airboat. Moreover, this airboat was transparent. It was as if there was nothing under his feet. He could clearly see the situation around him. As the airboat rushed into the netherworld eye, a strong netherworld wind caused the airboat to be a little bumpy. Even the green light shield on the left was extremely swaying, as if it could be annihilated at any time. Inside the netherworld eye, what met Xiaohua's gaze were iron corpses similar to the 9 divine guards. These iron corpses stood on the rock wall inside the netherworld eye. The rock wall was layered and there were 9 iron corpses on each layer. Xiaohua saw that there were more than 10 layers, which meant that there were nearly 100 iron corpses. Oh, he was a little stunned. This netherworld eye, didn't I say it before? The 9 divine guards are inside the netherworld eye. Naturally there are iron corpses here. Ziming smiled. Are there iron corpses in the other 5 netherworld eyes? Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked again. Yes, there are iron corpses in every netherworld eye. Ziming answered without hesitation. It's just that the exact number is uncertain. Then, is every netherworld eye the same or is the netherworld eye you chose different? Xiaohua asked again. The netherworld eye I chose is naturally different. Ziming said with a smile. If it's the same, then how can I be so sure of winning? As for why it's different, Xiao Lang will know in a moment. Okay, Xiaohua looked at the flying boat slowly descending against the wind. The iron corpses were like guards standing by the side, nodding slightly. The flying boat fell straight down for the size of a meal. It was probably over 10,000 feet, but it seemed that there was no end to the netherworld eye. What made Xiaohua astonished was that there seemed to be no end to the number of iron corpses as they kept swaying in front of him. Just how many iron corpses does your Hutu stronghold have? Xiaohua couldn't help but ask. As for the specific number, I really don't know. Ziming said with a smile. Only old Wu knows this secret. However, in my opinion, even if it isn't 200,000, it should be at least 100,000. So many. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He had seen the strength of the 9 divine guards. They were more powerful than late Foundation establishment stage cultivators and were almost comparable to Jindan. If the Huda stronghold had 200,000 iron corpses with the strength of Jindan, then the Dao sect and ordinary Shuzhen sects, let alone ordinary sects, even the Imperial Thunder sect, would be unable to withstand a single blow, right? But before Xiaohua could recover from his shock, Ziming's words made Xiaohua's jaw drop. However, this doesn't count for much. According to Old Wu, there are still flying iron corpses, flying copper corpses and so on in Meng Mountains. Although their strength can't compare to Hanba, they are still more powerful than the 9 divine guards of my Hutu stronghold. Moreover, there are over 1 million of them. Is that true? Xiaohua was somewhat in disbelief. Why would I lie to you? Ziming said with a smile. That's why your Dao sect cultivators are so narrow-minded. You always think that my Meng Mountain soul warriors are uncivilized and think of your Shuzhen 3 kingdoms like sword cultivators. In fact, if we wanted to, how could you be our match? That might not be the case. Xiaohua immediately realized. Your Meng Mountain's iron corpses and copper corpses are many, but they are all dead objects and still need soul warriors to control them. And these soul warriors, I'm afraid they won't be easy opponents for my Dao sect cultivators. Moreover, my Dao sect's nascent soul stage and deity stage masters are all extremely powerful. I'm afraid you guys won't be easy to deal with. What my dear Xiao says makes sense. However, I've never thought of starting a war with the Dao sect, nor have I thought much about this. Hearing this, Xiaohua thought of another matter and asked, Ziming, when you drove the flying ship and waved the bone staff, the incantation should be a soul incantation, right? Yes. Ziming rolled her eyes and knew what Xiaohua wanted to ask. Does my dear Xiao also want to chant the soul incantation? Indeed. Xiaohua answered honestly. I've also cultivated soul arts for a few days, but no matter what, I can't chant the soul incantation. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Previously in the soul refining cave I've also asked Master Ma Qin. He's right. Daoist Xiao, it's better if you give up. Ziming knew that Xiaohua was unwilling to give up and said with a smile, "This soul incantation can only be cast by the descendants of the 12 great gods using the power of their bloodline. You're a Dao sect cultivator, so it's better if you use magic arts." Hee, Xiaohua also laughed. "Don't tell me. I can't even use soul threads to exert force?" "Oh. Looks like Master Ma Qin, told Daoist Xiao a lot." Ziming nodded. "Soul threads can indeed pronounce the incantation, but how can it be so simple? If it could, those swordsmen and cultivators who cultivate soul arts would have long been able to chant the real soul incantation." "Oh, then, there's no other way? Or perhaps, I can also chant a soul incantation that isn't the real one?" Xiaohua was delighted. Ziming shook her head. "I don't know the method. Maybe I'll ask Elder Wu later. As for the soul incantation, it doesn't really use the power of the bloodline. Instead, it uses sword origin and true essence to activate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although the effect is similar, it's fundamentally different from my Meng Mountain soul arts." Speaking up to here, Ziming looked at the surrounding iron corpses and said with a frown, "Actually, when it comes to magic arts and soul arts, I've never been clear about them. Or rather, I admire the seniors of the Dao sect. My Meng Mountain's magic arts are inherited from the primordial era, passed down by the 20 great deities. They refine the soul, condense the bloodline, and walk the path of the 9 heavens. Although it's also borrowing the power of external objects, it's no small matter. It can affect the weather. But it's also because of this that the inheritance is getting thinner and thinner. There are fewer and fewer almighty figures who can move the clouds with a wave of their hand. The Dao sect's orthodoxy doesn't pay attention to this. Instead, it uses the body as a guide to cultivate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, using the power of the heavenly Dao to create one's own divine ability. These divine abilities may seem small, but they use a small amount of the body's strength every time. It won't consume the bloodline or life essence. Although the weather can't be compared to my soul arts, it's easy to cultivate and can use the limitless spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Actually, as Daoist Xiao said just now, your nascent soul and deity transformation seniors can affect the situation. Although my Meng Mountain doesn't have as many soul warriors as your Dao sect, but just one of them is equivalent to several deity transformation cultivators, right? It's not impossible. That's right, Ziming is right. Xiaohua has cultivated magic and soul arts, so he naturally knows the difference between the two. The Dao sect and Meng Mountain should have 2 different cultivation paths, just like sword cultivators Buddhism and Confucian cultivators. Although Meng Mountain's soul arts are powerful and impossible to guard against, every time they are used, life and death are decided. But after all, it's greatly related to the bloodline. If Xiao Mao didn't have the pure bloodline of great god Shibai, he probably wouldn't even have a trace of soul energy. But that's not the case for my Dao sect. As long as one has the physique to cultivate, regardless of whether one has a bloodline or not, one can cultivate. Even Xiao Mao, who was born as a soul warrior of Meng Mountain, can smoothly cultivate to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Actually, there are so many cultivation paths in this world, just in line with the 3,000 great Daos, each with their own characteristics. Daoist Xiao really knows a lot. Ziming pursed his lips and praised again. "You even know about Buddhism and Confucian cultivators. Since you know about Confucian cultivators, can't you see the difference between my Empress Earth Stockade and other places?" Hearing this, Xiaohua laughed and nodded. "So that's how it is. Looks like Empress Earth Stockade also has the inheritance of Confucian cultivators." There are some Confucian cultivators in Meng Mountain. My Empress Earth Stockade also had a Confucian cultivator, G-Man, and Confucian cultivators were even popular in Meng Mountain for a period of time. I saw it in the Shaman Codex. At that time, some shamans called themselves Zhend and G-Man called himself Ai Jia. They were all borrowed from Confucian cultivators. Oh, all the palaces in my Empress Earth Stockade were built according to the ancient books of Confucian cultivators. In addition, the names of my Empress Earth Stockade's descendants were also influenced at that time. Ziming said somewhat mysteriously. Also, this G-Man now also admires Confucian cultivators very much. Oh, those Confucian cultivators. Xiaohua's face lit up as he asked. At this moment the flying boat suddenly stopped as if it had stopped and then it glided smoothly. The netherworld wind also weakened a lot. Oh, we're arriving so soon. This was the second time Ziming felt that time had passed too quickly, and then he said casually, what kind of ending can those Confucian cultivators have? Except for some ancient books, all their descendants either died or were integrated into the people of Meng Mountain. Ancient books. Xiaohua's eyes began to turn. Don't even think about those ancient books. Ziming already understood Xiaohua's greed. Looking at the iron corpses all around them, he said, those are all under G-Man's control. She treasures them very much, she won't give them to you. Of course. At this point, Ziming's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Splash, splash, splash. The sound of a tide gradually came from afar, and a smell of blood gradually became thicker. This is when Xiaohua saw the iron corpses soaked in the thick blood, and there was a pitch-black fog in the blood, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Chapter 2894. Xiaolang, this is the real netherworld sea. Seeing Xiaohua's shock, Ziming was very proud. He pointed his finger and said, this sea is filled with nether blood. When the nether blood leaves the nether sea, it will form nether wind. The nether wind from the Yellow Springs Hall came from here. What about country she's netherworld wind? Xiaohua couldn't help but ask, is the netherworld wind there the same as here? Netherworld wind? Ziming heard and shook her head slightly. I seem to have heard of it. But I have never been there, so I don't know. But this netherworld sea is boundless and its depth is also endless. If Xiaolang has seen a place similar to netherworld sea, then I'm afraid the two are related. Since there is netherworld sea, then netherworld and 9 underworlds. Xiaohua still wanted to ask, but Ziming smiled and said, Xiaolang, you really have a lot of questions. Do you already have the idea of going to the netherworld sea to the netherworld in your mind? Why would I go to netherworld? Xiaohua was stunned. I just think that since there is netherworld sea, we should be able to reach 9 underworlds, right? That's good. Ziming smiled. No one has ever returned alive from netherworld sea. Even in the sorcerer realm, the soul power is close to the 3rd layer of the sky. Actually, Xiaolang will know in a moment when you follow me. Oh, you and I still have plenty of time. I will take you to see the scenery of netherworld sea. Going to netherworld sea? Xiaohua was stunned. Didn't you say that no one will return alive after going in? Idiot. Ziming pulled Xiaohua's hand and said, I will not take you to the depths of netherworld sea. We will only look for netherworld orchids nearby. As he spoke, the flying boat had already flown above the netherworld sea. It was a blood pool that was dozens of feet in size. Above the blood pool was a slanted passage that Ziming and himself had flown down. On the left side of the blood pool, there were also 2 iron corpses soaking in the blood. However, this blood pool was only dozens of feet in size. It was impossible to see the entire netherworld sea. Don't release your divine sense. Ziming warned again, your divine sense was injured by the drought demon. It was already damaged. If it is injured by the netherworld sea, then it will really be impossible to recover. Xiaohua understood that a cultivator without a spiritual will was like a bird without wings. It was absolutely impossible for them to pass through this netherworld sea. Let's go. As he spoke, the flying boat tilted slightly and rushed into the blood pool. Whoosh, with a faint sound, the flying boat sank into the blood pool. Sizzling sounds were emitted from the dark green brilliance of the flying boat. Following this sound, a trace of blood light and a wisp of black gas rushed out from the blood pool. In an instant they turned into a huge netherworld wind and rushed up the passage, almost blowing away the nearby iron corpses. When the flying boat entered the blood pool, Xiaohua's eyes were filled with blood red. The strands of black qi were like dark clouds in a clear sky, appearing and disappearing from time to time. The faint stone wall was like a reef in the sea. It stood tall in the distance and looked like a ferocious sea beast. As the flying boat dived, the black reefs gradually became less and more bloody and felt more and more viscous. He saw Ziming drive the flying boat to a slight pause, as if she was identifying the direction. Then she turned the boat around and flew in a certain direction. Hiss, there is no sense of direction in this blood sea. How can we identify the way? How can we return to this place? Xiaohua himself didn't know the direction, and when he arrived here he was even more like a headless fly. Naturally, he muttered in his heart. Hehe Xiaohua, these are the underworld beasts of the netherworld sea. If my cultivation is high enough, I can borrow their strength. Ziming looked at Xiaohua's dazed expression and said with a smile. Just now, the underworld beast that devoured Mingyu is also from here. Of course. Ziming immediately understood Xiaohua's meaning and said with a smile, that is the incarnation of Hutu great god. Being summoned by the bloodline power of our Hutu stronghold, and attracted by Mingyu's soul, that underworld beast can temporarily tear open the void and come to our Hutu stronghold. Then after the void closes, it will return to the netherworld sea from the netherworld palace and the netherworld palace. Naturally, we can borrow the power of this underworld beast to find the netherworld sea in a short time. How long? Xiaohua nodded and asked. Midnight. Ziming said with a smile, there is more than enough time. In a short while we will find a passage and there will be the netherworld orchid there. Good. Xiaohua's horizons were really broadened. But he suddenly realized something and asked in a low voice, if this underworld beast which is called Hutu great god's incarnation behind the netherworld sea, can be found after being attracted, then how did Ziyan take the 9 divine guards from here? A cold light flashed in Ziming's eyes and he said with hatred, this is naturally G-Man's doing. Only she has the ability to communicate with the 9 divine guards in the netherworld sea, and only she can take the 9 divine guards from the netherworld sea. In order to let Ziyan kill me, she actually consumed her soul power and took the 9 divine guards before opening the netherworld passage. It seems that she already has the intention to kill me. Humph, if I didn't bring Xiao Lang and the others back, if I didn't have some prestige in the Hutu stronghold, I'm afraid this trip to the netherworld. But thinking of this, Ziming was stunned again and said anxiously, oh no, I'm afraid we still fell into her trap. She has already set up a backup plan in the netherworld sea. Xiaohua also understood. Quickly, let's go find the netherworld orchid. Yes, I understand. Previously, Ziming's mind had been filled with the sweet feeling with Xiaohua, and some of his vigilance had already faded. But at this time he suddenly remembered that he was already in deep danger. As expected, the flying boat sped up. After a while, another big black object appeared in front of them. However, this thing was much bigger than all the nether beasts they had seen before. It was similar to the passage Xiaohua had left in the beginning. It was a large stone cliff. The flying boat didn't stop and rushed towards the dark place, and in a moment, a slightly glowing passage appeared in front of Xiaohua. However, this passage was different from the previous one. It was somewhat narrow, somewhat curved, and even filled with gravel, not smooth. It's here. Ziming urged the flying boat to rush into the passage and then flew around in the passage. Looking at this passageway that seemed similar to an abandoned mineral vein, Xiaohua understood that this was a naturally formed passageway in the netherworld sea. There might be some soulwood growing inside. The passageway that he and Ziming came down should have been created by the ancestors of the Hutu stronghold with the help of this naturally formed passageway. But if they found such a natural passage in this boundless and directionless netherworld sea, it wouldn't be easy, right? Seeing the flying boat flying around for a while, Ziming's face was a little ugly and he muttered, no, it should be here. How? Don't worry, Xiaohua said comfortingly. While talking, a field of lush millet appeared in front of them. No, I went the wrong way. Sweat oozed from the tip of Ziming's nose. There are no millet in that place. Then we'll look for it again. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, but should we also take away these millet seeds? Of course. Ziming thought for a moment and waved the bone staff. A green light flashed on the flying boat, and the millet seeds were collected in a moment. Then Ziming didn't stop at all and the flying boat turned around and flew back. Luckily Ziming still remembered. Seeing a fork in the road, Ziming didn't hesitate at all and always found the most correct direction. She actually found the blood pool in the passage in a shorter time than before. Xiaohua couldn't help but be convinced. If he was driving the flying boat he would have been lost long ago. Then Ziming easily found the passage again, but when she flew into the passage she hesitated. What's wrong? Xiaohua's heart tightened and he asked in a low voice, isn't it here? It's not here. Ziming held Xiaohua's hand, which was a little cold, and actually broke out in a cold sweat. Hearing Ziming's words, Xiaohua instantly understood that Ziming was most likely also lost his way. There was no soul wood at all. Not even a stalk of millet could be seen. It's still there. Xiaohua firmly pointed, but this time he was pointing at the stone wall. This. Ziming hesitated for a moment before urging the airboat to fly in the direction that was close to it. Under Xiaohua's finger, Ziming made 7 or 8 turns. Suddenly, a blood-red thing that was more than a foot long had 9 sections and looked like a bamboo. It was erected in a fork that was just big enough for the airboat to pass through. Netherworld bamboo. Ziming exclaimed in an incredulous tone. Here, how could there be netherworld bamboo? What's so strange about it? Xiaohua frowned as he looked at the netherworld bamboo. He really didn't understand why he had such a warning in his heart. Other than the netherworld orchid, which is an extremely low-level item that can grow in the netherworld sea, the others such as this netherworld bamboo and the higher-level netherworld lotus, all grow in the netherworld sea. They can't leave the netherworld sea of blood. Ignore it, let's take it first. Xiaohua urged, this is much stronger than the netherworld orchid. This time we will definitely win. Indeed. Ziming laughed. I didn't expect Xiaolang's feeling to be right. With that, the flying boat once again emitted a green light, and like a sharp flying sword, it sucked the netherworld bamboo into the flying boat. Ziming smiled as he held the netherworld bamboo and looked at Xiaohua. However, what made Ziming feel strange was that Xiaohua's gaze did not fall on the soul wood in her hand, but instead looked at the roots of the netherworld bamboo. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Ziming asked curiously. Xiaohua bit his lips and said in a low voice, this Xiao feels. This netherworld bamboo's roots is very important to this Xiao. Ziming was only slightly surprised, but she immediately smiled and said, then I will give this to you as well. With that, Ziming was about to wave the bone staff again. Don't worry. Xiaohua hurriedly stopped him. It's better for this Xiao to do it himself. You must not use your divine sense. Ziming was anxious. Xiaohua smiled and said, it's fine. Wouldn't it be fine if you put this netherworld bamboo's roots into the flying boat's green light? Right. Ziming waved the bone staff and expanded the flying boat's green light, enveloping the remaining roots of the netherworld bamboo within. Xiaohua cautiously waved his hand, and the roots of the netherworld bamboo fell into his hand. After thinking for a bit, he carefully put the roots of the netherworld bamboo into a storage bag. This thing? Ziming was a little surprised, but she only said a few words and urged the flying boat to return. Something's wrong. Xiaohua's face suddenly revealed a strange expression. He once again pointed forward and said, this Xiao feels. That thing is still in front. What? Ziming was completely confused. Other than the netherworld bamboo, she couldn't think of anything else worth paying attention to. Let's go and take a look. Xiaohua said with a smile. With the matter of the netherworld bamboo he was still very confident in his senses. Perhaps the netherworld orchid was in front. All right. Hearing Xiaohua's instructions, Ziming did not hesitate to urge the flying boat. It seemed that she had more confidence in Xiaohua than herself. Naturally, Xiaohua also slightly shook his head, but the little tail in his heart had long been raised to the sky. This netherworld bamboo was really interesting. Immediately after, Ziming urged the flying boat to fly for the time it took to eat a meal, but they didn't see any more netherworld orchids, but they collected some more millet seeds. Strange. Xiaohua scratched his head. Not to mention, Ziming looked up at Xiaohua with some concealment. Could it be that my senses are wrong? At this moment, Ziming's expression suddenly changed. Ziming, what's wrong? Xiaohua stole a glance at Ziming, feeling a little embarrassed. Naturally, he noticed her expression, and his heart unconsciously thumped as he hurriedly asked. Ziming slightly bit her lips, her eyes flashing with a trace of fear and even a great deal of panic. Just now, when Xiaohua was collecting the netherworld bamboo root, her hand slipped away from Xiaohua's hand. Now she was silently holding onto it, but when Ziming's expression changed greatly, her hand also stiffly slipped away from Xiaohua's hand. What's wrong? Quickly tell me. Xiaohua saw the situation and knew that it was not good, so he hurriedly asked. Xiaohua. I'm lost. Ziming bit her lips until they turned white and it was as pale as her face. She knew very well that losing her way in the Netherworld Sea was far more dangerous than losing her way in Meng Mountains. Hearing Ziming's words, Xiaohua also sucked in a breath of cold air. This was what he was most afraid of. Moreover, he immediately understood that it was his blind guidance, especially when Ziming was a little excited after obtaining the Netherworld bamboo. After flying for so long, she had long lost the way back. Can you find the way back? Xiaohua asked tentatively. Or, when he spoke up to hear, Xiaohua himself was greatly shocked. Earlier, Ziming had clearly said that the Netherworld path was opened by the clone of the Nether Beast, Hutu, and there was a time limit. If they didn't return before midnight, then the Netherworld path would be blocked. How would he and Ziming return to the Nether Spring Hall? Earth escape? Xiaohua's heart suddenly relaxed and he looked at the surrounding passages, but then he shook his head. Nonsense, if the Netherworld Sea was below the Yellow Springs Palace, why would the Netherworld Beast be needed to open the passage? There must be some kind of spatial vein or something in the middle. Chapter 2896. That. Although Xiaohua was very touched in his heart, but, speaking of feelings, it didn't seem to be as profound as that of Huang Mingxiang in Tianmen Mountain. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's thoughts actually ran away. I really don't know how that little girl Huang Mingxiang is now. If she knew that I was buried in Meng Mountain, would she shed a tear? Just when Xiaohua was a little distracted, the flying boat was still flying slowly. Ziming suddenly cried out in joy, This is another passage under the Netherworld Eye. No, not that, but it's not far away. When I was training together. I came here before. Really? Xiaohua's heart suddenly relaxed and he said with some disbelief. Absolutely. Ziming pointed at a place and said, There are 2 marks. When Zai and I passed by here, we specially carved them. Sure enough, when Xiaohua looked carefully along Ziming's finger, there was indeed an arrow in the direction where the flying boat was heading. Zai. It's Zai. Ziming said happily. Zai was afraid that we would get lost, so he gave us directions here. That's right, it's all thanks to Zai. Xiaohua also smiled, but then the flying boat flew in Ziming's memory for a while, and Xiaohua was surprised again. Because the flying boat's direction, although it was a little winding, was exactly the same as the direction he felt strange. Ziming, who had escaped from the threat of death, was also very happy at this time. She looked at Xiaohua a little coquettishly. Although she didn't say anything, her flower-like smile was full of charm. Xiaolang. In the end, Ziming still spoke. I'll take you back. Your so-called Netherworld orchid, we don't want it anymore. I'm afraid that I'll get lost again. It doesn't matter. Xiaohua shrugged, tilted his head and said, The direction you're flying in is the same as the direction I thought. Maybe we'll meet the Netherworld orchid in a while? Ziming covered her mouth with the bone staff in her left hand and said in surprise, Xiaolang, could it be that the perception just now is the way back? That's right, it seems that this is the fastest way back. As for whether there's the Netherworld orchid or not, it's possible. Tisk, it's possible that it's the Nether orchid. Xiaohua curled his lips, extremely distrustful of himself. If I say that this is the way back that I found, then that's absolutely impossible. But it's true. Ziming laughed. If we have the Netherworld orchid, that would be even better. Unfortunately, even though Ziming was looking carefully, Xiaohua, who was beside him, couldn't find the Nether orchid. After seeing a few forks in the road and seeing the blood pool, Ziming still couldn't find the Nether orchid. Done. Ziming heaved a long sigh of relief, and then he pointed at the blood pool and said, Xiaolang, once you enter the blood pool, you'll be able to return in less than 1,000 feet. This concubine remembers it clearly. They... Stop. Xiaohua nodded slightly and shifted his gaze away from the blood pool. He casually looked at the fork in the road that he had just walked through. What he saw shocked him greatly. What happened? Although Ziming and Xiaohua were standing together, they were half a body in front of each other. Because of that, they were blocked by the black and red cliff, so they didn't see anything. When she took half a step back and looked again, she also turned pale with fright. This, what's going on? Yes, it was impossible for Ziming and Xiaohua not to be surprised. Because on the fork in the road, there were already more than 10 spirit warriors lying on the ground. The heads of these spirit warriors were all covered in blood. It was obvious that their brains had already been eaten. Are these the spirit warriors that came with us? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, and his gaze quickly swept through the entire tunnel as he asked this question. It should be. Ziming naturally wasn't sure. But just as she was about to urge the airship to go check it out, a bubbling sound came from the blood pool in the distance. Ziming suddenly turned around and looked at the blood pool. She saw that there were indeed countless bubbles surging within the blood pool. Moreover, as these bubbles came out, gusts of netherworld wind spiraled out and blew straight at the airship she was driving. The wind was extremely strong and the airship was somewhat swaying. Not good. Go quickly. Suddenly, just as Ziming was doing her best to maintain the airship, Xiaohua's expression changed and he hurriedly shouted. Ziming didn't understand, but when she heard Xiaohua's order, she immediately pointed the bone staff in her hand. Regardless of the bumps, she was about to urge the airship to move. Boom! With a loud sound, Ziming felt a strong force coming from above her head. The entire airship was like a meteor rushing into the tunnel. Clang, 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 the airship hit the tunnel. The green light was restrained and the entire airship made a noise. Ziming was caught off guard and her body lost balance. He even felt dizzy. Careful. Xiaohua's voice sounded in Ziming's ears. A strong force came from Xiaohua's hand and pulled Ziming back. Only now did Ziming clearly see that right above her head, on top of the airship, there was a tentacle that was several feet long. It was like a huge canopy and it was slapping the green light above the airship. Moreover, that tentacle was growing out from the walls of the tunnel. Ziming was shocked, but before she could ask, woo, there was another strange sound of wind. From the left side of the airship, another tentacle suddenly stretched out and smashed towards the airship. Quick! Ziming encouraged herself in her heart, but that tentacle was extremely fast in the netherworld wind. Just as Ziming was about to dodge, the tentacle had already smashed into the airship. Boom! The entire airship was sent flying and hit the wall of the tunnel. Although Ziming was pulled by Xiaohua, the two of them were still balanced and were far from being battered and exhausted. However, the light on the airship was hit twice by the tentacle and hit the tunnel again. It was extremely dim. Ziming obviously didn't expect to be attacked here. She hurriedly waved the bone staff in her hand. The green light on the bone staff flashed and it flew towards the airship. The airship suddenly shone brightly, wanting to protect the two of them again. Unfortunately, it only flashed for a moment. Rumble! There was another loud sound. A huge sphere rushed out from below the airship and directly hit the airship. Needless to say, the entire airship soared into the sky again and hit the wall of the tunnel. The entire light suddenly shrank to the size of a fist and fell on the tunnel. Xiaohua and Ziming's figures were revealed from the green light of the airship. There was a violent sound of cold water being poured into hot oil. The moment Xiaohua's figure was revealed, something came out from the light protecting his body. Xiaohua turned pale with fright. When he looked down, it was the light protecting his body being corroded by the netherworld wind. This was something he had never encountered in Mingxi before. The reason why Xiaohua was so calm was because he had the experience of escaping from Mingxi's netherworld wind. He felt that even the netherworld wind was just so. Although the netherworld sea was dangerous, as long as he and Ziming didn't go too deep, they wouldn't encounter any great danger. However, he didn't expect that he would encounter such a test right after he came out from the protection of the airship. If even the golden light protecting his body was corroded by the netherworld wind, then what about the others? No wonder the cultivators of Dao sect were so afraid of millions of Meng mountains. Really made sense. Looking at Ziming again after her figure was revealed from the green light, her entire body was flashing with a green light. The light started flashing from her head and quickly passed through her entire body, protecting her within the green light. Xiaohua, Ziming saw something strange about Xiaohua's body. That golden light was flashing, how could she not know that he was in danger? Roar. A deafening roar came from the direction of the blood pool in the distance. Just as Ziming cried out in shock, countless gusts of ghastly wind were swept up and rushed into the tunnel. Xiaohua raised his head and saw a monster of a few feet in size slowly walking out from the blood pool. The drops of netherworld water were like fist-sized blood droplets, dripping down from the monster's body. It was extremely bloody. Of course, as soon as these blood droplets left the monster, the surface layer immediately evaporated, turning into gusts of netherworld wind and rushing into the tunnel. The entire tunnel began to vibrate rapidly, producing an extremely ear-piercing sound of wind. Great God Hutu? Ziming also looked towards the source of the sound. When she saw that the monster had a human body, and that snake tail was slowly emerging from the blood pool, Ziming couldn't help but moan. She definitely didn't expect that the great god she worshipped would actually send out a clone to attack her. This shouldn't be the great god Hutu of Meng Mountains. Although Xiaohua was hastily thinking about how to solve the problem in front of him, he was also staring at the appearance of the monster. Seeing the monster coming out from the blood pool, he said indifferently, "That's right. This is definitely not." After Ziming recovered from her shock, she also saw clearly that the monster's human body looked similar from the side, but when the monster slightly turned its body, the outline of the human body had already disappeared. Especially the few peacock feather-like antennae on its back. Where did it look like the 7 hands of the great god Hutu? However, although Ziming had already discovered the details of the monster, she didn't have time to think about it anymore. Her whole body suddenly floated up, throwing herself into Xiaohua's arms. Oh! Xiaohua was slightly startled, thinking that she was afraid. His left hand pulled her soft hand and whispered, "Don't be afraid." However, before he could finish speaking, Ziming had already thrown herself into his arms. However, Ziming wasn't facing him, but with her back facing Xiaohua, she shouted, "Xiaohua, quickly hug me." Moreover, Ziming's other hand also brought Xiaohua's hand to her waist, where her abdomen was. Soon after, that hand decisively broke free from Xiaohua's hand. At this moment Xiaohua was hugging Ziming from behind. He was very familiar with this posture. He was greatly puzzled. However, when he saw that the green light around Ziming's body was also protecting him, and the sound of the golden light corroding his body was getting smaller and smaller, he finally understood Ziming's painstaking efforts. Chapter 2897. Ziming didn't have time to care about the ambiguity of this position, nor did she have time to explain to Xiaohua. As soon as her hand left Xiaohua's hand, she immediately patted the soul nest, and the soul tool that looked like a wizard token was taken out from the soul nest. Moreover, with a flash in front of Xiaohua's eyes, the 9 divine guards that Ziming had put into the soul nest were also released. Papa, Ziming waved the wizard token without hesitation, and a few wisps of faint green light visible to the naked eye flashed. Then she patted her hand, and the 9 divine guards pounced toward the nether beast along the passage. Ziming's series of movements were extremely fast. The nether beast had just stepped out of the blood pool, and it hadn't even straightened its body. Go Xiaohua was alert in his heart. He grabbed Ziming's slender waist with his hand and urged his magic power, and the 2 figures floated up. Boom! A tentacle that was exactly the same as the nether beast's tentacle struck out from the left side where the 2 of them were standing just now. After hitting the place where Xiaohua and Ziming were standing just now, it suddenly disappeared. Xiaohua, don't use too much magic power. Ziming felt a burst of heat behind her back, and her heart was also jumping, but she still didn't forget to remind him. Okay. Xiaohua looked around and said in a low voice, "This place isn't far from the passage down, right?" "Yes." Ziming urged the 9 divine guards while answering. In which direction? Xiaohua asked. Although Ziming didn't answer Xiaohua's question, she still pointed in a direction and said, from the blood pool to that place. Before Ziming finished speaking, Ziming felt a burst of brilliance in front of her eyes. Her waist tightened and her figure flew in the direction she knew, but then there was a loud bang. Everything disappeared again. Her figure also stopped at the side of the stone wall. Xiaohua, what are you doing? Ziming looked back with some confusion, and looked at Xiaohua while rubbing her head awkwardly. Oh right, Ziming looked at the stone wall and suddenly realized something and hurriedly said, this stone wall is soaked in the nether blood, and the Dao Sect's 5 elements escape technique can't be used. Just as Ziming said this, a loud roar came from the blood pool in the distance. The roars rose and fell one after another. The 9 divine guards had surrounded the nether beast and were also letting out unpleasant roars. 9 pairs of arms had stretched out and shrouded the nether beast in an indescribable deathly stillness. The nether beast's body was trembling violently as if the 9 divine guards were going to tear it apart. Roar. The underworld beast cried out in pain. Cracks had already appeared on its black leather armor, and traces of blood that looked like green liquid seeped out. Good, seeing that the 9 divine guards were so valiant, Xiaohua's heart was also greatly relieved. Since the 9 divine guards were able to deal with the nether beast, he naturally didn't need to be too afraid. However, just as he finished praising, another tentacle suddenly emerged from the top of his head and slammed down. Not good. Xiaohua's figure moved and he secretly said in his heart, not good. Sure enough, just as Xiaohua's figure dodged the tentacle, there was a loud bang, and the same tentacle stretched out from under the foot of a divine guard, and suddenly grabbed the divine guard's waist. The divine guard's body was overflowing with green light, and the divine guard's stiff body was also violently struggling. Pung, with a loud bang, the divine guard's waist turned into 4 pieces, and the dark liquid also splashed a lot of the passage. Hiss. Although Xiaohua had already perceived the power of the nether beast, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Then, ping ping. With a series of muffled sounds, several divine guards were killed by the tentacles that suddenly stretched out. The fragments flew everywhere and the black liquid splashed everywhere. Xiaohua didn't dare to stay any longer and was about to fly away. Boom. Unfortunately, he had just moved when the nether beast actually knew his intentions. 2 tentacles stretched out from the stone wall and blocked in front of Xiaohua. Ziming, come behind me. Xiaohua loosened his grip and ordered Ziming. Okay. Ziming originally wanted to deal with the nether beast, but when he saw that 5 of the 9 divine guards had been lost in a moment, his face was incomparably pale. When he heard Xiaohua's order, he had no choice but to respond. He turned around and leaned on Xiaohua's back, reaching out and hugging Xiaohua's waist. Let me show you the power of this young master. Xiaohua roared and took out the wishful staff. With a bang, it hit the tentacle that had just stretched out. With a loud bang, the tentacle shattered and a gust of netherworld wind was born from inside. Damn it, as expected. Xiaohua's phoenix celestial body was made of netherworld wind, so naturally he was not familiar with this thing. Xiaohua didn't dare to hesitate anymore. Regardless of the direction, he continued to fly towards the distance of the passage using the wind escape technique. Xiaohua had just flown a few feet when a fierce wind came from behind his head. Xiaohua was helpless. He slightly lifted the wishful staff in his hand, then raised it and smashed it in the direction of the wind. With a loud bang, a huge force that he had never encountered before came from the wishful staff. Xiaohua's arm was sore and his whole body was lifted above the passage. Hiss. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Before his figure stopped in midair, he saw a black shadow in front of him. Chapter 2898. Damn it. This nether beast. Xiaohua turned pale with fright. He didn't expect that the nether beast still had a hidden hand here. If he hadn't hesitated just now, he would have already been sent to the tentacle. However, before Xiaohua's great shock could pass through his heart, the tentacle fell like a big tree, bringing a black shadow with it as it fell. A kind of coldness that made one's heart die was born around Xiaohua. Although Xiaohua's body was protected by the innate true water, the death aura passed through the innate true water and firmly suppressed the vitality in Xiaohua's body, Buddha's Sarira. Spiritual fire. Xiaohua's heart was like dead ashes. He knew that he had fallen into a certain death situation today. If the last Buddha's Sarira and spiritual fire were not effective, he was afraid that he would really die. However, Xiaohua didn't dare to place his hopes on the Buddha's Sarira. His cultivation was too shallow. At this time, the only thing he took out was this nether beast's dessert. Perhaps it was only the spiritual fire. Seeing the black shadow fall, Xiaohua's spiritual power seemed to be difficult to activate. Goldie, Xiaohua's heart suddenly lit up again. He thought of Goldie that could suck souls. Wasn't that guy the nemesis of these nether beasts? Thinking, Xiaohua hurriedly entered the space. However, after Goldie had sucked the Devil General's soul, it had been sleeping. At this time he couldn't wake it up at all. Come out for your mother. Xiaohua didn't feel sorry for Goldie at this time. Your mother can't escape now, but you're still sleeping sweetly. As Xiaohua dragged Goldie out of the space, a small figure suddenly blocked in front of Xiaohua. Of course, Xiaohua paid close attention to the nether beast's reaction. If there was any abnormality, he would immediately take Goldie into the space. Woo, as if it was mournful, the nether beast's tentacle suddenly stopped. It seemed that there was something in front of it that it was extremely afraid of. Good, seeing this, Xiaohua was overjoyed. At this time, Goldie lazily opened its eyes. It seemed that the nether beast's tentacle was white. The tentacle was like a person being stung by a wasp and immediately retracted. However, before Xiaohua's joy of escaping with his life could overflow in front of his chest, a black shadow flashed above his head like a black cloud. Roar! The nether beast from before appeared next to the tentacle again. The tentacle rose into the air and landed on the nether beast's back. The tentacle danced in the air and slowly curled up. The nether beast let out a loud roar. The two blood-red eyes on the strange beast's head flashed with a red light. A strong aura of death surged and pounced toward Xiaohuang. Goldie's body shivered and its large tail wrapped around itself. It seemed to be cold and its eyes narrowed again. This is bad. Seeing this, Xiaohua already somewhat understood that Little Yellow should be the nemesis of these underworld beasts. It was probably because it was too small, or perhaps because it was in a deep sleep. The tentacles on its back also grabbed the opponent's body, and large pieces of flesh were also knocked off. In particular, the nether beast's tail, which was like a poisonous snake, now had a shiny barb at the tip of the tail. Every time it swung, it would pierce into the nether beast's body, and large pieces of flesh would also be shot off. However, what was even more strange was that although a lot of flesh and blood had fallen off the two nether beasts' bodies, where the flesh and blood fell, traces of black gas gushed out. The blood water of the surrounding nether sea rushed into the black gas, and new pieces of flesh and blood grew at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. These two nether beasts were flying on the nether sea. Sometimes they fell into the sea and sometimes they rushed up the cliff. While blood splashed everywhere, the stone walls were like rotten stones under the tentacles' sharp claws and snake tail. Large pieces of stone fell down, and every time a stone wall was hit, the entire space would shake violently. Hiss! Seeing this earth-shattering battle and seeing that many parts of the two nether beasts were beginning to reveal white bones, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew in his heart that even if he used his spiritual fire, it would be impossible to cause any fatal damage to these nether beasts. These two nether beasts seemed to be the legendary undead nether beasts, right? Xiaolang. Ziming's face was also snow-white. Where did these nether beasts come from? Why are they so powerful? If you don't know, how would I know? Xiaohua also whispered and then asked, these two nether beasts. What are their names? I don't know. The previous nether beast. My Hutu village has always regarded it as the avatar of the Hutu god and, looking at its appearance just now, it seemed to be afraid of my bloodline. As for the latter one, I have never seen it before. Ziming had obviously never seen such a vast battle, and her body, which was hugging Xiaohua's waist, was trembling slightly. "Let's go quickly." Xiaohua hurriedly turned his head, but just as he said half a sentence he shut his mouth. Now the entire space had been destroyed by these two nether beasts. Not to mention the passage, even the cracks had disappeared. All the nether wind that had been stimulated was circling in the space. Occasionally some nether wind would leak out, but it was also extremely small cracks. With Xiaohua's transformation technique, it would be difficult for him to pass through this. "What should we do?" Xiaohua smiled bitterly, and could only look to the left of the nether beasts that were fighting. "It seems that if we want to escape we can only go through the place where the two nether beasts are fighting and go through other passages." However, the two nether beasts were fighting fiercely and flesh and stone fragments were flying continuously. Countless fierce death chi was crisscrossing in the space. How could the two of them pass through? Alas, nascent soul cultivators are just children. At this time Xiaohua had seen the battle of the undead nether beasts, and really looked down on the so-called nascent soul cultivators. This nether beast seems to be the enemy of that nether beast. Ziming also looked to the left, and seeing that there was no way, she whispered, "Otherwise, how could it help us?" When Xiaohua heard this, his heart moved, and the previous warning sign seemed to have disappeared. Strange. Could it be that the warning sign came from this nether beast? But just when Xiaohua was puzzled in his heart, suddenly, a faintly discernible sound of music came from the netherworld sea. This sound was extremely faint, but in this great battle that seemed to be able to destroy the world, it was extremely clear. A kind of joy that Xiaohua had never felt before was born in his heart, and a kind of floating feeling was instantly born from Xiaohua's body. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly Xiaohua felt that there was a burst of light and shadow in front of his eyes, and the whole world had changed and he was also floating up. Xiaohua didn't have time to check himself, but his gaze was attracted by the changes in the netherworld sea. In the depths of the netherworld sea, a huge black shadow was slowly floating over, and a blurry shadow was coiling around the black shadow. The beautiful music was coming from the black shadow. The two nether beasts that were fighting to the death a moment ago had already calmed down. One of them was swinging its snake tail and countless ripples were rippling all over its body. Its body was trembling and its body was slowly sinking into the netherworld sea, as if it was extremely afraid of the music, and as if it was doing its best to resist the music. The other nether beast was like a ladybug and its body was flashing with a faint golden light. The golden light also turned into a powerful ripple in front of the nether beast. This golden light is somewhat familiar. When Xiaohua saw this golden light he felt that it was extremely familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Just when Xiaohua was feeling surprised he suddenly saw that not far from where the two nether beasts were fighting, a soul warrior was walking out from a crack in the stone wall. His face had a look of infatuation as he stepped into the netherworld sea. As the soul warrior's figure fell into the netherworld sea, the flesh and blood of this soul warrior were rapidly shaved off, turning into a body of white bones. The soul of this soul warrior then broke free from this body of flesh and blood and continued to walk towards the netherworld sea, in the direction where the music was coming from. You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.